Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
It was tough. Everyone were on slick tires. It was still greasy, so if you do a little mistake, you were out. I did some mistakes out there, and it was close to end up in the wall. But I kept it together, and we were on pole, so I'm happy. It's important, and I think it's good to show that we can take pole positions again, and now we got a good advantage going into the races tomorrow. So. It's really important, and now we just gotta keep it up. I think we know we have a good setup in the wet. We've been practicing today, so now it's just a case of me getting my driving together and be able to adapt between dry and rain. It will be close. I think the first lap will be really important to get away good, and then you can control the race from there. And I think in the rain, it's going to be really difficult to contain the tires, to have everything under control, and yes, do every lap well. So it will be a very big challenge for sure.
The pre-practice, it was not really good, not in the top 3, but in the qualify, I come out as last, and I drive for good laps. So we're happy. Yeah, it's just a little bit, just much. Because I am just a little big guy, so if I come at a grip, I have not much grip like the other guys. I hope I can drive tomorrow the P1, because I don't have start final P1, but we will see what's going today.
Yesterday we were quite quick on the dry. Today we've been making a lot of progress on the wet. We started off not being the quickest, but we've been working hard, getting closer and closer, and yeah, in qualifying the track was drying a little bit. So I knew the last lap would be very important. Did a cool down lap before the last lap, and that worked out really good. A good grip on the last lap, and I managed to improve my time, which put me on top. Obviously it's on my mind that I won the World Championship at this track last year, but it's a different year, it's very different conditions, so it's not going to be easy. Everybody's going to work very hard. Everyone's really well prepared and very quick, so yeah, it's not going to be easy. It's not playing on my mind too much. I'm just doing the best I can and taking it one step at a time. Probably a lot of rain coming this weekend, so yeah, it's been playing on our mind. We've been working hard, we've been preparing for it, and yeah, we seem to be ready for it. It's never going to be easy. Everyone's really quick, the times are very close together, but that's all in my advantage really, that everyone's very close indeed, and yeah, I think the racing will be tough, will be hard, but like you said, starting on the front row is a very big advantage, and if I can get off the line really well, then I don't see why I can't take all the heat wins.
Buongiorno, signore, signore. Hello, everybody, and welcome to South Garda Karting. It is time to kickstart one of the biggest weekends in world motorsport. It is the FIA Karting World Championship. The KZ2 drivers are heading out for their first qualifying heat for Groups B versus D. Let's talk you through the grid in full. It is Ben Tornqvist and Matti Kakowski at the front end of the grid from Valentino Fritsch and Giuseppe Palomba. Then it is Jean Liet and Alexander Schmitz, Nikita Artemanov and Andreas Falch from Alessio Larandi and Sebastian Bellocin, Rodrigo Ferreira and Giuseppe Fusco from Tom Lulette and Jasper Sjoberg, Leonardo Bisotto and Robin Glerum, Jonas Civico and Gilles Stadsbader from Otto Odgerante and Andrea Ceresoli, Federico Mascialino and Brandon Nilsson, Alexandra Aru and Roberto Cesari, Christian Gaffuri and Nicola Rossini from Gabriel Bezazero, Filippo Berto, Hannah Lang, Yannick Julius Bernhardt, Belen Garcia, Antonio Garay and Luca Bosco. A very warm welcome to you all from a very wet Lonato. Yesterday, there was a lot of rain around the circuit. It was very wet yesterday. Today, it is very, very wet. New levels for the drivers to cope with. And obviously here today, it is going to be a very tough day at the office as we're here for the International KZ2 Super Cup here at Lonato. The Temple of Karting, they call this place. And it's easy to see why. It's a big challenge for all of the competitors. The rain is coming down incredibly heavily here this morning, heavier than it was yesterday. And this will be a tough challenge for the drivers. Obviously, they have a major international competition. The European Championships concluded last month. And we are here now at Lonato for the main event if you're a KZ2 driver. There are a lot of new faces in the field for this one. The likes of Harry Thompson for Forza Racing making his KZ2 debut in the European FIA Karting paddock. And of course the return of Alessio Larandi, the former Formula 2 driver, who is now back in the fray this weekend. There are a lot of big stars, and of course we'll see the newly crowned European champion later today. But for pole position, it is Benjamin Tornqvist of the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Praga chassis of Matti Kakowski in the MS Racing colours. So it's going to be a fabulous run to the first corner. And of course, it's standing start here in Gearbox Racing at Lonato. The final few drivers get themselves onto the starting grid and will be ready for lights out and a charge to the first corner for the first time this weekend here at Lonato. Avanti! Let's race, and it's a cracking start from Giuseppe Palomba. He charges forward up to second place in behind Matti Kakowski as the field dices its way through to the first corner. The spray is absolutely incredible as the drivers try and tuck their way through. No major dramas through the first couple of corners as the field skates its way through. Looks like one of the Tony Kart chassis running wide there at turn 4. And as they come up to the hairpin for the first time, it is Kakowski who leads the way. But round the outside, Tornqvist makes a beautiful move around the outside of Giuseppe Palomba to get back into second position. So a cracking start from him as he now tries to get his way onto the back bumper of Kakowski's machine. And as they dance their way through and over the curbs, they're going to come down towards the chicane where there is a massive plume of standing water. The KZ2 drivers tippy-toeing their way through, hoping to make as much of a gain as they possibly can. Oh, and there's a spin. That's one of the SRP Maranellos going off and down to the back of the field. That is the 107. I think that is one of the big competitors in this field. So down at the back end of the field, I think we've obviously had... Oh, no, sorry, it's 167. That's Andrea Ceresoli. I thought for a moment it was David Trevelov, but he's in one of the later races. So it's Kakowski who leads the field at the moment. He tiptoes his way through on this first lap. Trying to find grip is going to be a real knife edge for the drivers around this circuit, especially that the rain is still coming down strong. Kakowski out in front of Tornqvist. The battle for third raging as Jean Liet, having now moved to the Tony Kart factory team, is battling his way to try and come past Giuseppe Palomba. The two Swiss aces doing an absolutely fantastic job in their new berth at Tony Kart. Up the inside, that was a bold lunge there from the CRG of Andreas Falch trying to come through on Jean Liet. Had to bail out of it in the final reckoning. But this is an absolutely extraordinary race start. Big standing water everywhere around the circuit. Drivers trying to knit their way through without having too many difficulties. And grip is an absolute knife edge to find at the moment. There goes Jean Liet. Andreas Falch still there in 5th position. And then we have Alessio Larandi doing a great job in P6. The ex-Formula 2 driver back in the world of karting with the mighty Parolin squad. But Mate Kwiatkowski, oh, there is Randy going right round the outside. Well, that's one way to do it. But I have a feeling that he may have to give that place back again, because obviously he's run right off the circuit and gained a position by doing that. So Alessio Lorandi is going to have to potentially concede that one. But there's Ben Tornfist having a great charge in second place in front of Palomba. Then Jean Luyet, Lorandi, and Tom Lulette is moving forward. He's always very good in the wet conditions, the young man on the Praga. And Lorandi now trying to come around the outside. He obviously knows this circuit very well indeed. I caught up with Alessio Lorandi yesterday. He's very confident about this one. As up the inside comes Tom Lulette on the Praga to get through past the Italian. And the Frenchman is there. Now, Mate Kwiatkowski still leads the way. Look at the standing water in the inside apex. In these conditions, the gearbox drivers really do have to ride the curbs. It's almost like a railway track. Once you get that car up on the top of the curb, the inside curb, it drags the car round. You can see drivers just riding the top of the red and white striped curbs. And that's how they end up getting round the corners in a lot of cases. Normally, in the dry, you'd stay well off those curbs because they would spit you off and spin you out. But in the wet, you have to ride them because it's the only way to get you round the corner in a stable and sensible fashion. Here comes Jean Luyet down the inside of Giuseppe Palomba. Nice move from the Swiss. He gets through into third position. Sam Hall writes, clean pants needed for Lorandi after that moment. Very good point. For those of you watching along on the Facebook stream, do please, of course, share your comments and your thoughts. But an absolutely sensational race battle. Up the inside comes Tom Lulette. Gets the move again there on Palomba. So Lulette gets through into fourth place. The Praga driver now a bit of P4. The drivers, I have to say, handling these wet conditions incredibly smartly. And I thought we'd have had a few more wild moments than we've had, but the drivers showing great maturity and incredible stature as they hang it out on the circuit. Lorandi getting a little bit deep there into the hairpin, and up the inside comes Andreas Falk trying to come through in position. And I can tell you that Lorandi has conceded his fifth position and dropped back in behind Giuseppe Palomba again to sixth position, so that should be okay. But Mate Kwiatkowski is there. Here comes Jean Luyet on the inside now of Tornfist. Tornfist is not giving him a lot of room. We'll watch Luyet round the outside in the Praga. He'll get good acceleration off the turn. He can cut back on the inside and takes Jean Luyet. Great bit of driving from Tom Lulette to come around the outside to find an additional grip. Now he's going to split them up the middle. Oh my word. Brilliant from Tom Lulette. Astonishing bit of racecraft there. That is one heck of an overtake in these conditions to split the Infinity up the middle. That is absolutely sensational. Great bit of driving from Tom Lulette on the Praga. The Frenchman dicing his way up the middle of the smallest gap in history. Tornfist there in third place in front of Jean Luyet and Alessio Lorandi. So Alessio Lorandi going well there in P6. No, P5 now. He's got back past Palomba. We go into lap 6. How on earth can the drivers see where they're going in these situations? Lorandi, whoops, round the outside again. He can't do that too many times. As again, that's Jean Luyet trying to get the move on the inside there. And that's a spin. That is Lorandi. Lorandi's gone around. So Lorandi in the parallel has spun it and is trying to come up the inside. Oh, careful. You've got someone on the inside of you there, mate. That is, I believe, Gabriel Bizzero trying to come through. No, my apologies. That's even further back in the field. That is the 183 trying to come through. That's Robin Gledham, the Dutchman. Great battle in the midfield. This is that the 152 coming forward? That's never Giuseppe Fusco. It is as well. Fusco failed to get out in qualifying yesterday. Couldn't set a lap time and had to start all of his heats today from the back of the grid, and he's charged his way forward. He's in 8th place. He's just got past Leonardo Bisotto. Amazing bit of driving. So now Tom Lulette sizes up Mate Kwiatkowski. 6 laps completed and 7 to go. 15 kilometers of distance for each of these heats. And of course, each driver has 5 races over the course of a weekend. Gilles Stadsbader's had a bit of a problem. He's dropped down the order, so not good news for Gilles Stadsbader. In fact, I think he's off the track. Is he off the track? Yes, that's Gilles Stadsbader. That's the Tony Kart driver. What a shame. So Gilles Stadsbader has gone off at the final corner, trying to get the kart going again. He should be able to. He's got time, and he has. He's just passed my position. So Gilles Stadsbader is back in. Tom Lulette making his bid to get past Kwiatkowski. He's got to be careful that he doesn't strike the back too hard or the front fairing will come loose, but he has got by. So Tom Lulette gets through. Kwiatkowski tries again. But Tom Lulet is through. Now, if he has got an issue with the front fairing as a result of that little nudge, he needs to pull out a gap of 5 seconds, because if you've got a loose front fairing in karting, it's a 5-second penalty, and it can't be contested or appealed, so you've got to just push it. So Tom Lulet knows that there's a good chance after that nudge with Kwiatkowski, he may have a loose front fairing, so he's got to pull out a gap of 5 seconds at least. And that rule was implemented to stop loading into corners, because you did get a long time ago, there were a huge bunch of drivers that would go for a move, 5 or 6 karts back, would nudge the kart in front to nudge the kart in front, and so on and so on. And you'd gain a lot of places doing that. So the rule obviously was brought in to encourage things, to encourage cleaner racing. Just looking at the front fairing for Tom Lulet. I'm going to see as he comes past my position. I'm not sure, actually. It's tough to tell on that one. It's not quite in the right position. It's certainly flapping in the breeze, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's loose. If it can take a fairly decent knock, the front fairing, but obviously for certain kind of points of contact, it can get quite loose. So you've got to be very careful how you make it all work. And Alessio Ranandi has a warning flag. That's not good. So he's trying to make his way back up through the field. He has got back up into 11th position, I can tell you. So Larandi has made his way back up the order. But it's not the easiest situation for him to be in as he tries to make progress through the field once more. But Tom Lulet on the Praga is leading the race. Up the inside of Tornfist, here comes Jean Liet. He's going to try and find the space on the inside. A massive bow wave. Tornfist gets a cold shoulder for that one. Quite literally, as a massive wall of spray comes up and hits him in the collarbone. But he's okay, and he comes through no problem. Now Fusco is coming in behind. Here comes Giuseppe Fusco from dead last. Giuseppe Fusco is up to 5th position and trying to get into the podium. What a fight back from Giuseppe Fusco as Gilles Staatsbader now sets the fastest lap, largely based on the fact he hasn't got any traffic to deal with at the moment down at the back of the field. So he can really start to find the best bits of the circuit for grip. Now Giuseppe Fusco trying to close in on Ben Tornfist. Tornfist sliding around a little bit. Here comes Fusco down the main straight. There's Kwiatkowski. The gap between Lulet and Kwiatkowski is now 9/10 of a second. It's not a massive gap at all. Great comeback from Lulet, up from 13th on the grid. There goes Fusco on the inside line, and he's through into 4th position. What a drive from Giuseppe Fusco. And now that Jean Liet has got away from Ben Tornfist, he's trying to close up on Matti Kwiatkowski, the surprise fastest driver in his group yesterday in qualifying. Not many people expected him to be the fastest driver, but he made good use of the wet conditions yesterday. So this is going to be an absolutely sensational run. Jean Liet still tightening in behind Kwiatkowski. There's Tom Lulet. He's starting to pull out a gap, but it's not a massive one yet. The gap has opened up to 1.5 seconds on the last lap. But he's got to find another 3.5 if there's an issue with the front fairing. We won't know, of course, until later in the day because they can cross the line, but it's only when they get into the scrutineering at the end of the race in the holding area after the race that they find out whether there is a loose front fairing or not. But so far, so good for Lulet. He has the gap up to 1.8. Now, this is one of the Formula K drivers coming through. That is the 142 of Leonardo Bisotto. So Bisotto trying to get past the German Valentino Fritsch. Look at Bosco. He's utilising the outside line very much indeed to get good grip. There are two schools of thought in these sorts of conditions. Go tight and run on the inside apex and know that you've got the best line for the corner, even though it's slightly slower. Or gamble, run to the outside, hope there's enough grip to keep your speed up, and then power back on the throttle. And for Fusco, the latter certainly seems to be working for him. Watch him as he makes a completely different approach to the others. They're going to hang on the inside. He's going to get round the outside, get better purchase, better speed, as Arto Ojaranta now has a warning flag. Kwiatkowski and Liet, they're together in second and third. Watch Fusco. Fusco's got a great chance here. Down the straight. He's got good acceleration. Down towards turn 5 is where he's going to have his best shot. Through 1 and 2. Then hold it together through 3. And that is Andreas Fauch once again trying to get past Ben Tornfist. Fusco going wide, but he manages to catch up to the guys in front pretty rapidly by doing so. He's playing the long game here, is Fusco, although he does look like he's changed his tactics a little bit. Robin Davies writing along. I can't wait to go there in a week's time. It is an amazing circuit. The Temple of Karting, they call this place. It is an absolutely fabulous venue. Worthy of a world championship, that is for sure. Now watch Fusco. He's going to try again here on Jean Liet in the 120. The Tony Kart chassis still trying to find a little way through on Matti Kukovski. But it's difficult in these conditions. Do you risk it and go for the move? Because there's only 36 places on the grid for the final, and there are 99 drivers trying to find those 36 places on the grid. So do you gamble and go for the move as they go into the final lap? Or do you consolidate and think, well, in these conditions, a top 5 finish is not bad at all? So Tom Lulet is out in front. Looks like Nikita Artemonov has got past Brandon Nilsson, as has Alessio Larandi. Luyet's going to try one last chance. This is a big dive on the inside, and he's got it! Oh, that was beautiful. That's threading the needle while sliding around. Absolutely amazing there from Jean Luyet. This is why he's got a Tony Kart. They've seen that he's got the skill. He's got the ability to do this. Here comes Fusco. He's going to make the lunge on Kukovski. Kukovski goes deep. And that's enough to keep Fusco at bay for the moment. But Fusco's got good acceleration off the turn. He might be able to snatch third here. He goes wide, hangs it out. We'll have to see if he gets the run on Kukovski. But this man has been superb. Tom Lulet on the Praga. He's going to drag it out of the final turn. And he gets the victory in the opening heat of the weekend. Great run from Tom Lulet on the Praga. Jean Liet is second. Kukovski does hang on for third in front of Giuseppe Fusco. What a drive in very tricky conditions. The rain's still coming down hard here at Lonato. And what a drive from Tom Lulet. He starts his weekend in victorious fashion. Luyet second, Kukovski third, and Giuseppe Fusco from the back of the field comes home in P4. Good fight back from Alessio Larandi as well, actually. He made the top 10 despite his spin. So an absolutely fantastic battle. So a great way to start the weekend. Tom Lulet takes the win from Jean Liet and Matti Kukovski, Giuseppe Fusco and Ben Tornfist, Andreas Falch and Valentino Fritsch, Leonardo Bisotto and Jesper Sjoberg. Alessio Larandi fights back to 10th. Nikita Artemonov ahead of Brandon Nilsson. Then it's Gabriel Bizzero and Giuseppe Palomba from Rodrigo Ferreira and Filippo Berto, Robin Gledham and Federico Masialino, Sebastian Bellocin and Antonio Garay from Andrea Ceresoli and Alexandra Aru. Otto Ojaranta and Alexander Schmitz really struggling down in 24th there. Then Jenis Civico in front of Luca Bosco, Nicola Rossini and Yannick Julius Bernhardt from Hannah Lang in 29th from Gilles Statzbader, Christian Gafuri, Roberto Cesari and Belen Garcia. So a fabulous fight through the field. It was actually Bosco who started at the back of the field. My apologies, not Giuseppe Fusco. Easy to get them confused. Both Italian and both very rapid indeed around this KZ2 circuit. So let's have a look back at some of the highlights from that opening encounter. So right from the start, it was always going to be a bit of a challenging one. Watch Palomba. He gets a lightning launch, but Matti Kukovski just has a little bit more grip. This is unfortunate for Palomba because he got an absolutely terrific start, but ended up dropping all the way back to 14th in the end of it. So a very difficult start to proceedings. But it's a really tough start for the drivers as they come through. There's Fusco running the gauntlet on the outside line on the curb, along with Alessio Larandi. For those who are trackside here at the circuit, we've obviously got the pictures on the live stream, watching back again. Now, who's that going? Drifting out wide and losing all those places. I think it might be. But on this opening lap, you can see that it's obviously a very tough run down to that first big braking point. That's the turn 5 hairpin. And you can see there are about 3 or 4 schools of thought as to where to place the car. But KZ2 drivers really do have to be on their A game. And this weekend, the International Super Cup, this is their Indy 500. It is an absolutely amazing weekend. No holds barred. Get it right in one weekend, and you are crowned the winner. Some fabulous former winners, of course, in the International KZ2 Super Cup. Joey Hansen, Jordan Lennox-Lamb, Dorian Boccolacci, Ryan Vanderberg, Thomas Laurent, Pedro Hiltbrand, Alessandro Irlando, Matteo Vigano, and Emilion Denner. The last 4 of those names, of course, are all in the KZ race later on today. And you really do have to be an absolutely exceptional talent to get up to this level of the sport. Gearbox karting is one of the most physically demanding disciplines of motorsport there is on the entire planet. So it's no surprise why a lot of single-seater and GT sports car stars keep returning to the world of karting. The karts are coming out on circuit again now for qualifying heat C versus F. There's the spin earlier on from the 167. But we're straight back into the action here. Arthur Carbonell and Lorenzo Giannoni. Harry Thompson up in third on the grid from Matteo Zanchi. Then Danilo Albanese and Sam Luyet. From Vyacheslav Putyartin and Filippo Caligaris. Jacob Talas and Daniel Stell. Alexander Dahlberg and Marco Valente. Casper Kalasma and Massimo Dante. Giacomo Polini and Natalia Balbo. Paavo Tonteni and Christian Habulin. David Levinsky and Luigi Di Lorenzo. David Trevelov and Rasmus Janssen. Thomas Mischik and Tommaso Beni. From Christopher Zani, Fabrizio Rosati, Lawrence Van Hopen, Francesco Costa, Karl Lukaszewski, Yanis Ntompas, Craig Tanich, Adrian Janicki, and Noam Abramczyk. So the competitors are on their rolling lap, trying to get themselves up to speed. Arthur Carbonell, the Frenchman for the CPB Sports Squad, obviously doing very well indeed in qualifying yesterday. So there was damp conditions all the way through, but it is going to be an absolutely fascinating battle. So the drivers making their way to the starting grid now, and they will form up. Obviously, it's rolling start. Power to weight ratio of these KZ2 karts means that the bolt off the grid is very fast indeed. Pole position is the number 108. That is Arthur Carbonell, the Frenchman. Best chance he'll possibly have of gunning for the International KZ2 Super Cup, the biggest prize in KZ2 racing in the world. Giannoni alongside him. Thompson in his first ever weekend in the FIA Karting paddock as a gearbox driver, third position. Zanchi, Albanese, Sam Luyet, Putyartin, Caligaris, Talas and Stell. Let's race again. A great start as the drivers launch away from the grid, and it's a cracking start for Carbonell. There's an incident down the straight, and that is the 138 that's gone right in front of my position. It's one of the Birolart chassis. It's the Luigi Di Lorenzo. He's gone off on the run to the first corner, and we got a spinner. That is one of the Sodis. That's the 124 that's gone. That's Marco Valenti. So Valenti has spun it. So two problems on the start. So the Di Lorenzo has gone. Oh, we've got another kart off on the run to the first corner as well. It's the SRP that's gone round. So we've got another driver in trouble. I think that is David Trevelov. If that is David Trevelov, that's one of the biggest names in this field. No, it's not. Sorry, it's his teammate. There he is. That is Karl Lukaszewski. So Karl Lukaszewski in trouble. So he's out of the race as well, but that is Trevelov's teammate. We've got another spinner down in the field there. At the back end of the field, it's the 127, I think, that's gone around. So as you can tell already, some big problems initially. But the drivers are still working their magic around the circuit. Carbonell leads the way. Giannoni in second. Zanchi is in third place. Then Albanese, Sam Luyet and Harry Thompson. Not a bad start from Harry Thompson, considering that he's been complaining most of the time that he's really struggling just to get off the line in these karts. That's one of the issues that befell Taylor Barnard in the build-up to this weekend as well, which is why I think they've not been able to get on top of it. He's not here this weekend. That's one of the Energy Course karts charging through. That is Alexander Dahlberg, the Swedish driver, very much picking up the mantle left by his compatriot, who last year, Emil Skaras, went on to be European champion, of course. So now they're battling away for position up at the front end of the field. There is Arthur Carbonell, still running well ahead of Lorenzo Giannoni, his teammate at the CPB Sports Sodi Kart squad. And they're running very nicely together at the front end of the field. Zanchi running a good race in third place for his own team. So Zanchi doing well there in third position. Fourth place for Danilo Albanese. Was very quick in yesterday's practice and on Thursday as well, Danilo Albanese. Definitely one to keep an eye on. So the driver's doing a fair run of things at the moment as they battle away for proceedings. An absolutely sensational battle for the drivers here. And a great little battle. Here's the move on the inside. That's Dahlberg getting the run on Thompson, but you can see how easy it is just to let the car drift out wide. He goes out wide, loses grip, but he's got good traction from the outside line. He builds up better speed because Thompson's hung it on the inside line. And we've got a spinner on the way out of the corner by the look of it. Yellow flags are out. We've got a cart off there at turn 5. Couldn't quite make it out. Thompson's still trying to hang on in front of Dahlberg as Giannone closes up on Artur Carbonell. Fascinating battle at the moment as the drivers continue on their way. Carbonell in front of Giannone, Zanchi, Albanese, Sam Luyet and Harry Thompson running well in P6. Only 2 British drivers in the gearbox field this weekend, and they're both in KZ2. Hannah Lang, who was out in the first race, and Harry Thompson, I should say, sorry. Is that Trevelov not coming through? Trevelov did go off on the first lap. I thought he was still going, but no, David Trevelov is out on the first lap of the race as well. Now that is the man who was 3rd in the European Championship this year. So both the SRP German drivers out of the race then on the first tour of the circuit. And that is very controversial indeed, especially considering that David Trevelov was the man who took the victory at Genk, his first in KZ2 in the FIA Karting Championship. So a fascinating battle. Carbonell and Giannone still up front. Then Zanchi, Albanese, Luyet, Thompson, Dahlberg. And then it looks like Giacomo Bellini in 8th place there, just in front of Filippo Caligaris. Tonteri's got through though on the inside. Here's the battle. Thompson just in behind Sam Luyet, who is the brother, of course, of Jean Luyet, who we saw out battling at the front earlier on. Both drivers able to run at the front of the field in KZ2. And both drivers from Switzerland now at Tony Kart. Rasmus Janssen gets a warning flag. Not sure what that's for. Oh, I think we've lost Jacob Tallis. Jacob Tallis has gone off. That is a disaster for the 186. So Jacob Tallis, the Czech driver, now out of the race as Danilo Albanese sets a new fastest lap. How on earth can you see where you're going? Goodness me. Big difficulties for the drivers at the moment as they squabble for position out on track. This is where you really feel for the marshals and the officials around the circuit. They're the real heroes in this one. The drivers doing a great job, of course, and the mechanics and teams putting everything together, but it's those men and women in orange around the circuit. They're the true heroes of this weekend. So Carbonell running well out in front. There's Giannone in 2nd place. Zanchi is 3rd. Albanese is 4th. Sam Luyet in 5th position. Thompson still hustling him as they try to come through. So there's Matteo Zanchi going very well in 3rd position. The Italians will obviously go very well here, not the least because gearbox racing very much is an Italian discipline, and it seems to be the country that takes a lot of the crowns in karting these days, of course, particularly at gearbox level, but also this Lonato circuit, they'll know it very well, and of course they'll know where the grip is and where it isn't. Thompson defending valiantly there from Alex Dahlberg. He's not going to lose a position he doesn't have to, is he? Really battling well. And Carbonell having a terrific squabble at the front of the field with his teammate Giannone. Dahlberg's going to commit up the inside here of Thompson, but he drifts out wide. That's enough for Thompson to get straight back on the inside. Every battle absolutely tinged with risk. Fabrizio Rosati gets the new fastest lap in the race. He's down in 17th place, although he has made up 9 places from the grid. So he is making up good progress in terms of where he started from. Paolo Tonteri gets very close to the back end of Giacomo Bellini there. Zanchi still 3rd, Albanese still 4th. Big gap back to Sam Luyet. But the 2 leaders are unchanged, Carbonell and Giannone. It looks as though Rosati has just been given a warning flag. That's unfortunate. So Fabrizio Rosati in dire straits. As up the inside, that's the move from Bellini, and round the outside comes Tonteri to try and take on Dahlberg. Lovely bit of driving from the Finn. And now he's going to make the move on the inside of Bellini, but it will be a shorter route round, but a slower route round. Bellini with grip on the outside line, still has plenty of speed in his purchase, so he comes through. Tonteri tries to get on the inside, but absolutely bolted to the inside line is Giacomo Bellini. He's not going to let Tonteri come through. Very scary times out there on the circuit for these drivers as they battle with the elements. So we have some retirements. Karl Lukaszewski, Luigi Di Lorenzo, David Trevelov, who actually went off on lap 2, and Jakob Talas, the Czech, who you saw go off a little earlier on lap 5. Well, it was his 4th lap, I should point out. So Thompson still running well there in P6. Top 6 all weekend should do him very well indeed heading to the final. Carbonell, Giannoni, Zanchi, Albanese, Luyet, Thompson. Luyet riding the inside curve. Thompson trying to get a good acceleration off the turn. Not easy. Albanese's got past Zanchi, by the way. So Albanese has got the move into 3rd position past Matteo Zanchi. So Zanchi is down in position. Absolutely fascinating battle at the moment. Is there going to be a big lunge? Well, there's the confirmation of 3rd. Albanese through past Zanchi. Sam Lier running a good race in 5th position in front of Thompson. Giacomo Polini in front of Paolo Tonteri, Alex Dahlberg and Filippo Caligaris rounding out the top 10. Then you've got Kalasma, Stel. Natalia Balbo's doing a good job again. She's up to 12th position now. She should have been one of the fastest drivers in the European Championship for my money this season, and she certainly proved a one-lap pace at Adria, but having a problem on the way to the final meant she couldn't start the race, and then they decided to sit out at Genk. But Balbo, for me, is one of the dark horses for this title. She's got a good chance here of getting to the podium for my money. Up on the inside curb. Thompson still trying to keep Paolo Tonteri and Giacomo Polini at bay. This is incredible considering that this is Harry Thompson's first FIA gearbox race. And he's doing a grand job in the top 6 at the moment, just hanging on to it. Down the straight. Up into the tight apexes of the chicane. There's a lot of standing water at that point on the circuit as well, so you've really got to mince words. As Tonteri dives up the inside of Thompson, that was inevitable, really. He's been itching to get past the Forza racing driver for a while now. Artur Carbonell and Lorenzo Giannoni running well in 1st and 2nd. They just pulled away from the rest of the field. Danilo Albanese lapping reasonable pace, but certainly not at the same rapid rate. Fascinating situation for the moment, though, for the drivers. They really are giving it as much gusto as they can muster. Fascinating duel. Brilliant battles. It just keeps on coming. But we are going to have some truly exceptional stuff from these guys as the race battles continue around the circuit. And we're on lap 10 for Carbonell and Giannoni. All they have to do is just keep tippy-toeing around these apexes. This is the thing at this level. You can't afford to push too hard. But look at them just ride the curb like a railway line. Whoops, that's gone badly wrong for Lawrence Van Hoopen. He's another driver who is in his first ever FIA Karting gearbox race, having made the switch from direct drive last time out at Wackersdorf. He was there. That is a very sorry sight. David Trevelov out of the race, and that has started his campaign for the International KZ2 Super Cup the worst possible way. So Lorenzo Giannoni still wrestling with the elements here behind Artur Carbonell. But Giannoni in 2nd place. Albanese in front of this man, Matteo Zanchi. There is Giannoni. 2nd place at the moment, trying to close up on his teammate. The driving style required for handling these machines in the wet could not be more different to how they are in the dry. In the dry, you've got to be quite focused, quite smooth, quite rhythmic, but you also have to be fairly aggressive on the apex, not hitting the curb in the slightest. In the wet, you're virtually flirting with those curbs as you come through these apexes. You've just got to ride the rail on the edge of the curb to get the car around the corner at all. Perfectly legal, of course, because 2 wheels are still on the tarmac. As up the inside, that's Tonteri, and he gets through on Sam Luyet. As Danilo Albanese stretches out his advantage over 4th place man Matteo Zanchi. Tonteri is now through into 5th position past Sam Luyet. And then it is Polini, Thompson, Dahlberg and Caligaris ahead of Kasper Kalasma and Natalia Balbo. So some good battles all the way through the field, but not everybody is finding this particularly straightforward. Obviously retirements for Jakob Talas, David Trevelov, Luigi Di Lorenzo and Karl Lukashevsky. Is that another incident being cleared up, or is that an original movement of a kart? I think that is another incident. We've got a yellow flag down at the far end of the circuit, up to where these guys are approaching, so there's not going to be any overtaking moves here. Are we about to see a kart there or thereabouts? Daniel Stell has lost the position. It's the 156 that's gone. That is Kasper Kalasma. So Kalasma, who was in 11th place, now off the circuit as well as we go into the final lap. Carbonell in front of Giannone. Not a bad start at all for the Frenchman. In the dry, he is savage with his overtakes, knows how to make it work. But in the wet, he is just so sublime at dancing with the elements here. They come down into the braking zone for the hairpin. And he's looking A-OK. No problem at all for him as far as he's concerned. Just keeping it neat and tidy. That's what you have to do in these karts, in these conditions. Obviously, there can be some big moments, but you've got to be very, very careful and calm. You can't afford to let things get the better of you. But it is an absolutely sensational situation the drivers are finding themselves in. A very tough run. But it's all come to a good start for Sodikart and CPB Sport. The two drivers there having a really good race of it. Arthur Carbonell in front of Lorenzo Giannone. And they will come through 1 and 2 over the line. Good job from Carbonell. And a good run from Giannone. Third position for Danilo Albanese. Welcome back, Danilo. And Matteo Zanchi in fourth place ahead of Paavo Totteri. Polini got lured on the last lap, as did Alex Dahlberg on Harry Thompson, who recovers for 9th. And then it is Filippo Caligaris in front of Natalia Balbo. Oh, a very close run to the line, actually. And Caligaris just hanging on in front of Balbo and Dante. Natalia Balbo was actually the fastest driver of the entire race in the middle sector on the last lap. And missed out on 10th place by 0.059. Very close indeed there. Arthur Carbonell takes the win then from Lorenzo Giannone and Danilo Albanese. Matteo Zanchi fourth, ahead of Paavo Totteri, Giacomo Polini, Sam Luyet, Alex Dahlberg, Harry Thompson and Filippo Caligaris. Natalia Balbo and Massimo Dante very close to him at the finish. Fabrizio Rosati is 13th from Daniel Stell. Then Christian Habulin and David Levinsky from Rasmus Janssen and Christopher Zani. Slavik Vitiatin and Tommaso Beni from Thomas Mischik and Lawrence Van Hopen. Adrian Janicki and Marco Valenti. Then Noam Abramczyk and Craig Tanich from Francesco Costa. Yannis Atompas, Kasper Kalasma out of the race, as is Jacob Tallis, David Trevelov, and then on the first lap we also lost Luigi Di Lorenzo and Karl Lukaszewski.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Of saturation and water on the circuit. The third and final heat of this rotation for the KZ2 drivers, qualifying heat A versus E, will see the recently crowned European champion Victor Gustafsson renew his bid to make a clean sweep of the 2020 titles from pole position for the Leclerc by Lennox racing team. Alongside him, Alessio Piccini on the front row. Then it will be Alessandro Buran and Simone Cunati, two of the Birolart chassis, in the second row of the grid. From Gerard Cebrian, the Spanish driver, alongside the Dutchman Joey van Splinteren, who really does go very well indeed in these conditions. Hubert Petit and Yannick Himmels will be on the fourth row. And then Italy's Leonardo Marsiglia and Francesco Comenducci will complete the top 10. A few karts to recover from the circuit after that second heat. And for the moment, I can tell you, the weather report tells us that after all the rain we have had so far this morning, it has abated for the moment. So that is good news. Obviously, there is a lot of standing water on the circuit, and the drivers will have to be very careful about how much control and how much grip they're going to have out on the circuit. But that means that hopefully conditions will get better as the day progresses. But the big talking points from the first two races then of the day in KZ2 in particular is that the man third in the European Championship, David Trevelov, out of the race in the first heat of his weekend, and that is very bad news indeed from his point of view. He genuinely thought that 2020 was going to be his year to really step out of the shadows and go for it as far as his chances were concerned, and he was very confident coming into the weekend here. But one man who can be very confident now, of course, is Victor Gustafsson. He's seen a lot of his big rivals really struggle. Trevelov out of the race in the first heat. A big difficulty for Giuseppe Palomba as he fell down the order. Paavo Tonteri fighting his way forward, but not managing to get a heat win. And Victor Gustafsson is ahead of his main rival for the European Championship this year, Simone Cunati, in this grid. But it's going to be hard for Cunati to find an advantage on him to take the victory away. So it's going to be very exciting and interesting to see how close these two drivers are at the front end of the field. And there are a lot of competitors in this field who are going to be very close quarters behind them. Just outside the top 10, you've got the likes of Daniel Vasil, the Romanian, who's been very strong in this 2020 season. He had flashes of pace last year, but this 2020 campaign is where he's really been able to tap into that potential. There's a lot of drivers outside the top 10, though, who are down the order from where they were hoping to be. Davide De Marco, in particular, the Kart Republic driver, 14th on the grid for this one, and he'll be on the 7th row for every single heat, and that's going to be frustrating for him when he knows he's got the potential to be a lot quicker than that. Michele Fontana did a good job in yesterday's qualifying session. He finds himself in 15th on the grid for this one. The CKR driver, not the biggest budget in that particular awning, but they're doing a fine job with what equipment they've got to work with, and he finds himself on the 8th row of the grid for this one on the inside line alongside Thomas Imburg. Jean Nomblo will have been disappointed with qualifying yesterday. 17th on the grid for this heat and 9th row for every heat he starts. Senna van Waalstein is another big name, the Dutchman for the CPB Sports Squad, who almost had a crack at the European crown this year, ended up having difficulties at Genk in the final, and that really hampered his chances of a top 3 finish in the European crown. And he is down in 19th on the grid for this one, and the former champ, Andrea Dalle, is down in 22nd on the grid. So this will be a fascinating race. Victor Gustafsson and Alessio Piccini from Alessandro Buran and Simone Cunati. Gerard Sebrian and Joey Van Spunteren. Hubert Petit and Yannick Himmels from Leonardo Marsiglia and Francesco Comanducci. Daniel Vasil and Kasper Nadolski. Marco Torman and Davide De Marco. Michele Fontana and Thomas Imburg from Jean Nomblo and Alessio Baldi. Senna van Waalstein and Jan Pokos, Moritz Ebner and Andrea Dalle, Kasper Schachurek and Marcus Funda, Enrico Bernardotto and Manuel Casalio, Lev Lomko and Lucas Jonsson, Damian Valar and Lucas Vladic from Alessio Lamartina, Gaetan Revol and Mihai Munchen. So 33 more drivers take to the circuit. 99 drivers trying to get themselves into the 36 positions on the grid for the final tomorrow. And of course it's a race that every KZ2 driver in the world wants to win. They don't have a world championship as such for KZ2 drivers, but the nearest thing they have to that is this event, the International KZ2 Super Cup. And it is a very good battle. So this is going to be a really exciting run. So as the drivers are obviously competing for the top spot, they're going to have a really tricky race. Now, they're allowed, obviously, to cut the course on the far side of the circuit to come up to the grid. They miss the 2 hairpins on the far side of the course. As you can see, they cut through, and then they join the starting grid out of the far end. So this is going to be tough for Victor Gustafsson. He has no illusions of the fact that this is going to be easy. He may have won the European Championship with a very fast-paced machine, but in the wet and at Lonato, it's a very different challenge. He's got to try and prove that he's not only the fastest in the dry, but that he's the fastest in the wet, and that's going to be tough. He knows it. Gustafsson on the pole. Alongside him, it is Alessio Piccini for Tony Kart. Then it is Buran, Cunati, Chabrian, Van Spunteren, Petit, Himmels, Marsiglia and Comanducci. We're going to wait for the start, and we will get underway now. Great start for Cunati. What a launch! Gustafsson gets a horror start. And up to second, in behind Pacini comes Cunati. What's happening to Gustafsson? He's down into about 8th place. Not a great start at all for the European champion. That really does shake things up already this weekend. And we've got a spin up at turn 1. Somebody's gone off at the first corner. We'll try and figure out who that is very shortly indeed. It's one of the CPB drivers, I think. The safety car has got going again. It's the 135 who spun. Now that is driver in the middle of the field. It's Damien Vallard. So Damien Vallard, the Frenchman, having a problem as the field knits its way through. But out in front, it is still Pacini in front of Cunati. Oh, and a spin in the middle of the pack. That's one of the Birillards that's gone. Now that looks to me like the 192, I think, that's gone around. So a big problem there in the middle of the field. That's Alessandro Buran, who was third. So Alessandro Buran in big trouble. Manages to get going again, but the karts are now 3 or 4 wide in the hairpins as they're still jockeying for position. So it's Pacini who leads the way from Cunati, Sabrian, Van Spunteren. Gustafsson is 5th somehow. He's managed to fight his way forward. There's Van Spunteren. And manages to keep the kart together as they come through. But on the far side, it is Pacini who leads the way. Cunati in 2nd place. Sabrian is trying his best to fend off from Van Spunteren and Gustafsson. So there's Sabrian, the Spanish driver. Van Spunteren there in the 144, the energy course machine of Joey Van Spunteren, the Dutchman, who's beautiful in the wet conditions. Really does have something extra special. He's going to try and make his bid for 3rd place. Job done. Goodness me. Nice move from Joey Van Spunteren, not waiting around. Oh, there's a problem further back. We've got 2 karts in trouble down at the back of the field. That's the 192 again. That's Alessandro Buran for the 2nd time in as many laps. So big problems for Alessandro Buran. He started this race from 3rd and now he's way down at the back. Oh, and that's another spin up. So that, unfortunately, is a big issue for the 191. That's Francesco Comanducci. So Comanducci in the Drago course has gone around. And it looks like a couple more drivers might be in dire straits as well. But out in front, Pacini still controls the pace. Cunati in 2nd. Van Spunteren 3rd from Sebrian, who's now falling into the clutches of the European champion. Here comes Gustafsson up the inside. Lovely. What a comeback from the Swede. But Sebrian's going to have a good chance on the undercut. Gustafsson with the inside line for the next turn. Rides the curbs. Nicely handled. And he keeps that 4th place he's just taken. Hubert Petit is up next in the 109. The safety car going to dive up the inside of Sebrian. Oh, and there's an issue earlier on, further back, sorry. 2 karts together. That is Lucas Vladic, and he's come together with the 135. That's Damien Vallard again. So both Vallard and Buran having problems twice in as many laps. Oh, and that's another one in there. That is the 203. That's Mihai Munchen. So Mihai Munchen, the Romanian, that's him out of the race, unfortunately, as well. So, big dramas in KZ2 as still competitors are dicing with the elements as they run wheel to wheel, side by side in the wet conditions here at Lonato. Pacini, Cunati and Van Spunteren. Joey Van Spunteren is the fastest man on track at the moment. Joey Van Spunteren running well. Cousin Max, of course, is a Porsche Super Cup racer, but I think he's not going to find anywhere near as difficult a race as Joey is currently having. Manuel Casalio in 8th position now, having made the move on Yannick Himmels. So Casalio moving forward. Davide De Marco's not made the progress he wanted, nor has Jean Nomblo. They've both made up places, but they're still outside the top 10. So a real struggle for them. But Simone Cunati, this is as good as he could ask for, really. 2nd position with his main rival in the European Championship earlier this year, Victor Gustafsson, down in 4th. So it's a good start for him. And his fight in the Modena ASD satellite squad aboard his Birillar, running in 2nd place as he chases after Pacini. Watch Van Spunteren, he's got plenty of grip on the outside line. And he may have a chance here to come for Simone Cunati. He's got good grip, good pace. There's a massive speed difference down the straight. But Cunati's going to hold the inside line, but watch Van Spunteren, he will get the undercut. He realised there that he had the pace on Cunati, but he was going to nudge the back of the car. So he had to bail out of the throttle. So Van Spunteren's got to be quite cautious about how he makes the move. Has he got a chance this time? Not when Cunati's bolted to the inside line. He has... Oh! That's a wheel come off! That is Alessio Lamartina. Well, the wheel is going for a race of its own here. well, it's not going to go much further forward. But Alessio Lamartina out of the race. Disaster for the Italian. And that is game over from him. So we've lost Valar, Vladic, Munchian, and now we've lost Lamartina. And I think that is one of the more bizarre moments I've seen. And that's Canati running very wide indeed. Van Spunteren trying to come through on the inside. Careful, boys. Goodness me, that got close. So now Joey Van Spunteren having again to read the situation in front of Simone Canati. Your race leader is still Alessio Piccini. The Tony Kart driver running well. And I have to say, conspicuous by his absence at the front end of the field in 2020. He was bitterly frustrated, but they've got it back together here at Lonato. He's got the pace once more. Watch for Van Spunteren. He's going to try and come around the outside of Canati, then tuck in for the inside on the switchback. Up towards the hairpin. Has he got good grip? Yes, he does. And on the inside, Van Spunteren's going to make the move. Lovely driving from the Dutchman. And the energy course moves up in a second place. That is the highest that the team has run in a KZ2 race in the FIA since Emil Scadas last year. Awesome job from Joey Van Spunteren. He has revived the team's fortunes. Team boss Mick Panigada is going to be absolutely elated with this. Joey Van Spunteren showing his colours and flying around this circuit in good speed. Now, in comes Simone Canati trying to come through. Gustafsson, Petit, and Van Waalstein. Welcome back to the party, Senna Van Waalstein. Carrying, of course, the famous colours of the man he was named after, Ayrton Senna da Silva. And Senna Van Waalstein running very well in P6 as he tries to get on the inside of his teammate. There's not a lot of room. And I wouldn't want to be the man who has to cope with that bust up in the CPB Sport awning later if it comes to that. So Senna has to bail out of the move. Can Senna Van Waalstein make his move into 5th position? Tries to get the run on Hubert Petit. But this is not going to be so easy. Great challenge as they come into the final hairpin once again. Just got to ride this curb around the corner like a tram line. Back into the first corner. Alessio Piccini leading. Joey Van Spunteren's not done yet. He wants to go for the lead as Victor Gustafsson now in big trouble from Petit and Van Waalstein. So the leader under some threat and the European champion under some threat. Van Spunteren sets a lap 3/10 quicker. As again, Petit has to move to cover Van Waalstein. Ooh, careful, guys. Not too much nudging and shoving needed there. So the battle continues in fine style here at Lonato. Senna Van Waalstein hustling in behind Hubert Petit. And down the back straight once again, up to the chicane. Left-hander, Van Waalstein's coming from a long way back. If he's got good grip, he'll have a chance, but then so too will Gustafsson as Van Spunteren closes up on Piccini. Gustafsson holding the line for the moment on Petit and Van Waalstein. This is again the problem in Gearbox. You're in these races, but obviously you need a good result in the heats. You can't just go for the banzai move and hope it sticks. You need to consolidate a decent finishing position because there's only 36 places on the grid for the final and 99 drivers here this weekend trying to get their way into the final. So it's always going to be very difficult. Here comes Van Waalstein. He's got a good run. That's lovely. Finally, the Dutchman gets past his French teammate. But he's not going to get decent grip off the turn. He's lost a lot of ground to Gustafsson, trying to get his way through into 5th place. So now it's up to Senna Van Waalstein to start making his way around the course. Faster than his teammate, pulling away and trying to close up again on Gustafsson. But Joey Van Spunteren has caught right up to Alessio Piccini, the Tony Kart driver in the lead. Second, the energy course Dutchman, Van Spunteren. And third, Simone Canati in his Modena ASD run Birolart. They come out of the final turn. Absolutely fantastic. Alessio Piccini leads the race. Second place for Joey Van Spunteren. Van Spunteren's really got him on the ropes here. He's got great grip in this first sector. This is where the Dutchman's particularly strong. Piccini just being cautious at the moment, but Van Spunteren needs to be too. Second place is an amazing position to finish in these heats, in this field of 99 drivers. A second place finish is not to be sneered at. You've got to do the hard work in the heats to get through to the finals. And in weather conditions like these, You need to keep it as lit as possible and keep the grip high. The rain has actually ceased for the moment. But as you can see, there's still a lot of standing water, and with air temperature not above 18 degrees Celsius today, it's not going to get dry anytime soon. I'm not entirely sure that a single racing slick is going to be needed today. You can just see how much standing water there is on the grass even. That shows you how much rain has fallen over the last 24 hours. So Van Spunteren chasing after Alessio Piccini. 3 laps to go in this heat. Still good battles all the way down, but only 4 retirements. Alessio Lamartina, who lost the wheel at turn 2. Mihai München, Lucas Vladic and Damien Vallar, who all went off together at the end of the second lap. There's Cunati, 3rd place, still trying to keep pace with the 2 leaders. Gustafsson's got away from Van Waalstein now, and he's trying to chase back after the leading 3. So through they come again. Off the turn once again, Van Spunteren charging after Alessio Piccini. Can Piccini hold on to this and get his first FIA win of 2020? It would definitely be a nice way to start his International Super Cup weekend. And the battle really raging at the front end of this field. So Cunati still trying to make his way further forward. But it is going to be a tough battle. And of course, Tony Kart haven't won the International Super Cup since Matteo Vigardo took the title in 2018 at Genk in Belgium. Here's Van Spunteren though, plenty of speed on the outside line. He's got good purchase off the turn. He's gone very deep there. He's going to lose out initially to Cunati, but now he gets back on the power. And now he's putting Piccini under real pressure with a lap and a half to go. Van Spunteren's got a really good chance of the win here. He knows that he can use that outside line, and Piccini's playing it cautious. So Van Spunteren can afford to catch him napping. Here he comes. He's got good pace and good speed. Piccini will defend to the inside line. Van Spunteren's going to keep it to the outside line, but he might get the chance of the inside in the chicane if Piccini hesitates. Van Spunteren has a look. Can't quite find the inside gap. Piccini's defending beautifully. So Alessio Piccini still running well. Van Spunteren rides the curbs, but he can come from a far way back. It doesn't matter that he's lost a couple of kart lengths on Piccini. He can come from a long way back here. This is not done yet by any means. Last lap. Watch how quickly Van Spunteren catches up to Piccini. Here he comes. Dives his way through on the inside of the curb. And he's got right back into him. So Van Spunteren's still there. He can pop up on the inside line at any one of these big stops and make his move on Piccini. Piccini's going to hold the inside line of the hairpin here. But Van Spunteren is right there. All he needs to do is catch the Italian off guard. Cunati still third. Gustafsson still fourth. Van Spunteren committed to the outside to get a fast sweep. This is it, surely. Piccini cuts him off. Good run from Van Spunteren. He bails out of it just in the nick of time, but he's got a chance. Piccini chops across, and it's just enough to hold Van Spunteren at bay for a little while longer. And I'm not sure the Dutchman's going to get another chance. But a great race between these two up front. And Alessio Piccini's going to get the victory here in front of Van Spunteren. Brilliant racing. That's what KZ2 is all about. Alessio Piccini takes the flag. Van Spunteren second. Cunati and Gustafsson, European Championship rivals, third and fourth. Awesome at Lonato. I'm going to be saying that a lot this weekend, because it always is here. Excellent. Absolutely terrific stuff here at Lonato as the drivers have put in a sensational opening heat in the KZ2 category. If you want to be a real racing driver, you need to master KZ2. It is a tough discipline. And I've said it before and I've said it again. If you can win in gearbox karting, you can win in everything. Alessio Piccini wins from Joey Van Spunteren and Simone Cunati. Victor Gustafsson and Senna Van Waalstein. Hubert Petit and Leonardo Marcellia. Gerard Sabrian and Manuel Casalio from Davide De Marco. Jean Nomblo and Yannick Himmels. Then it's Marco Torman and Thomas Imburg. Then it is Jan Pokos and Kasper Nadolski from Alessio Baldi and Lev Lomko. Enrico Bernardotto and Michele Fontana. Marcus Funder in front of Andrea Dale. Then Daniel Vazil and Moritz Ebner from Lucas Jonsson and Kasper Cecerik. Gaetan Revol, Alessandro Buran and Francesco Comanducci. The retirements from that race are Alessio Lamartina, Mihai Munchean, and Lucas Vladic, as well as Damian Valar. The latter three all going off together, almost synchronized. Fabulous battle so far here at Lonato. And that's the KZ2 drivers done for the moment. They will be back, obviously, a little later on in the day, as each of the KZ2 drivers here this weekend have 5 races each to try and get themselves into the final tomorrow. And that race, of course, is the International KZ2 Super Cup, the biggest race in the world if you are a KZ2 driver. Their next race is coming up at 12 o'clock local time. For now, though, our attention turns to one of the most open competitions in the sport. I like to call this the mini Olympics of karting. This is the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, which has garnered 10 incredible title winners over the last few years. Nicholas Tihonen, Junis Lapalainen, Maxim Potti, Richard Verschoor, Marta Garcia, Callum Bradshaw, Javier Hansheim, Mari Boyer, Kaio Sixnelis, and back in 2011, some chap called Charles Leclerc became the second ever winner of this FIA Karting Academy Trophy. It really does tame some amazing talents in the world of motorsport. And you've got to remember that there are some famous names that have competed in the category of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy who didn't win the title, such as world-class racers like Mikael Ashkener, Jahan Darawala, who races, of course, in the Grand Prix paddock. And you've got the likes of Formula One talent to have come through as well. Esteban Ocon, George Russell. They both represented their country in the Academy Trophy back in the day. And then in recent years, some of the best karting racers in the world have come through that particular discipline. Stan Pex, Paolo Bezencenis, Tom Bale, Ross Hayes, and Marian Kramers, the reigning world champion, represented the Netherlands back in 2011. Juho Valtonen and Ben Barnicoat have both been great racers. And of course, in the very first year of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, the man who was the vice champion and French representative, our dearly departed and much missed friend, the late, great Antoine Hubert. Amazing talent comes through the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. You only get selected if you are the best of the best of the best of your nation. And it really is an incredible honour. Just getting here is a victory in and of itself. When you are chosen amongst all of the racers in your country to fly your nation's flag in the FIA Karting paddock in the Academy Trophy, it really is an incredible honour. You can see the clean-up job from the KZ2 race as all of the karts are obviously being cleared away. And this is the top discipline for racers of the karting persuasion, and it's easy to forget that 19 of the current 20 Formula One drivers on the starting grid came through the FIA karting world. There's only one driver on the current grid who did not manage to do so, and I'm going to let you guys guess who it was. Because that's a great little guessing game. Which of the current Grand Prix drivers didn't come through the FIA karting paddock, because all the others did. And I believe 9 of them have won FIA karting titles over the years, which is quite an incredible achievement in and of itself. Lewis Hamilton was the Formula A European champion back in 2000. And then there have been junior champions in the Intercontinental A days. Sebastian Vettel got the job done in 2001. In the KF3 era, you had Alex Albon win in 2010. George Russell did it in 2011 and 2012. In KF Junior, it was Lando Norris in 2013. All Formula One talents now, of course. Ex-Formula One drivers, of course, have come through. Will Stevens got a KF2 European title back in 2007. Max Verstappen is the current driver. He got several titles in 2013. He won the European title in KF2, as well as the World Championship in Gearbox. So it's an incredible paddock, this, with some absolutely sublime talents. Even some of the greatest racers of all time can say they've come through the FIA karting paddock over the years. And it's an amazing spectacle and a great challenge for any driver to come through and take on the very best of the best. But certainly in the Academy Trophy, a lot of young talent has come through, and the form book so far has been made by the guy on pole position this season. Conor Zilic of the United States is in pole position for this heat. Alongside him will be Oscar Wirtz of Austria. Then it is Keanu Alajari of the United Arab Emirates and Alex Gubenko of Russia. Matteo De Palo of Italy alongside Darius Babiawana of Romania. Shudazono of Japan, and Denmark's Jonathan Waywat from Bart Piketowski of Poland and Israel's Ariel Elkin. Adam Kowalski of the Czech Republic, Mexico's Donovan Bonilla, Mati Koenig of Slovenia, and Freya Norman of Denmark. And then it is Zachary David of the Philippines alongside Greece's young gun, Georgios Kafantaris. So the competitors making their way on these formation laps. A very tricky situation for the youngsters in this field, of course. Connor Zilic, the American, has scored 89 of the possible 90 points that you can score over the course of a campaign. And as you may well have guessed, all he has to do essentially is keep it clean this weekend, and he cannot be caught in the title race. Of course, he has chosen to race because he's very proud of representing the United States on the world stage. The only way he can lose the title now is if he races and has an exclusion. But that's not Connor Zilic's way. He's a very clean racer, all the way from North Carolina in the United States of America. Very much NASCAR country, but he has his sights on bigger fish to fry from his point of view on the international global stage. And Connor Zilic is really proving himself to be a superstar. Alongside him on the grid, Oscar Wirtz. They really do bring out some amazing racing drivers in the Wirtz family. Charlie Wirtz represented Austria last year, and now Oscar Wirtz is doing so on this season. And from the front row of the starting grid too, Alex Kubenko of Russia, the 514. Serial overtaker. He won't have to make many moves from third on the grid. And then Kiano Alajari, the young Emirati, all the way from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. So they come out of the final turn, and we're going to get a clean start straight away. Looks like we have done so. So Connor Zilic gets off the line and into the first corner. The rolling start on the outside line, much better than that on the inside. So the field works its way through. And out in front, the United States of America's young man, Connor Zilic, continues to hold the pace as the drivers starting to make their moves into the first hairpin. They were really struggling in the warm-up this morning. Racing is very different to warm-up sessions, but at least the circuit is not as wet now as it was in the earlier warm-up session. Seems very difficult to believe, but there were massive bow waves coming off the karts earlier on. Oh, and there's a spin on the straight. That is Oscar Wirtz. Oscar Wirtz has spun it on the straight. From the front row of the grid, Oscar Wirtz spins it, and that is absolutely devastating. What a shame for Oscar Wirtz. He just got the wet patch on the outside of the run to the back straight. And look at the difference in the driving style from the drivers in the Academy Trophy. There is Oscar Wirtz, very unhappy. But just watch the difference in driving style compared to the gearbox racers. The drivers in the OK Junior-based Karting Academy Trophy, they run out very wide. They don't hug the curbs on the inside line anywhere like they would in the gearbox category. The wide line is the faster line, the wet line of karting, of course. A very different discipline of motorsport, this. Direct drive, it's basically put your foot on the throttle and go, but there's a lot more to it than that in terms of racecraft. Now, this is where a driver like Shudazono of Japan can really benefit because he has good wet weather experience coming out of the Japanese karting scene. And I have to say, Shudazono is really starting to become a Japanese talent on the world stage that we need to keep an eye on. He's definitely got a big following back home. That's a nice move up the inside there from, is that Waywat on Babiawana? I think it might have been. So here is the battle for the lead. It's Kiano Alajari in second place we're watching. Then Matteo De Palo, the Italian, who knows this circuit very well. Fourth place is the Japanese driver, Shudazono. And he's one to keep an eye on. Alex Kubenko, the Russian, in fifth position. And then it is the Israeli Ariel Elkin, who is running very well there in P6, ahead of Bart Piketowski and Jonathan Waywat. Darius Babiawana's ninth now, in front of Mati Koenig and Adam Kowalski. Zach David, Georgios Kafantaris, Freya Norman, and Donovan Bonilla. On the inside line, that's Shudazono. He gets the move there. Oh, sorry, no, that's Kubenko, I apologize. On Dazono. So the Russian gets through into P4. Nice overtake. I've never met anybody who is a bigger critic of their own weekends and race performances than Alex Kubenko. He's so hard on himself, the young Russian, but with that punishing attitude that he gives himself comes a raw and relentless amount of speed. He can be very flawless when he needs to be. Here is the Emirati in second place, Kiano Alajari, one of the youngest men in the field. but certainly one of the more talented. He's been right towards the front all season as Matteo De Palo gets his move on Al-Ajari, drops the kart deep into the apex, carries the kart through the outside line, and it's nicely done. But Conor Zilic, the young man from USA, is out in front. The man who leads the point standings continues his relentless performance in the lead. So Conor Zilic really proving to be quite the superstar, the young American. Here comes Gubenko on the inside line. Lovely job, gets the move there on Keanu Al-Ajari, and up into third place goes the Russian. So now it's Conor Zilic in front of Matteo De Palo, Gubenko, Al-Ajari, and De Zono. So now De Zono has watched as Al-Ajari has lost second and lost third, and now he wants to make sure he loses fourth. So the Japanese driver coming through. Has he got enough grip in the kart to dive in on the inside line? It's going to be tight. He's going to wait for his moment. Again, even though every driver is going to get through to the final, as there goes Gubenko making his move on De Palo. I was just saying, as every driver in the Academy Trophy this weekend is going to get through to the final, because there are 32 competitors this weekend and 36 places on the grid in the final, so they will all make their way through. You still want to do a decent job in the heats, because that will give you a better grid position for the final. A rather gentle, a rather gentle love tap there, I was going to say, for Shudazono on the back of Keanu Al-Ajari. It ended up being a tiny bit more heavy than he was intending, and Al-Ajari drifts wide, and that's De Zono going through. Into fourth place goes the Japanese. Wanted to pay a little tribute to the drivers that had been selected this year. It's not been the easiest year of world motorsport, and certainly for a driver to be selected for the Academy Trophy in the middle of all of this to represent their nation. There were a lot of competitors who did not get the chance ultimately to race in their home colours and obviously race in the Academy Trophy. The likes of Akshay Bora, Kanaka Guzazi. We've obviously got a few other drivers like Felipe Bernasconi. And then there's others in the field who were not able to, like Thiago Samaniego. We've missed a few of the drivers from the fray, of course, as well. Josh LaRue of South Africa, Louis Sharp of New Zealand, Carlos Franco, the Brazilian, Kyo Lee of Korea, Geronimo Barrio of Colombia, Shunchen Ki of China, Nandavud Barambakti of Thailand, Caleb Sumich of Australia, Leo Lagsanawami of Mozambique, Santosh Kumar of Bahrain, and Huang Nam Pham of Vietnam, who sadly were not able to represent their countries this year due to the travel restrictions placed upon them. Well, we wish them all the very best, and we hope that their current racing campaigns back home are all going very furtively well. Conor Zilic leads the way here at Lonato with 4 to go, as the drivers are tiptoeing their way through the wet patches on the circuit. Alex Gubenko in second, Matteo De Palo in third. From Shudazono, Keanu Al-Ajari, Ariel Elkin, Bart Piekatovsky, and Jonathan Waywat. Not an easy race weekend, this is for sure, and with conditions like this is the toughest challenge the Academy drivers are having to face. Back in Adria in August, it was baking hot sunshine, and drivers were struggling to keep cool in the karts. At Genk, it was a little cooler, but it did have some rain to cope with through the weekend. But it's the wet conditions here that are the biggest test that drivers have had to face so far. Out in front, though, as he has been all season, the American Conor Zilic. Look at him go. He's just been amazing in the dry, reasonable in the medium conditions, but here in the wet, he is just as strong. And I have to say, you never really get to see too many American drivers in karting be such strong all-rounders, but Conor Zilic really has been an exceptional talent, and what a find it has been for him this season. He's really come through with flying colours, and he's done an absolutely amazing job in 2020. He has made this season his own, and from his point of view, he wants to see if he can get the job done and take 3 wins in a final in one season. It rarely happens in the Academy Trophy, but Conor Zilic might just be able to do so. Here's Gubenko. A great run from the Russian in second place. Ooh, just a slight error there as he drifts the kart out wide. He's got to be careful how many times he does that, obviously. But Conor Zilic going well in the lead. Gubenko second, and now having pulled away from Matteo De Palo. Then De Zono, Al-Ajari, Elkin, Piekatovsky, and Waywat. Still a lot of standing water around the circuit, but they're definitely starting to get a little bit a little bit tricky in terms of grip. So this is going to be an absolutely sensational battle as the weekend continues. Conor Silic riding the white line on the outside line. But that is the wet line in karting. That is where you can find the most grip. So Conor Silic is doing his best. The problem is you run the right round the outside of the circuit because there's no rubber on that part of the course, and rubber and water do not mix when it's the rubber on the surface of the tarmac. Into the final lap goes Conor Silic, and he drags the car around the outside line because you don't want to be on the inside line. That's where you'll lose grip. So Conor Silic doing himself an absolutely fantastic run. And so Conor Silic continues in his position up at the front end of the field from Gubenko, De Palo and De Zono. Alajari in 5th, Elkin is 6th from Piekatowski, Waywat, David, Babiawana, Kowalski, Koenig, Kavantaris, Norman and Bonilla. The one retirement from the race rather sadly on the opening lap, Oscar Wirtz from the front row of the grid. Such a great chance to do well, and it's snatched away from him after a momentary lapse of the car going onto the wet patch. But here is Conor Silic, flawless in his opening heat of the weekend. He was second fastest in qualifying. He's certainly the fastest in his opening heat today. And as they come out of the final turn, it is Conor Silic who continues his run in 2020. The word unbeatable is starting to rear its head here at Lonato for this young man, carrying the Team Felon sticker on the helmet. That is a story that goes back quite a long way, and I don't have enough time to tell it. But Conor Silic really enjoying a bit of old school driving there, and a fabulous performance. Gubenko in a brilliant second place. Matteo De Palo, I think that's his second best result of the season, in third place. A great run and a great job, but some absolutely superb driving and some good racecraft from the competitors in the Academy Trophy. Conor Silic takes the win from Alexander Gubenko and Matteo De Palo. Then Shudazono and Ariel Elkin from Bart Piekatowski and Keanu Alajari. Jonathan Waywat and Zachary David from Darius Babiawana and Adam Kowalski. Matti Koenig is in 12th place from Georgios Kafantaris and Freya Norman. She finished ahead of Donovan Bonilla. The one retirement from the race, Oscar Wirtz of Austria, unable to complete the first lap of the race. Fascinating battles in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy so far. So we're in qualifying heat B versus C, of course. And the drivers are getting themselves ready for the next heat out on circuit. And that is qualifying heat A versus D. And it is going to put the fastest man from qualifying yesterday on pole position. The very talented and highly rated Belgian, Tom Breiken, will lead off from the front of the grid in a little over 2 minutes' time. He is going to be there as he takes his position from the front of the grid. Maceo Capieto, the man second in the point standings, will be second on the grid, along with Germany's Gianni Andrezani and Britain's Theo Makuris, who's been incredible this weekend, considering he only had 31 laps of this entire circuit completed before he went to qualifying, which is an exceptional display of character from Theo Makuris, lining up in 4th place on the grid for this one, the British driver. Ivan Dominguez, the Portuguese, doing very well in qualifying yesterday as well. He lines up alongside the Luxembourger Maxime Furon-Castellan, who has never been far away from the top end of the grid. Then Rafael Modenese, the Peruvian driver, who's really had a resurgent second half of the season, it has to be said. In Adria, he was relatively quick in the final. Before then, he'd really struggled to find the pace. But ever since that final, he's been incredibly quick. And of course, he became the first man ever from Peru to take a victory in an FIA karting event last time out at Genk in the heats leading up to the final. So Rafael Modenese, a real history maker, alongside another man who can count a few records in his arsenal this year, Alex Powell, the Jamaican driver, doing a fantastic job over the course of this season. In his OK Junior campaign earlier in the year, he became the first Jamaican to take a pole position at an FIA karting event, and he represents his country here in the Academy Trophy. Frederick Lunt of Costa Rica will line up 9th on the grid alongside the Finn Alexei Yeleva. And then it is Kalian Vabitsaliev, the Bulgarian, who lines up 11th on the grid alongside Sweden's Albin Sturesen. From Lithuania, the country that gave us Kaius Sixnelis last year, the winner of the Academy Trophy in 2019, comes Thomas Veilentas, who starts 13th on the grid alongside the Norwegian talent Emil Gjødrum. And then in 15th on the starting grid from Slovenia, it is Mai Sadar, who is competing the Academy Trophy for the second year. You are allowed to do so, provided you are obviously within the correct age. So from the front of the grid, it is going to be two incredibly talented racers, Tom Breiken and Maceo Capieto. And with this, of course, we have to congratulate the Belgian Tom Breiken. Whatever happens this season, he is the most successful driver in qualifying in the 2020 Academy Trophy. 2 pole positions in 3 weekends. So out they come. Tom Breiken on pole position from Maceo Capieto, Gianni Andrezzani of Germany and Great Britain's Theo Macuris, Ivan Dominguez of Portugal and Maxime Ferrand Castellin of Luxembourg, Rafael Modenese of Peru and Alex Powell of Jamaica, Frederic Lund of Costa Rica and Alexei Yaleva of Finland, Kaloyan Babetsaliev of Bulgaria and Albin Storesen of Sweden, Thomas Veilentas of Lithuania, Emil Gjødrum of Norway and Mai Sadar of Slovenia. The mini Olympics of the karting world. I do love this category so much, and it's wonderful to see these drivers come out of their home territories and race for the battle. Several drivers were hoping to be here this weekend that sadly could not be. We've obviously mentioned a fair few of them. Some drivers that have obviously raced over the course of the year that have been unable to return. The likes of Josep Planken, the Estonian, Santiago Valve of Spain, also Eran Reshepi of Switzerland. And there are some others. Christian Pastrian of Chile was here last time out, of course. Has not been able to return. So it's rather unfortunate that we haven't quite been able to welcome everybody back into the paddock that we would have liked to. But certainly there are some great talents here. Also, Thiago Samaniego, the Paraguayan, who competed earlier in the season. So the drivers continue their battle and finish off their Academy Trophy campaign in 2020 as these guys open their first heat. Each driver will have 3 heats over the course of the weekend before we get to the final tomorrow. But rest assured, all 31 drivers in the Academy Trophy will be able to start the final, provided there are no major incidents. Breiken, Capieto, Andrezzani, Macuris, Dominguez, Ferrand Castellin. Let's race! They're going to go round again by the look of it. Yes, they are going to go round again. So it's been declared a false start. It's rather difficult for me to spot that in my position, unfortunately, because I'm basically placed underneath the starting gantry and I don't have access to the lights. I can only see when it comes up on the timing screen that they go round again. So the gestures from the drivers are an obvious help as well. When they come across the line, they raise their hands in the air and waggle their finger aloft in a circular rotation. And that lets you know that essentially they're going around again, or at least they'd like to go round again if they feel it's not a good start. But it's up to Nigel Edwards, the race director, who makes that decision. Although obviously that is in the KZ and KZ2 brigade in the Academy Trophy. It is Pasquale who does that. And he is at the top of the gantry making the decisions for the Academy Trophy races. So here come the drivers. Again, lined up in formation. Breiken in the 524. Maceo Capieto of France in the 512. Then Andrezzani, Macuris, Dominguez, Ferrand Castellin, Modenese, Powell, Lund, Yaleva and Babetsaliev. Is this a better start? Yes, it is. We're racing. This time Breiken gets a cracker. And Andrezzani trying to get through on the inside of Capieto to come through. A big slide as the drivers work their way around the outside and trying to get themselves back into a decent position as they come through to the inside line. A big lunge up the inside. Who's that? It's the 537. That's Ivan Dominguez, the Portuguese driver. Charges his way through into second place initially, but Macuris gets there on the inside line. And now the British driver is having a P2. A big wobble in the midfield there from the 539. That's Alexei Yaleva getting it slightly wide. Capieto's going to have to try and fend off from Dominguez, who gets up the inside. A good run round the outside from the Frenchman. He hangs on to third. But what a start from Theo Macuris. He now tags in behind Tom Breiken, who leads the race. So it's the Belgian, the Brit and the Frenchman up front. They come through the hairpins for the first time at the end of the lap, and Capieto trying to get one underneath Theo Macuris, who really has had his back to the wall for most of the season. They've had some kind of difficulty every single weekend, and yet Theo hasn't thrown his toys out of the pram. He's just dug deep, found the resolve, got back on with it, and here he is battling away for the lead in the opening heat of his weekend. Bryken leads, Mercouris second, Capieto third. Capieto mighty in these conditions, as is Ferran Castellan in 6th position. The Luxembourger charging his way forward. Watch out for Capieto in the 5:12. He was a second faster than everybody in the opening practice sessions because he just had the feel and the measure of this circuit. Here he comes on the... Oh, Mercouris loses it! He just gets a wheel on the outside curb and it spits the kart out. Oh, just as I was saying, it was coming good. Theo Mercouris drops to the tail of the field, but he is always very strong in wet weather conditions. He's one of the stars of the British paddock in those circumstances, so he can chip away at it and fight his way back up the order. But now Capieto's going to have a go at Tom Bryken for the lead of the race. Can Maceo Capieto pick off one more? Tom Bryken is right there, holding on to his position. He comes out of the corner, gets tucked across. Capieto now trying to work away with him. Here he comes up the inside. Capieto stabs on it and gets through into the first corner. Brilliant move from Capieto. And now on the inside, Dominguez is trying to come through in a 2nd position. Ferran Castellan has charged his way past Modenese to get through into 4th place. Powell is in 6th. Andrzani is 7th from Yeleva, Vabitsaliev and Lunt. Mercouris is up to 11th already, so he's making up good progress as he can. And the battle continues on his way as the drivers are still battling away on the far side of the course. Dominguez gets through and gets his bead on Bryken. So Dominguez gets past the Belgian. Bryken trying again. Dominguez slides wide, catches the curb on the exit for the right-hander though. And that stops him losing traction. Bryken back on the inside. Dominguez has to get off the throttle. And Bryken back in a 2nd. Dominguez tries again, rides the curbs, spits the kart out wide, still manages to take 2nd place though. Good bit of racecraft. Watch out up the inside. That's a bold lunge from Alex Powell, who's got up into 5th place. So Powell, the Jamaican, has now come through past Modenese. He's into 5th place. Modenese round the outside though. Can he get back past Powell? It looks as though he has. Good move from Modenese. And the Peruvian is back into the position. Now Ferran Castellan slides past Bryken. So he gets through, which means that obviously Ferran Castellan is now into 3rd place. Dominguez having got through in a 2nd. Now Bryken struggling for grip as Ferran Castellan comes through into the position. Powell has got back through on Modenese once again. So the Jamaican gets back into position. And now a big tussle as Andrzani is trying to come through. And that is Alexei Yeleva getting up the inside line there. So Modenese running well. Yeleva has now got past Gianni Andrzani. And here comes Alex Powell making his bid on the inside of Tom Bryken. And the Jamaican gets through, but not for long because Bryken's gone the outside line. There's more traction and more speed. So he manages to get back on terms. This is where you learn the fundamentals of racecraft. Oh no, that's Alexei Yeleva. The Finn has done such a good job this season in his opening campaign in Europe. But he started his weekend in a bad way. That's not what he would have wanted at all. So now the top 5 are well clear. Capieto, Dominguez, Ferran Castellan, Bryken, and Alex Powell. Moving up through the order, Andrzani's got past Modenese. Vabitsaliev is 8th. Mercouris is now up to 9th, so he's still picking them off one by one. Good comeback drive. But Alex Powell learning the hard way. They don't exactly get a massive amount of rainfall in Jamaica, so he's having to learn about driving in the wet the hard way by racing in these conditions and hoping his instincts are enough to keep him alive. But it's going to be a fascinating battle. His chances are very much alive and kicking. He comes up the inside of Bryken again, drifts out wide, catches the kart slightly better this time. Bryken initially through, but Powell still has the inside line. What a brilliant maneuver from Powell. Much better from the Jamaican. He's learnt on the job there. Bryken nearly drifts into the side of him. And Powell is able to hold on to the place in 4th. Nicely handled. So Andrzani in 6th position. Modenese in 7th place. Vabitsaliev is now being caught by Mercouris. Mercouris has a great chance up the inside to go for 8th place. But he's going to take his time. He doesn't want to rush this. He's having a good comeback after his spin. Here he comes on the inside. Well defended initially from Vabitsaliev, but Mercouris has the line, and he has the strength of character off the turn. Nicely done there from Mercouris. So up into 8th place goes the Brit. Now chasing after Rafael Modenese. And so the racing continues. So the battle is really going to be strong. And they continue on their way. Maceo Capieto leading and having pulled out 1.9 seconds on Ivan Dominguez. That is the move from Maxime Ferrand-Castellan on Ivan Dominguez. Will it stay that way? Oh, it will, because the Luxembourger just drifts the car to the outside line and storms away from Dominguez on the straight. Lovely bit of racing from the Luxembourger. So Capieto, the gap is now up to 3.2 seconds, would you believe? Past Maxime Ferrand-Castellan. With a new fastest lap as well for the Frenchman up front. 1 minute 4.1. I spoke to Maxime Ferrand-Castellan when he was watching Capieto in the other session in the early part of yesterday, and he said, how is he that much quicker than the rest of us in these conditions? I hope I can set a lap like that. It turned out he did, and is still very strong in the wet himself, young Maxime Ferrand-Castellan. But now he really needs to put his money where his mouth is, and he's doing so. Second place at the moment. A good run from the Luxembourg youngster. Dominguez in third. Alex Powell of Jamaica up to fourth and doing a great job in the wet conditions. Bryken is fifth. Andrizani is sixth from Modenese. Makuris, Varbetsaliev and Frederick Lund. Then it is Gjerdrum in front of Veilentas. And then Maisedar, the only karts still running because we've had Alexei Yeleva. He's gone. And on the very first lap, I'm not sure where it happened, but on the very first lap, we seem to have lost Albin Stodace, the Swede, as well. I can't see his car parked up to the side of the road anywhere. And I certainly can't see Albin Stodace watching from a marshal post, so I'm not sure what happened to him. But Maxime Ferrand-Castellan continues in second place, trying to chase after this man, Maceo Capieto. Last year, he made his FIA Karting debut in the junior category at Angeville in France. And he surprised everybody, wowed them out of the blocks with a pole position in his first ever FIA event. Even took him by surprise. Fair play to the camera crew. They are working so hard in these conditions to keep us entertained, as of course are all the officials and the marshals and the RGMMC promotion team. Very hard indeed, these conditions, but we're still fighting fit. Here's Maceo Capieto out of the final turn and down the straight. A terrific run for the Frenchman. Last lap begins, but he's made this look flawless. Now the interesting battle is going to be when you put Conor Zilic and Maceo Capieto on the same racetrack at the same time here in these conditions, because both have driven masterfully. But one of them is going to have to be better than the other. That's where we're really going to see who's got it right here at Lonato. And I would hazard a guess, based on raw pace, that it might be Capieto on this occasion. He's second in the standings, so he will want to come away with a decent victory if he can in the final. But Conor Zilic wants to win 3 finals out of 3. And if he wins the qualifying heats, then he will take maximum points from the season. Have we lost Rafael Modenese? I think we have. Modenese's gone off on the previous lap. So it's unfortunate, but Rafael Modenese is out of the race now. That is a shame. But the final lap is completed now as Maceo Capieto comes through. And it's been a fascinating run for him. Maceo Capieto gets the victory in front of Maxime Ferrand-Castellan. Or certainly the timing screen said that Modenese's come off the circuit. Is that not quite the case? Well, Makuris has certainly come through for 7th place. So they've come through in position. Where is Modenese, the 533? Not sure he has come through, in fact, behind Thomas Veilentas. So no, indeed, retirement for Rafael Modenese. Unfortunate there in the final couple of laps. But Maceo Capieto, commanding the performance from him. Absolutely incredible race drive, and that's a good way for the Academy Trophy drivers to start their weekend. Maceo Capieto gets the win from Maxime Ferrand-Castellan. Ivan Dominguez is third from Alex Powell and Tom Bryken. Gianni Andrazani and Theo Makuris are next from Kalian Varbetsaliev and Frederick Lund. Emil Gjerdrum and Mai Sadar. Then Thomas Veilentas in 12th position, ahead of the retirements. Rafael Modenese, Alexei Yeleva, and the man who didn't complete the first lap was Albin Stodace of Sweden. Thrilling battles, as always, from the Academy drivers. They really have been astonishing over the course of the season. And, of course, they will give us plenty more entertainment and drama. At 11:40 local time, it is going to be time to bring out the World Championship competitors. The FIA Karting KZ field as they go to battle here at the Temple of Karting a fabulous opportunity to see these guys out on the circuit. And all 32 of the competitors will be on track together, so they will not be split into different groups. You'll get to see all of the 32 drivers compete in the 3 heats over the course of the weekend. They have one this morning, and they have one this afternoon as well. But the fascinating battle we are going to see is going to put the world champion from 2019 up against a former World Cup winner on the front row of the starting grid. And that is one heck of a situation for our competitors. Marin Kramers will start from the pole position after snatching pole position with a fabulous final lap dash yesterday in timed qualifying. But the man he lines up alongside on the grid is the 2012 KF3 World Cup winner back at Zuera in Spain all those years ago. Luca Corberi is back at Tony Kart and very much on home soil. Anyone who knows the story knows that Luca Corberi knows this place better than any driver in the KZ field. On the second row of the grid, 2 men who could definitely spoil the party up front. There's Stan Pex, the Dutchman who won the last round of the European Championship a few weeks ago at Genk in Belgium and has started to emerge as the new challenger to the crown of Marin Kramers. Jeremy Iglesias of France did an exceptional job in qualifying yesterday. He lines up 4th on the starting grid on the outside of the second row. And it'll be fascinating to see how the Formula K driver gets on. 5th on the starting grid, it's going to be the Dutchman Bas Lammers, everybody's favourite racing driver in the entire world. The Sony Kart driver finding himself in P5 on the grid on the inside of row 3. On the outside, it is the former double champion of the world, Jorrit Pex, who has been a fabulous contender over the years and has won multiple European championships, of course, in his career as well. But this is one that has eluded him for a while. He last took the title of the world in Gearbox back in 2015. So he really wants to get this one done. Back at Le Mans in 2015, 5 years ago. Simo Pohaka, 7th on the starting grid for the Tony Kart team, alongside his new teammate. The Finnish driver will line up beside the Frenchman Emilien Denner, who lines up 8th on the starting grid for his first FIA karting event in KZ. He won, of course, the International KZ2 Super Cup right here 13 months ago. So he's got some big shoes to fill and a big reputation behind him, but he's already in the top 10 in his first weekend in KZ. Fabian Federer lining up in 9th position on the grid, looking very strong indeed from P9 in the SRP Maranello. And he lines up 9th alongside Matteo Vagano, the Italian star, who is in his 2nd year of KZ now. And of course this year with the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team aboard the new Leclerc chassis, which has had an amazing 2020 season. Won on its international debut back in January in the United Arab Emirates. And ever since then, it has been absolutely supreme. Everywhere it's gone, it's been competitive. And it's even got its first FIA title in its first campaign. Back with Victor Gustafsson last time out at Genk when they won the European Championship together. 11th on the starting grid, it is the returning world champion from 2016, Pedro Hiltbrand, who has got the job done in the past before. Won the KZ2 International Super Cup in the same year as he won the Direct Drive Championship of the World as well. An incredible year that was for Pedro Hiltbrand. And now, of course, he'll be wanting to continue that trend. The Gearbox Championship of the World is the title that has eluded him, but he's going to try and make sure this weekend that is sorted. Alongside him on the grid is Adrien Renaudet, the Frenchman, who's been a very strong competitor in KZ since he made the switch up to the category in 2019. He, of course, won the European KZ2 title back in 2018. 13th on the starting grid, it is the Italian Riccardo Longhi for the Birolart Racing team. He lines up there on the 7th row of the grid alongside Petr Patacek, who's done an amazing job this weekend on the Praga, the Czech driver, doing an amazing performance from his point of view. 14th on the starting grid for him. 15th on the grid, another supreme legend of the sport, the karting world champion from Formula A back in 2006. Davide Fore is still fast, still rapid, and still just as in love with the sport as ever. For the Renda Motorsport team, aboard his Birolart from 15th on the grid, alongside Mirko Tozzolini, the Italian driver who lines up for Kart Republic Motorsport in 16th place on the starting grid. 17th is the Dutchman Gust Specken for CRG Netherlands. It'll be interesting to see what he can do from 17th on the grid alongside the Oberon chassis of Johan Sogel, the Frenchman who lines up 18th on the grid. 19th on the grid, a very difficult qualifying session for the Swedish driver Noah Millell for the Tony Kart factory team. He lines up in P19. And then 20th on the starting grid, it is the Lenzo kart of Douglas Lundberg. Very quick indeed in the warm-up this morning in the wet conditions, so expect him to charge his way forward. And of course, the Lenzo kart team with their incredible squad racing in honour of their rather sadly departed fallen colleague, Konstantin Kapatanidis, who parted company with us earlier on in the season, and they continue to race in his honour. Antonio Fuoku, 21st on the starting grid. Great to welcome him back into the FIA Karting community. He lines up in the Leclerc by Lennox chassis. The driver who raced for the Ferrari Driver Academy in Formula 2 in 2017 and 18, won races for them there. And of course is the reigning Italian GT champion. He's back and he's 21st on the grid alongside Mauro Simoni of the OK1 racing team. Then it's Matteo Mazzatani for CRG and Alessandro Irlando way down in 24th on the grid in the Birolart. Mirko Mizzoni on the Etal courses alongside the Maranello of Christoph Holt. Then Paolo Ippolito on the CRG. Mario Lubic aboard his Tony Kart. Then Alessandro Bizzolo in the Sol EKS. Luciano Mano in the Sol Giazzolo. Valerio Giambattista is in his Intrepid. And he is unbelievably a lone ranger this weekend. He has no mechanics, no support team. He is here racing on his own. Valerio Giambattista, 31st on the starting grid, alongside the youngest man in the field, 15 years of age, Louis Speck of Germany on the TB car, the youngest KZ driver for a long time, and he is going to be a very tough competitor to go to battle with for Valerio Giambattista. So as the 32 KZ drivers work their way around the circuit on their formation laps, it really does read like a who's who of the sport's greatest over the last 10 to 15 years. Kramers, Corberi, Pex, Iglesias, Lammers, Pex, Puhaka, Denner, Federer, Vigano, Hiltbrand, Renaudin, Longhi, Padacek, Fore, Tosalini, Specken, Sogel, Millell, Lundberg, Fuoku, Simoni, Mazzatani, Irlando, Mizzoni, Holt, Ippolito, Mario Lubic, Alessandro Bizzolo, Lucio Mano, Valerio Giambattista and Louis Speck. So it's going to be an absolutely fascinating run. Who's going to have the best of this opening lap? So much of the race is designed, so much of this race is dictated by who gets the best start. But obviously with the track starting to dry a little bit now, it's going to be more interesting to see how this race plays. They're still on wet tyres, of course. Obviously, there's no choice to be on slick tyres at the moment with the standing water in various patches. Kramer's on the right, Corberi on the left. How's this race going to go? Let's find out. Good start from Corberi. He launches away and gets into the lead of the race off early doors. Iglesias, they're in a second place. A big tank slap around the outside from Denner. Onto the grass. Loses big places. Federer trying to come through. A couple of drivers gone. Oh, that's Stan Pex. Stan Pex has spun on the first lap. Goodness me. A big name to fall on the opening tour. So Stan Pex has gone around. And that's Iglesias getting past Kramers. Iglesias leads. He's got past Corberi as well. But watch Kramers round the outside. He gets his foot on the throttle. And Kramers takes the lead. Amazing. Oh, Marin Kramers, just when you think you've seen the best of him, he comes up with this. And Denner spins. Emilian Denner spins in the middle of the field. Gets going again. But that's a big mistake for the Frenchman. But Marin Kramers has fought his way after a difficult start. If only he'd had an onboard camera, that would have been an amazing opening lap to ride on board with, as Vigano tries to wrestle with the Sony karts of Adrien Renaudin and Baz Lammers. So Kramers leads, Corberi second, then it's Iglesias, Jared Pex, Petr Padacek is in 5th place. So Patacek is in 5th position in front of Renaudin and Vigano. Lammers is in the mix. Here comes Fabian Federer. And up the inside of him comes Vigano, but Federer's got the outside line. Tries to cut back across for the inside, and there's not enough room. So Marin Kramers leads. Luca Corberi is second. Third place is Jeremy Iglesias. In front of Jorit Pex and Petr Patacek. Patacek's going really well here, actually, in fifth place on the Schumacher chassis, which is part of the Praga group. Watch out in the background. There he is, battling away there with Renaudin and Lammers. Federer up past Vigano. Corberi's got the local knowledge, of course, being in second place, and he got the best start. But in the form that Marin Kramers is in at the moment, it looks like nobody can beat him. He won the World Championship last year, of course. It was a much tougher task than this first race is proving to be. But Marin Kramers since then has just never stopped winning, it seems. He didn't quite manage to win either of the races in the finals earlier on in the season. But just in the way that Jorit Pex did last year, it wasn't a big panic. The winners of the finals this year were Alessandro Irlando and Stan Pex. But Kramers has not won a final in 2020, but he still won the European Championship. Consistency is what took him to the top. But this is the race he'll have to win, the World Championship here at Lonato. Here's Adrien Renaudin, tucked up behind his teammate Baz Lammers. They ride the rails of the curb again as Corberi runs in there in front of the 28 of Jeremy Iglesias. So the battles still continue through the field. But Marin Kramers, absolutely flawless at the moment, the number 2. In front of Corberi, Iglesias is third. Jorit Pex in fourth place from Lammers, Renaudin, Patacek, Federer, Tozzolini, Gust Specken, then Davide Fore in front of Matteo Vigano. So Marin Kramers is out in front, absolutely lauding it away from the rest of the field. That's Federer. He gets the move on Patacek. So Petr Patacek has to get out of the way of Fabian Federer. Fluent in his German, runs under an Italian license, of course, Fabian Federer, but part of the SRP Maranello squad. So there is Federer, kart number 1. That's his number. It doesn't denote where he won the title before, because that would ultimately rest with Marin Kramers, but he runs under the number 2. And in 2020, Marin Kramers is on the Ricardo kart chassis. Still part of the Birolart group, but it's potential that they're going to have their first big title. Have we got an issue for Specken? I think Gust Specken has fallen down the order, as has Matteo Vigano. I think they've had an incident together, and that's really cost them both dearly. Vigano down to 19th. I think Gust Specken is down in about 20th at the moment, 21st maybe even, as Vigano falls a long way down the field. So not the easiest situation for them, but Corberi's still running ahead of Iglesias. So Pex is 20th, Denner is 21st, Vigano is 22nd. Antonio Fuoku's not having a great day out. He's currently 25th. But it looks as though Gust Specken has managed to hold on in front of Giambattista at the very least. Christoph Holt is the only retirement at the moment. So Christoph Holt is still going strong, but not in this race. So Marin Kramers out in the lead. Corberi second. Third place is Jeremy Iglesias. And then we've got 3 big names. Jorit Pex, Baz Lammers and Adrien Renaudin having a great battle. Across the line they come again. 7th place Federer checks his engine radiator temperature. They'll obviously want to keep the engine covered, keep the radiator covered at some point. They've got special tape that they drag down over the radiator. That's to cool the engine. They obviously have to check the engine temperature through the course of the race. Big moment for Baz Lammers. That's not going to be a problem, though. He drives around the outside of Renaudin. Do not think for a moment that when they're running wide, that's a big mistake, because often the drivers will use the outside line to try and get better purchase off the corner, and Baz Lammers proves that point to perfection. So Baz Lammers chasing after Jorit Pex. There's Luca Corberi still hanging on to this second place in front of Jeremy Iglesias. So a tough battle. Through they come again. Up into the hairpin, and Kramers not pushing harder than he has to. He's still in the 102s, but he doesn't really have to extend the gap, does he? He just needs to keep it together, basically. Jeremy Iglesias on the Formula K, going very well indeed. Of course, the Formula K chassis, very much like the Schumacher chassis, part of the Praga group. There is Petr Potacek, as I mentioned that. The colours do look fantastic on a kart, I have to say. We've seen less of it in 2020 because Praga has elected to go very much with their own chassis as well as the Formula K brand. But it's good to see it back out there on the circuit. Petr Potacek doing a great job in 8th position in front of Mikko Tozzolini and Davide Fore at the moment. But Corberi and Iglesias still running very solidly up at the front end of the field. No major panics or catastrophes from their point. Just got to keep things together at the moment. So the battle continues to rage. But the race battle is very tight at the front. Federer with a warning flag. Not sure what he's done, but certainly something that's caught the eye of the officials. It's almost certainly going to be track limits related in these conditions. But Marin Kramers leads the way from Luca Corberi and Jeremy Iglesias. Pex in 4th place. Lammers, Renaudin, Federer, Potacek, Mirko Tozzolini, Davide Fore and Pedro Hilbrand in 11th place in front of Longhi, Pohaka and Orlando. Stan Pex sets the fastest lap. He's in 15th at the moment from Mauro Simoni. And then you have Lundberg in front of Denner, although Denner has now just got past the Swede. 19th place is Mario Lubick, and then Noah Milel in 20th ahead of Ippolito, Sogel, Fuwoku, Mano, Speck, Mizzoni, Specken, Bizzolo, Massatani and Giambattista. And I'm afraid to say that Matteo Vigano is out of the race. I think he's pulled the cart into the pit, as has Giambattista Valerio now. So a retirement there for Valerio Giambattista. He's out of the race, and so too is Matteo Vigano. They join Christopher Holt on the sidelines. But Marin Kramers is out in front of Luca Corberi and Jeremy Iglesias. Jorrit Pex now sets the fastest lap in 4th position, with a really steady run for the drivers out in the front end of the field. But there is Jorrit Pex trying to keep tabs on Jeremy Iglesias in 3rd. There's Adrien Renaudin, 6th place at the moment, the Frenchman, running a good race as he continues on his way. Now, of course, in the wet conditions, you'll notice that the karts actually have a plastic casing over the airbox on the right-hand side of the driver. That is obviously to prevent water getting into the airbox and overheating the engine, as that really can. Once the engine is flooded, that's it. You're done and dusted. But Marin Kramers still holds the advantage here in front of Corberi and Iglesias. So the battle's still raging up front, and Luca Corberi knows this place so well. He can just dance his way through the apexes. He doesn't really need to push it at this phase of the race. He knows he's got a 2nd place very much in his pocket, and it's going to finish how it started. But that opening tour from Kramers, when it looked like he wasn't going to be even in the top 3 at one moment, now leading the way comfortably and holding that advantage very much to his own. Corberi, though, struggling under the pressure of Jeremy Iglesias. So let's see how it all plays out, but it is going to be a very tough battle. Kramers in the lead, Corberi in 2nd, Iglesias is 3rd, 4th for Pex, 5th for Lammers, 6th for Renaudin, Federer in 7th place, Potacek is 8th from Tozzolini and Fore, and we are going to have 3 laps to go. A very tough mission for any racing driver, the KZ Championship of the World. And this is only the opening heat of 3. They'll have 3 races over the course of the weekend. But the way that the weather changes, it could really make a difference in how this weekend plays out. The heaviest rain conditions I've ever seen in the warm-up this morning. But certainly now the rain having abated, the drivers can rely on their own instincts and ability a little bit more. Baz Lammers still pushing Jorrit Pex a little bit in their battle for 4th place. This is Jeremy Iglesias as he chases after Luca Corberi. But here's the battle for 4th. Pex versus Lammers. And Baz Lammers closing in on his countryman, looking for a way through. He might get a good opportunity here, but Pex is going to defend to cover the inside. Look, they dive for the inside apex to run the curb. And it works very much like a railway. The train on the track guided absolutely perfectly. And it's very similar for these karts as they ride the curbs and keep their way on the course. very much the form in wet conditions. Marin Kramers, he's just the class of the field at the moment. There were a lot of people, a lot of naysayers at the end of 2019 who said, well, we haven't got a massive quantity of big names in the category anymore in KZ. They're fading away. Ardigo's retired, De Conto's retired, Abassa's retired, and obviously a lot of the big names have walked away in recent years. 2020 may not have the quality of the field it's had in recent years. I say to that, hogwash and balderdash. It's been an absolutely incredible season in 2020 with the changing of the guard very much appetizing to any karting fanatic. And you've still got the likes of Jorrit Peks and Bas Lammers, who have lost none of their speed, none of their racecraft and enthusiasm, and they're still battling away with gusto for 4th and 5th position. So is there going to be a chance for Bas Lammers? He's got to time this one right. You can't just throw it on the inside and hope it works. You've got to time it right. Last lap of the heat. And for Luca Corberi, he's done everything he can, but in second place, it's not quite going to be enough to catch this man up front. And the Ricardo Kart chassis has taken its first major success last time out in the European Championship when Marin Kramers sealed the European title. Now it's got to do it by winning the race if he's going to win the World Championship for a second year on the bounce. But for anybody on a Ricardo Kart chassis anywhere in the world, this is a big moment for your brand, because obviously Marin Kramers has decided this year, well, the Birolart brand has been successful enough in the last 18 months. I wanted to do something different in 2020. If I'm coming back to karting, I owe the Ricardo name an awful lot, he said. So I wanted to give Dan Ricciardo and all of the people within the Ricardo Kart brand a big title win. And Marin Kramers, the reigning world champion, is already setting out to do so in the 2020 campaign. Out of the final turn, Marin Kramers, one word, flawless. Absolutely brilliant. Corberi second, Iglesias third. And that is race number 1 ticked off for Marin Kramers. Just 2 more like that, and he will be on pole position for the World Championship final tomorrow. Excellent performance from Marin Kramers. That opening lap, one of the best I've ever seen. And that was shades of Ayrton Senna at Donington 93. To get a difficult start and drop back in, to have to defend the position and to storm around the outside line to take back the lead. Masterclass. Marin Kramers wins the opening heat in KZ from Luca Corberi and Jeremy Iglesias. Jorrit Peks ahead of Bas Lammers. Adrian Redonat in front of Fabian Federer. Then Petr Potacek, Mirko Tozzolini and Davide Fore. Stan Peks is 11th in front of Pedro Hiltbrand. Riccardo Longhi 13th in front of Simo Puhaka. Alessandro Irlando and Emilion Denner from Mauro Simoni and Douglas Lundberg. Then it is Paolo Ippolito and Noah Milel from Mario Lubick, Gust Specken, Johan Sogel and Antonio Fuoku. Then it is Louis Speck in 25th ahead of Alessandro Bizzolo. Then Mirko Mazzoni, Matteo Mazzatani and Luciano Manno. The retirements are Valerio Giambattista, Matteo Vigano, and on the opening lap we also lost Christoph Holt, who in fact not only retired but failed to start the race. And that is the first heat for every driver in the category this weekend completed. KZ2 have had their first heat, as have the Academy drivers and the KZs. And I'm delighted to say that not only has it stopped raining, the sun is trying its best to poke through the clouds on the horizon. That would be fantastic to see when the track is going to be dry enough for slick tyres. My estimation is no time soon, because there is still a heck of a lot of standing water out on the circuit. You're going to need your wet tyres for a lot longer still. And it's going to be an interesting one as the track dries out over the course of the day. It's going to be an interesting focal point in this weekend. When do you go to slicks? That race is still quite a long way away, I gather, especially looking out onto the chicane in Sector 3. There's a lot of standing water on the exit of the right-hand apex. And even on the inside line for Turn 5, there's a lot of standing water there as well. So I think the drivers do not need to even consider getting the slick tyres out for a long time yet. But it's certainly not raining anymore for the moment. But we had a day like that yesterday where it stopped raining, and then about 40 minutes later it started again for about an hour, and then it stopped, and then repeat, continue, repeat. So it was an interesting battle yesterday in the practice and qualifying sessions. But now there is a long haul to come for the racers as they battle away for position. The second KZ2 heat is up next. And obviously, the groups will shuffle a little bit again. So we will see qualifying heat B versus C next. And that is going to be the battle between Ben Tornqvist and Otto Carbonell that will take center stage on the grid. Then we will have the next two KZ2 races before we come back into the action at 2 o'clock local time for the next KZ2 heats. But Ben Tornqvist is going to be on pole position for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team alongside Arthur Carbonell. And then Valentino Fritsch beside Harry Thompson, Jean Luyet beside Danilo Albanese and Nikita Artemonov, Slavik Putatin, Alessio Lorandi and Jacob Talas in the top 10. So the drivers head out onto the circuit. And it's time to talk you through the grid in full for qualifying heat B versus C. Ben Tornqvist and Arthur Carbonell, Valentino Fritsch and Harry Thompson from Jean Luyet and Danilo Albanese, Nikita Artemonov and Slavik Putyatin, Alessio Lorandi and Jacob Talas, Rodrigo Ferreira and Alex Dahlberg from Tom Lulet and Kasper Kalasma, Leonardo Bisotto and Giacomo Pallini from Genis Civico and Paavo Tonteri, Arto Wajoranta and David Levinsky, Federico Mascialino and David Trevelov, Alexandra Aru and Thomas Mischik from Christian Gafuri and Chris Zani, Gabriel Bezazero and Lawrence Van Huppen from Hannah Lang and Karl Lukaszewski, Belen Garcia and Craig Tanich, Luca Bosco and Noam Abramczyk. 34 drivers, many of whom are competing in the International Super Cup for the first time, and 2 lady drivers in the field in this particular heat, 3 of them in the entire pack. In this heat, it is Hannah Lang of Great Britain and Belen Garcia of Spain. They really struggled in qualifying yesterday, to be fair, unlike their compatriot and colleague Natalia Balbo on the Formula K, who so nearly grabbed a top 10 finish in the opening heat. Looking good for her to make it through to the finals, but obviously there is a long way to go before we can start talking about that in earnest. So once again, the KZ2 drivers prepare for 15.6 kilometers of racing around this tight and twisty 1.2 kilometer South Garda circuit. Tight and twisty in the middle sections, but it's also characterized by a lot of fast straights. It's the ultimate challenge, this. You've got 2 types of setup to focus on, the high speed, but also the tight, very, very short hairpins. So it's going to be a tricky battle for all of the competitors as they duel for the victory here at Lonato in their second KZ2 heat. Tornqvist and Carbonell, Fritsch and Thompson, Luyet and Albanese, Artemonov and Putyatin, Lorandi and Talas, Ferreira, Dahlberg, Lulet, Kalasma, Bisotto, Pallini, Civico, Tonteri, Ojoranta, Levinsky, Mascialino, Trevelov, Aru, Mischik, Gafuri, Zani, Bezazero, Van Hopen, Lang, Lukaszewski, Garcia, Tanich, Bosco and Abramczyk. The last few karts on the starting grid forming up into their positions, and we will wait for the start. The flag marshal comes away from the front of the grid. The drivers will get ready for the start. Let's race again. Now! Cracking start from the front, but a terrible start from Tornqvist, and that really bottlenecks the field as they come through the first couple of corners. Is everybody going to get through okay? Nowhere near enough spray. Oh! Collision in the middle of the field as there's a spin. It's the 115 that spun initially. That's Valentino Fritsch. And Trevelov's gone in. Trevelov again in trouble. The 163 is in that lot as well. I'm afraid to say that's also disastrous news for Gabriel Bizarro. But for the second race in a row, David Trevelov is out of action. He can't believe it. It was all going so beautifully in the European Championships. He finished 3rd. Now it's absolute disaster. You've got to feel for David Trevelov. 2 DNFs. It's almost impossible to qualify for the final from that. He's going to have to win all 3 of his later heats. Look at Lorandi dancing around Tornqvist and then on the inside of Albanese. Welcome back to the FIA Karting scene, Alessio Lorandi. And he's up in 3rd place. No wonder he was a Formula 2 racer. He's clearly got the talent and the speed to do it. He's reminding everybody, don't forget about me. I know exactly what I'm capable of, thank you. And I've got the natural talent to prove it. So Valentino Fritsch has continued. He's got going again. But I'm sorry to say that both David Trevelov and Gabriel Bizarro are out of it. Nice battle in the midfield here. That is the 186 of Jacob Tallas having to deal with the 129 coming around the outside of Alex Dahlberg. So not a great run there for Tallas as he's lost a couple of places, but Arthur Carbonell still running a great race. And who's in second? It's Harry Thompson. He got away from all of that in P2. And now catching him is Alessio Larandi, former single-seater star, coming back to Paralin. Could really use a little bit of extra help to get him back into the Grand Prix paddock once again. He's been there before. He knows how to get it done. But he has the natural talent and speed in KZ2 to get back to the front. Albanese, Puciatin, Polini. What's happening with Tornfist? He's had absolutely no luck. And that is a crash, unfortunately, for Noam Abramczyk. So Noam Abramczyk has had an issue, and he's out of the race then. Very big disaster for the Frenchman is up the inside. That's well held there. On the inside line from the 120 of Jean Luyet, the Swiss driver. His brother will be out later, of course, Sam Luyet. But around the outside, this is going to be an interesting one as getting power and banging wheels with Luyet. That was a tough one there for Alex Dahlberg. He had to back out of the throttle very carefully there. Otherwise, the back end of the kart would have swapped ends. Speaking of which, a Praga very nearly losing it altogether. Tom Luyet getting sideways. So that got very messy very quickly there. Could have ended very nastily indeed. So down the straight, Arthur Carbonell continues to lead in front of Thompson and Larandi. Fourth place is Albanese in front of Puciatin. And then it is Polini. Tornfist is in the mix there as well with Jean Luyet. So an absolutely fascinating battle. Oh, and there's more contact. That's Luyet and Tallas. Tom Luyet and Jacob Tallas. And their karts are wedged into each other there. There's nothing they could do about that one. That's game over for both drivers, I'm afraid. What a shame. So Tom Luyet's amazing drive in the opening heat. It's come to nothing in the second. Luyet is absolutely determined to get his kart off the machine of Jacob Tallas, though. And still they battle. Oh, someone's not happy. That's the 156, I think. Kasper Kalasma. Oh! Now that is not very sporting. Jacob Tallas and Tom Luyet not seeing eye to eye there at all, I'm afraid. Well, both their races are over. I think Jacob Tallas was not particularly happy with Tom Luyet trying to recover his kart by wedging it off of his. It didn't quite go according to plan, that did it? So a fabulous run from Arthur Carbonell. No problems at all for him out front. Harry Thompson second, Larandi third from Albanese, Puciatin, Polini, Tornfist, Dahlberg, Luyet, Tonteri, Levinsky and Bizotto. And despite losing a lap, Tom Luyet has got going again. He's obviously decided, well, I can still finish the race. And you don't know how many drivers are going to finish the race. That's the problem. So Tom Luyet, who we thought was out of the race, has actually got going again. But I wonder if it's only to bring the kart back into the pit lane. It may well be as he comes through. And indeed he does. Tom Luyet brings his kart straight back into the pits. So he's not going to finish the race. Oh, goodness me. This is getting a little bit hectic. Puciatin battling away with Albanese and Polini. And Puciatin gets through. Slavik Puciatin, the young man from the Ukraine, comes through into fourth position. Nice bit of racecraft from him as he keeps Albanese and Polini at bay. Great campaign from Puciatin in 2020, going very well here. And there's Polini on the inside of Albanese. He gets through. Watch out for Tornfist. He wants to get through as well, but he can't quite find the space to get through on the inside line. Wow, fascinating stuff from the drivers at the moment. It's still very close indeed. But Slavik Puciatin going very well indeed in P4. He cuts around the outside there to defend from Polini, who has another good crack at it. So it's going to continue to be a very strong battle as the drivers ease their way through. Still a very tough encounter for all of the competitors. They're still trying their hardest to get through on the inside line. But this is a very tall battle for the drivers out front. They still want to make it very hard indeed up at the front end of the field. So Polini trying to fend off from Tornfist now, who's got through into fifth place. Carbonell leading Thompson, Lorandi, Pucciatin. Tornfist into 5th place ahead of Polini and Albanese. Here comes the move again from Dahlberg to get through on the inside of Albanese. He's just about making it stick. There's not a lot of room. Careful, chaps. Don't bang wheels there, for goodness sake. That would have been a nasty incident. But round the outside, Dahlberg's got grip. Thank you very much. That'll do nicely. Lovely move from Dahlberg. As he gets through on Albanese. Gets that one sorted out, no problem. Still very slippery out there on the course. Still a lot of standing water in places. As Alessio Lorandi closes up on Harry Thompson. So he wants to keep it going. Not going to be so easy. But it will be a very tough and intense run. So let's see how close it gets as Lorandi drifts wide off the turn. Thompson holds his line. No concern there, no panic. But the Paralin driver is getting himself very closely in behind Harry Thompson. And the battle is raging at the moment. So Arthur Carbonell and Harry Thompson out in front. Although Lorandi has caught right up to Harry Thompson. Don't forget that the Brit is only in his first weekend in the gearbox ranks of karting at the FIA. And that's a move from Lorandi into 2nd place. Thompson will now want to have another go. But to be honest, with 5.5 laps remaining, 3rd position is not a bad effort from Harry Thompson if he can stay there. He's still got plenty of time to get himself up the order once more. So the drivers are working very hard, but we've lost 5 of the competitors from this race now. Tom Lulette, Jacob Talas, Noam Abramczyk, David Trevelov and Gabriel Bizzazero. As Lorandi comes through in 2nd place still, drifting a little bit wide on through turn 2 and 3. But the Paralin driver still working hard as he edges away from Harry Thompson and tries to close up on Arthur Carbonell. He does have some time, actually, because the Paralin driver, now in 2nd place, has got the measure of this kart and this circuit once again. So we might be able to charge our way close onto the back of Arthur Carbonell. It's going to be interesting to see if he's got the opportunity to make it happen. They come off the turn, riding the curbs, coming up towards the hairpin in the right-hander now. And there might still be a chance. But this is so tight. But this is a very difficult race meeting for the drivers in the KZ2, because now, the rain having stopped, it's drying out in places, but there are still some wet patches around the course. Very greasy indeed for the drivers. The tyres are going to really start to struggle for grip in the latter stages of heats if no more rain falls. And you can see there Lorandi actually bringing his car over to the part of the circuit where there is standing water in order to keep the tyres cool, essentially. So it's a very tricky scenario for the drivers, but they obviously have to keep it going as much as humanly possible. So as the drivers continue to tiptoe their way around the course, you've just got to be so careful and so cautious. Carbonell out in front of Lorandi and Thompson. 4th place is Pucciatin. Pucciatin has sensed that Thompson not quite as fast as he was. He might be able to snatch a 3rd place from him. So he's setting off after him as best as he can. It's not going to be the easiest race to get sorted, but he's definitely going to be pushing hard to try and get his way through. So they continue on their way. Up on the far side of the course, Harry Thompson running a very solid 3rd place here, but Slavik Pucciatin is catching him. And Pucciatin will want to steal the 3rd place away if he got a chance of it. This has been a really solid effort from Slavik Pucciatin this weekend thus far. He's in 4th place behind this man, Harry Thompson. Fair play to Harry Thompson as well. It's never easy to come away having been chewed up and spat out of the Red Bull Young Driver program, but he has fought his way back. Got himself well cemented in with Forza Racing this year. Been solid and smooth in the OK category, and now he's here in Gearbox, and he is a front runner in KZ2. But here's Alessio Lorandi. He's had a very topsy-turvy career these last 2 or 3 seasons. He decided for 2020, well, I've got good connections with the Baby Race Driver program within Paralin. I want to come back and have a play in the World Championship weekend. And here he is in KZ2, having a wonderful time of it. And he really is still as quick as he always was in FIA Karting. Good to see him back again. But look, there's no spray coming off the tyres now. So obviously the track is still wet in places, and it's not good enough for slicks yet. But give it 3 or 4 more races, and if it continues to dry out over lunch, 1 or 2 drivers may decide to bang on a set of slicks and see if that's what makes the difference. So we'll still have wet tyres for the rest of this morning. I don't think we're going to have slicks in time for the next heat or even the heat after. But it's definitely starting to dry out. And you can see there are still some big, heavy wet patches around the course. It's essentially that part of the track that is the reason we're still on wet tyres as Thompson continues on his way. 3rd position, trying to chase down Lorandi. But the race leader, Artur Carbonell, has been absolutely majestic throughout. Here he is aboard the Sodi car as he runs in fine performance here. No major problems for him in this one. He's just never looked back. The kart feels strong. He feels confident. And thus far, Artur Carbonell has been very impressive indeed. Into the 2nd sector of the lap. The kart isn't even snapping away from him. He's just got it absolutely stable as he likes it. You dab at the throttle, the kart gains momentum, and he's able to pick up the throttle and keep it steady in a straight line. On the curbs through the corners, as you can see, he's riding the rails, as it were. And that's keeping the kart nicely planted. Here comes Artur Carbonell after a fabulous drive there. A wisp of grass on the inside, but with the 2 wheels still on the racetrack, there's nothing wrong with that at all. Artur Carbonell seals a victory once again here at Lonato. A brilliant drive. Alessio Lorandi in 2nd and Harry Thompson in 3rd. A great effort from Artur Carbonell. He's been one of the standout talents of 2020 for me. He really has put on an exceptional display. He's never really been outside the top 6 in terms of 1-lap pace. And he's been really impressive to make his way through. So after 13 laps and 15.6 kilometers of racing here at Lonato, it is Artur Carbonell who is victorious for the CPB Sports Squad aboard his Sodi kart. Alessio Lorandi 2nd for Paralin. 3rd for Forza is Harry Thompson. Slavik Putiatin and Giacomo Polini from Alex Dahlberg and Ben Tornfist, then Paavo Tonteri and Danilo Albanese. David Levinsky is 10th in the Birolart KSW. Jean Liet and Leonardo Bizotto from Nikita Atamanov and Lawrence Van Hoopen. Arto Adjoranta and Kasper Kalasma from Chris Zani and Rodrigo Ferreira. Thomas Mishik in front of Federico Mascialino. Then Jenis Civico, Luca Bosco, Alexandre Roux and Valentino Fritsch way down in 24th. Ahead of Christian Gafuri, Craig Tanich, Hannah Lang, Karl Lukaszewski and Belan Garcia. The retirements are Tom Lulet, Jacob Tallis and Noam Abramczyk in front of the 2 retirees on the opening lap, David Trevelov and Gabriel Bizozero. Very tough racing here. So let's have a look back over some of the highlights. That start in particular ending one man's charge for the International Super Cup almost instantly. So Tom Lulet there having his moments, getting himself going again. But, some great battles and racecraft. This is Slavik Putiatin really showcasing what it takes to have this waft of authority. He's trying to defend whilst also attacking. A little bit of a nudge there as he gets on the inside of Albanese, but he had to cut across that line to fend off from Polini, and he's actually ended up gaining an overtaking move in the process. Some great tussles in the middle of the race. Polini on Albanese. Good to see him work his way through there, Giacomo Polini. Unfortunate, though, for Danilo Albanese, because he did lose quite a lot of ground in that one. And unfortunately, just overheating the tyres perhaps a bit too much. Paavo Tonteri and David Levinsky really ending the race beautifully, having made up 10 places. Now watch Tornfist around the outside. He's trying to gain that little bit of grip. He's got a little bit of wet patch to play with, so he makes the move. And that's really nicely done on Polini. But Polini does get him back again. Albanese having to tap the back end of the kart there. as he tries to get things sorted out. And a big slide from the back end there of the 129. That is a very solid run from Alex Dahlberg. Now watch Dahlberg as he gets the outside line. This is the difference between the inside line and the outside on a wet day at Lonato. Dahlberg just with plenty of grip and speed and a little bit of a wet patch to cool down the tyres as they come through. And this is Larandi's move on Thompson. That's the move that put him into second place. Great to see him back. Loving his racing and his thirst for karting. Still as quick as ever. So the karts are obviously being recovered there at the first corner, but the biggest news story from that is David Trevelov, the man who obviously took the victory last time out in the European Championship final at Genk. But it's a big problem for him. I want to have a look at that if we can. So let's see what else we can get from that previous heat. So this is at the start. This is what happened to David Trevelov. Now, this is the scariest of moments because the man in third position is the man we're going to watch. Look, a bad start for Tornfist, and that edges a very wayward 115 Valentino Fritsch wide and off the circuit a little bit. But watch Fritsch. He's about to lose it in the middle of the pack here. He gets squeezed. He's got nowhere to go. And he actually catches the curb, and he gets nudged a slightly bit there from one of the SRPs. And poor David Trevelov has absolutely nowhere to go, nor does Gabriel Bizzazero. So a disaster for those three drivers. Fritsch did continue, albeit finishing at the back of the field. But for Trevelov, it's agony because he's got absolutely nothing he can do about it. He can't even restart the kart from that because the front fairings come off. So it's agony for Trevelov, but his dreams of winning the International KZ2 Super Cup are now pretty much dead. Both he and Gabriel Bizzazero out of the race at that point. Not a good jostling for position, though, here at South Garda. Good to see when the rain does subside and it starts to dry out the circuit. You do get drivers trying to battle away. Look at Alessio Larandi on the opening lap. Just cannons the kart round the outside on pure throttle. It's great to see drivers when they are back in their comfort zone. He loves karting, but then all of the Grand Prix drivers and Formula 2 and Formula 3 stars love returning to karting whenever they can. And this was rather unfortunate as well. Tom Lulette and Jacob Tallis. It didn't end very well, did it? Because they obviously got wedged into each other. And then a few moments later, they decided, well, Jacob Tallis decided he didn't like what Tom Lulette was up to. This is the difficulty when you've got two karts wedged into each other. There's nothing really you can do. It's not an easy task to get them separated. And Jacob Tallis was obviously not particularly satisfied with the way that Tom Lulette was trying to go about his business. And clearly, you don't irritate a fed-up racing driver. Don't do that again, mate. Well reacted to by Tom Lulette. I think both drivers might have a future career in Taekwondo if they want it. Well, the drivers are now heading out onto the circuit for qualifying heat D versus E. So let's bring them out. Matti Kakowski and Alessio Piccini on the front row from Giuseppe Palombo and Simone Cunati. Alexander Schmitz and Joey Van Spunteren from Andreas Falch and Yannick Himmels. Sebastian Bellocin and Francesco Comanducci from Giuseppe Fusco and Kasper Nadolski. Jesper Sjoberg and Davide De Marco. Robin Gledham and Thomas Imburg. Gilles Statsbader and Alessio Baldi. Andrea Ceresoli and Jan Pocos. Brandon Nielsen and Andrea Dale from Roberto Cesari and Marcus Funda. Nicola Rossini and Manuel Casalio. Filippo Berto, Lucas Jonsson, Yannick Julius Bernhardt, Lucas Vladic, Antonio Garay and Gaëtan Revol. So as the drivers make their way around the circuit this time, it's a much better formation lap than we have seen from them. Because obviously the circuit is nowhere near as sodden and wet as it was earlier on. The tyres are obviously still wet tyres. There's no choice but to be on wet tyres at the moment. The circuit is nowhere near dry enough to take that gamble. And to be fair, it would be a really brave racer who decided to do so at this phase of the meeting. I think essentially that's the kind of gamble that David Trevelov needs to make in the next heat. Having had 2 retirements, you need to make something come towards him, and he could really use a race win. Otherwise, the man who was 3rd in the European Championship might not even make the final of the International KZ2 Super Cup. They affectionately call this competition their World Championship, but it is, of course, the KZ2 International Super Cup. And the drivers are ready for an exceptional battle. Maciej Kukowski lines up in pole position alongside Alessio Piccini. It's been a surprise to see him at the front of the grid, but a very pleasant one as he timed his qualifying laps to performance and perfection yesterday. Watch out for Simone Cunati and Joey Van Spunteren around the outside. If Piccini gets a good start, they are contenders for the win in this one. A drying track, 18 degrees Celsius air temperature, 13 laps, that's 15.6 kilometers. Let's see who's going to get the best of it this time. Ready? Avanti! Terrible start from Kukowski, great start from Piccini and Cunati. And Palomba gets a good one too as he launches forward into third position around the outside. Drivers trying to get themselves through. Not a great start for Joey Van Spunteren, but I don't think it was his getaway that was the difficulty. He had to take avoiding action of a couple of the drivers that were sluggish away. Now he's going to try and make his bid on the inside of the 155 up to the first corner. That's Maciej Kukowski, of course, into the big braking zone for turn 5. So Kukowski not getting a great start and has already lost ground to several drivers in the field. That is Comanducci getting through in the 191. So as they continue on their way, the Drago Corsa machine has got through and made a position or two as the field cuts its way through the chicane. Is everybody going to get through? Not a lot of space to play with. And the drivers obviously coming into the hairpin. Incredible how clean it is. A couple of little love taps, but otherwise they all seem to be getting through all right. But out of the final turn, Alessio Piccini leads the way here from Simone Cunati, and then it's Alexander Schmitz in third. Fourth place for Comanducci, then it's Palomba. Schmitz trying to come around the outside of Simone Cunati, who holds the inside line quite nicely there through turn 2. And as they hook up out of 4, down the back straight, Joey Van Spunteren trying to get back on terms with Kukowski. He's got good speed. He should have enough grip around the outside to cut through and across around the outside. Lovely move yet again from Joey Van Spunteren. He loves the wet conditions. He loves Lanato. And he's really making this place his own. And now he gets a run on Palomba. I don't think that one had made Palomba too calm about things. Van Spunteren trying again now around the outside to try and chop back across on the switchback of the chicane. If he can get good acceleration off the turn, he's going to get the inside line. And he's there on the inside. Has he made it stick? Yes, he has. No, Palomba coming back at him. So Van Spunteren keeps the car around the outside. It's the slower line through. And I think he is going to lose out. So the battle continues as the drivers absolutely charging around the circuit in the midfield. Some terrific battles as the karts slide around like Billy-O in the midfield. Drivers still battling for position. Simone Cunati and Alexander Schmitz now trying to chase down Alessio Piccini, who got the win on the road in the earlier heat, of course. Francesco Comanducci in front of Van Spunteren. Palomba in 6th. So Van Spunteren has got back past the Italian now. Kukowski in 7th place in front of Nadolski, Sjoberg, Falk, Fusco, Imburg, Bellocin and Baldi. So here we go again for the battle for victory. Cunati closing in on Alessio Piccini. I'm not sure Piccini's got the same amount of grip afforded to him as Cunati has. And Alexander Schmitz going, well, this has been the story in the gearbox fraternity, both in KZ and KZ2. Tony Kart have decent drivers, but it just seems as though the Birolot has a better setup in general than the Tony Kart. They're able to reel in the red, white and green machines. So obviously the Italian colour scheme of the Tony Kart, well known to the karting fraternity. And here comes the move from Alexander Schmitz. Cunati's taken too long to have his crack at Piccini. And he gets through on the inside line. So nicely handled as Alexander Schmitz gets into P2. Good bit of racecraft there. And that puts him up another place. So the competition continues very tightly indeed as the drivers work their magic on the far side. Lap 4 out of 13. Piccini in front of Schmitz and Cunati. Van Spunteren in 4th place ahead of Comanducci. Giuseppe Palomba in P6 and Maciej Kukowski in 7th, although it was because now Kasper Nadolski, the Polish driver, has got through into 7th place. Fusco's made the move on Andreas Falk. And it looks like Sebastian Bellicin has got past Thomas Imburg as well. Across the line, 4 laps completed, 9 to go. Alexander Schmitz getting closer and closer to Pacini. Just got to time this one right. Comes through into turn 4. He's got good traction off the turn. Oh, a little bit of a sluggish moment there from Schmitz. I think he thought he had the move nailed there on Pacini, but then something just caused the kart to cough and splutter. Whoa, airborne in the background there. As 136, Jan Pokos is battling away for position, and he literally launches into the air over the curbs. That one will hurt in the morning when that bruise comes up. That's a very scary moment for a driver when you go airborne in these things. Yes, you're not going to be very high off the ground, but it's the landing that really plays havoc with the back and the ribs, and the muscles really take a pounding. So Jan Pokos is definitely going to remember that one in the morning. He'll wake up and all of a sudden he'll be sore somewhere on the upper body that he didn't realize was sore initially. Look at Schmitz really starting to put pressure now on Pacini. Pacini's being careful and just keeping the kart on the straight and narrow. Schmitz has gone hang to the caution. I'm going to go for it. And this time he's got a much better and faster run. Pacini's going to hold the inside line, so Schmitz will carry the kart to the outside. But it is the longer way round, no two ways about it. So on lap 6, Pacini still trying to hold this advantage over Schmitz. They come through off the turn again. Charging down the straight. Up to the inside line. Can he make it? No. Schmitz is keeping it nicely planted, but Pacini is still protecting that inside line. And he dives back across to hug the curb for the inside, trying to keep momentum. Cunati has a little look on the inside of Schmitz. Schmitz is going to try and run the gauntlet around the outside. If he's got pace, he might have enough of a move. Pacini chops across just in the nick of time. Cunati could benefit from this. And Van Splinteren is right there in P4. This is what's great about gearbox racing in the wet conditions. You've got 2 or 3 schools of thought. 1, keep the kart on the racing line and hug the curb. 2, drive it round the outside and get a little bit more speed off the turn. 3, a variation of the 2, and here's the move at last from Schmitz. He gets it, but Pacini's on the inside line again. Schmitz needs to keep his nerve, and he's got the lead. Great bit of driving. He hangs outside though, and Pacini tries to keep it on the inside. Schmitz has to tuck the kart in round the outside line, holds the kart, and now holds the position. There's a little bit of racecraft needed to keep everything together in one piece, but it's nicely handled. And so it's well done there from Alexander Schmitz in front of Alessio Pacini. So they will continue their bold run up front. Now, the lap times are interesting at the moment because we're in the 62s at the moment. That tells you that we're kind of in a tricky situation because the track is, at the moment, not quite wet enough for wet tyres, but it's also not quite dry enough for slick tyres. So the lap time pace is quite awkward at the moment. Initially, the tyres will work better, the wet tyres, if there is more rain on the circuit, but there isn't more rain on the circuit. It's all been washed away. There's still a few damp patches, but not a massive amount of grip enough to keep the kart traveling through the apex nicely. The difficulty, though, is if you go to slick tyres now, it's still like an ice rink out there. This is the biting point between slick tyres and wet tyres, and it's got to be that fine line. But look at how much speed Schmitz has been able to pull out over Pacini. He's got so much more speed and pace than the Italian. So Schmitz is keeping this nice. Cunati and Van Splinteren are closing up. As they come through the hairpin at the end of the lap, looks like Cunati's going to have a run on Pacini. Van Splinteren is trying to stay with it as well, but it's not easy at this phase of the race. And it's a very difficult scenario. The drivers are still trying to find that little bit of speed to cope. Van Splinteren comes around the outside of Cunati. Hasn't got the speed on the inside line to make the move. But Schmitz has taken the advantage from Pacini and started to get away. Cunati and Van Splinteren still trying to get close to the Tony kart themselves. So a fascinating little situation there for the drivers as they continue to come through. But this is a good opportunity. Cunati trying to get close again to Pacini. Van Spunteren still right there, looking for his own way to come through. He's coming very hot and nearly gets in there with the curb. So Van Spunteren knows that his best chance of getting these guys is to come from a long way back and catch them napping on the inside of the apex. So he's got to think very carefully about how he does this. Cunati not able to run close to Piccini in the small, slow twisties. So out in front, Schmitz no problem. Then we got Piccini, Cunati and Van Spunteren. 5th place is still Giuseppe Palomba. And in 6th place, that is the 152 of Fusco. So still a good battle. Van Spunteren still running the outside of the course as he tries to get a little bit more grip and acceleration on Simone Cunati. But he's not quite able to get it off the turn. This is the thing, he needs a little bit more rain. They all need a little bit more rain to get these wet tyres working better. But you can't even think about slick tyres at this point because it's still incredibly greasy in places. But the wet tyres are not gripping enough. The slick tyres would be suicidal at this point. So it's a real knife edge, and it's going to take a real gambler to decide, do you know what, let's give it a go on slicks. If it works better, then we're going to look like heroes and everyone else are going to look like chumps. So the battle continues on its way. End of lap 10, 3 to go. Schmitz is doing a fine job in the lead here. Piccini in second. Looks pretty much secure actually now in second place after the initial panic there, because Piccini has had to really dig deep and find another couple of decent laps. And in doing so, I think he's found a little bit more grip around the circuit that he can utilize. 3rd place Cunati. Van Spunteren still looking for a top 3 finish. If he can find one on Cunati, that's definitely going to help his cause. And of course, the KZ2 fraternity, there is another race to come straight after this one. But this is a fascinating situation as Van Spunteren has another crack at Cunati. He's very close to him this time. He's going to try and make the move on the inside, but Cunati holds the line. The back end steps out. Can Van Spunteren find enough grip? No! He's been caught out on the curb. And that has meant that Van Spunteren's had to go back to the drawing board again. Loses a couple of kart lengths. And now he's got to try something else. He goes wide this time to get better speed and acceleration off the turn than Cunati. He definitely comes in hot. This is fascinating strategy. 2 to go. Casalio's got a warning flag. Not quite sure what he's up to. But certainly the stewards have spotted it and they're not particularly impressed. So is there going to be a move from Van Spunteren? That's really the key factor, because he can throw himself towards Cunati all he likes, but if there's no space to make the move, then he's going to have to be content with 4th place, and he drops a wheel on the grass on the inside curb. It's not the wrong way to do it, but it's certainly a slower method. He now comes out wide in the middle sector to gain a little bit more traction. Fusco, by the way, is doing similar to catch up to Palomba. Van Spunteren coming from a long way back, charges into the chicane to get close to Cunati, but still doesn't quite have the ability to make it work. So it's a stalemate up at the front end of the field. Oh, Jan Pokos is on the move again in the mid-pack. He's getting a few moves of his own sorted. But up at the front, Alexander Schmitz begins the final lap. No problems at all for him. The German has put in an exceptional effort thus far. There's Palomba versus Fusco. They're having a good run for 5th position. And then in 7th place, it is Nadolski in front of Komanducci, Funda and Kokowski. And then you have Falch, Pokos, Casalio, Bellicin, Joberg, DeMarco, Berto, Darling and Stachbarda. But there is no problem at all for the race leader. Alexander Schmitz is going to have a perfect cruise control run to the flag in front of Alessio Piccini, Simone Cunati and Joey Van Spunteren. It's been a terrific little drive there from Alexander Schmitz. He's had it all his own way, but the checkered flag is going to come out for him after a solid and smooth run, and that's what you need in these heats. You need to keep your wits about you when all around you are losing theirs. Out of the final turn, it's a great run for Alexander Schmitz. He takes the checkered flag with a beautiful effort and a great drive there from the German. 2nd position, a great run from Alessio Piccini in front of Simone Cunati and Joey Van Spunteren from Palomba and Fusco. Oh, Fusco got him. Fusco got him on the last lap, in fact. And Giuseppe Fusco, not only did he get past Palomba on the last lap, he had the audacity and the nerve, and he crossed the line to put his finger up to Palomba as he came across the line to look back with the number one finger raised in the air going, I gotcha. So Alexander Schmitz gets the victory in fine style. A really good performance from the Birolart KSW driver. Schmitz gets the victory from Alessio Pacini and Simone Cunati. Joey Van Spunteren and Giuseppe Fusco from Giuseppe Palomba and Kasper Nadolski. Francesco Comenducci, Marcus Funda and Andreas Falch complete the top 10. Mati Kukowski slips to 11th ahead of Jan Pokos. Then it is Manuel Casalio from Sebastian Bellucin, Davide De Marco and Jesper Sjoberg, Filippo Berto and Andrea Dale from Gio Stadsbader, Thomas Imburg, Alessio Baldi and Brandon Nilsson. Then Yannick Himmels and Nicola Rossini. A fabulous battle behind as Robin Glerum is 25th from Roberto Cesari, Andrea Ceresoli, Lucas Jonsson, Antonio Garay, Gaetan Revol, Yannick Julius Bernhardt and Lucas Vladic. So we're going to come straight out onto the circuit immediately because there's not a massive amount of time to wait around between these two races. Victor Gustafsson and Lorenzo Giannoni will take up their places on the front row of the starting grid almost instantly. It is pretty much bang on the time to go racing, and that just shows you the big problem of lap times when these karts are obviously on wet tyres, but the circuit is not wet enough to grip. The lap times drop, and that means that the gap between races is very minimal indeed. So obviously the race battle is going to be very tight in between races, and it's going to put Victor Gustafsson in pole position for this one. The green light comes on at the end of the pit lane, and the drivers will head out for their formation lap almost instantaneously. Victor Gustafsson, Lorenzo Giannoni, Alessandro Buran and Matteo Zanchi as they come through once again. So a fascinating battle for the competitors as they come out onto the circuit. Here is the grid. Victor Gustafsson and Lorenzo Giannoni from Alessandro Buran and Matteo Zanchi. Then Gerard Sabrian and Sam Luyet from Hubert Petit and Filippo Caligaris. Leonardo Marcellia and Daniel Stell from Daniel Vasile and Marco Valenti. Then Marco Torman and Massimo Dante. Michele Fontana and Natalia Balbo. Jean Nomblo and Christian Habulin. Senna van Waalstein and Luigi De Lorenzo. Moritz Ebner, Rasmus Janssen, Kasper Cichurek and Thomas Obani. Then Enrico Benedotto, Fabrizio Rosati, Lev Lomko, Francesco Costa, Damian Vala, Ianis Tompas, Alessio Lamartina, Adrian Janicki and Mihai Machean. So the drivers form up on the starting grid. And this is going to be potentially the last race for a while when we see wet tyres out on the circuit, because obviously there's going to be a period after this race, which is going to be our lunch period. I wonder how many drivers have decided to go brave on this one and gone for... Oh, well, there's a conversation going on here on the starting grid, and it's the 148. That's the man on the front row of the grid. That's Lorenzo Giannoni. So what's happened there? Lorenzo Giannoni on the starting grid, and Victor Gustafsson out of the car as well. Well, this is an interesting situation. What's happened here? Drivers getting out of their carts. Looks as though we're going to have a delayed start. It's because the recovery vehicle is not in its position yet. So looks like there was a miscommunication there. So the recovery vehicle will take its place again, and then the drivers will be allowed, I'm assuming, an additional formation lap. And obviously in these conditions, safety has got to be very prevalent and important there, because obviously the competitors have to grid up on the start-finish straight. So obviously with the vehicle now coming back onto the circuit again and into its safety position, the drivers will get the chance to grid up once more.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So there is just one more race to complete before our lunch period, and this is the second rotation of heats for the KZ2 competitors, and it will see the European champion from 2020, Victor Gustafsson, lining up in pole position alongside Lorenzo Giannoni on the starting grid for this one. And so the competitors will now grid up and go around for an additional formation lap, and they will have 13 laps more of this Lonato circuit. It is Victor Gustafsson in pole position from Lorenzo Giannoni, Alessandro Buran and Matteo Zanchi from Gerard Sabrian and Sam Liet, then Hubert Petit and Filippo Caligaris from Leonardo Marcellia and Daniel Stel, Daniel Vasil and Marco Valenti, and then Marco Torman and Massimo Dante from Michele Fontana and Natalia Balbo, Jean Nomblo and Christian Habulin from Senna van Waalstein and Luigi Di Lorenzo, Moritz Ebner, Rasmus Janssen, Kasper Chudek, Tommaso Benni, and then Enrico Bernardotto and Fabrizio Rosati from Lev Lomco, Francesco Costa, Damian Valla, and then Ioannis Entorpas, Alessio Lamartina, Adrian Janitsky, and Mihai Muncien. So obviously the mechanics will return to their positions beside the pit lane, which is on the other side of the circuit here at Lonato. And the drivers will obviously now grid up into their positions on the starting grid, ready for the standing start. Victor Gustafsson, a very tough start to his International KZ2 Super Cup weekend, but still very much in contention for a fight for the victory. And from the front end of the grid too. But as the sun comes out, it's obviously a very tight position for the drivers to be in terms of tyre choice. Still everybody in the top 10 on wet tyres. It's just not worth the risk to go onto slicks at the moment. And that means that lap times are going to be very slow. Let's see them get underway. Now, great start from Giannoni and Zanchi. Terrible start from Gustafsson. He falls to 5th position immediately. But Giannoni and Zanchi get through, no problem at all. Is everybody going to make it in this first couple of corners? Not a lot of grip to be found. But it looks as though they're all going to try and make it through fairly safely. So they charge their way down to turn 5, the hairpin. And this is where drivers will really need to make a bit of a play for it. Have they all got through? Just about. But out in front it is Lorenzo Giannoni from Matteo Zanchi. So Matteo Zanchi in second place, having got a good initial getaway. He's charging his way forward nicely in a second place, and there's a good battle going on behind Gustafsson as we've got the 119 trying to charge through. Whoa, that got a little bit messy there. As up on the inside, the 107 of Leonardo Marcellia dives for the inside line there of 192, Alessandro Buran, who really could use a better race of it this time. So this is going to be a very tough battle for everybody, but Matteo Zanchi right in behind Giannoni. So the battle continues on their way as they come up on the far side. Giannoni in front of Zanchi. Sam Liet in third position in front of Leonardo Marcellia. But here comes Marcellia on the inside line. Thank you very much. That's a nice move for third place. Makes that one look fairly straightforward. So the battle from his point of view can continue. And it is going to be a tough one because Sam Liet is not one to back down from a fight. So the battle will continue. It's going to be really close quarters racing indeed. But this is the nightmare scenario for a driver. They're on wet tyres because of the heavy rainfall earlier on. But there are certain parts of the circuit that are very wet, but not a lot of it. So the lap times are going to be very gradual and very slow compared to what the drivers will be expecting from these karts and this circuit, because there's not enough grip to duck under 60 seconds for the lap. You can do this circuit in under 60 seconds, even with wet tyres on, but at the moment they're in the 62s because there just isn't enough grip for the tyres to bite. Lap 3, Gustafsson going to try and make his move on the inside line here. This is going to be tight. Nicely handled. He makes the gap open up, and Buran round the outside. Oh, he cuts across, and Buran spins. Now Alessandro Buran, unfortunate, but that's the second race in a row that's happened to him. He's had an issue. Now, how is he going to read the situation? Is he going to feel as Gustafsson probably will, that, well, he came around the outside and clipped me when I was already there? Or is Alessandro Baran going to feel that, well, he cut across on me as I was coming past him? That's a tough run. I'd say that's a racing incident, personally. I don't think Baran meant to cut across on Gustafsson, and I definitely don't think Gustafsson would have tried to force him wide. So that's a racing incident from my book. Giannoni, Zanchi, Marcellia and Luye from Petit, Gustafsson, Dante, Torman, Van Walstein, Baran. No longer in the top 10, of course, after the spin, but he was there. Gerard Sebrian is now in 10th place, and in behind him, you can see her heading towards us. That's Natalia Balbo, the 132. So Balbo is there in front of Fabrizio Rosati and Christian Habulin. Then Caligaris, Vasile, Valenti, Janssen, Fontana and Stel. Here's the move from Van Walstein, trying to get through on the inside of Massimo Dante. But he's got pressure of his own from behind as well. Marco Torman is trying to come through on the Praga. And Marco Torman looks like he's got a good move off the turn. Van Walstein defends valiantly to the inside line. So through they come again. Gustafsson rides the rails over the curb again. Tucks in behind Hubert Petit. A nice little nudge and a little love tap as they come off the turn again. Back on the power. And up towards the right-hander. This is going to be a fascinating charge forward. So the field continues on its way. Third place for Leonardo Marcellia now. And Marcellia is closing up on the leading two. Now that looks like an interesting duel. The Van Walstein again comes up the inside of Massimo Dante. Dante takes it right round the outside on the SRP and keeps the place. Not bad going there from Massimo Dante. He's not going to lose out any race he doesn't have to. So a fascinating challenge and a good battle at the moment as Van Walstein continues on his way forward. But Lorenzo Giannoni still pushing hard as they continue their challenge. But Giannoni continuing this pace in front of Zanchi and Marcellia. Marcellia has taken a very wide line to then cut in for a faster exit. So Zanchi better watch his back. Sam Luyet is the first non-Italian in the field. The Swiss driver in fourth place ahead of Hubert Petit and Victor Gustafsson. So this is going to be an absolutely hilarious run for the drivers up at the front end of the field because the kart is going to be sliding around all over the shop. They're going to try and bally their way. Oh, that didn't go well. That looked like Gerard Sebrian going off onto the grass there. Now, has Sebrian been able to keep that one together? Because that has not gone the way he wanted it, that's for sure. A very tricky position to be in there as the kart slides around. So Giannoni out in front of Zanchi. Marcellia, Rosati has got a... Fabrizio Rosati there has got a warning flag. Not quite sure what for, but certainly he's transgressed somehow. Again, I would assume that that's probably to do with the track limits on the circuit. But Lorenzo Giannoni leads the way in front of Matteo Zanchi and Leonardo Marcellia from Sam Luyet. Hubert Petit in fifth position ahead of Victor Gustafsson, then Massimo Dante, Van Walstein, Marco Torman and Fabrizio Rosati, who is up from 26th on the grid to 10th. So a great comeback from Rosati. Here's Massimo Dante, tucked up behind the European champion, Victor Gustafsson. And still Gustafsson wanting to find a little bit more speed than he's been able to unlock at the moment. There's Christian Abulin, the Croatian, who got a podium last time out at Genk. Almost won the final as well, don't forget. Possibly could have done had he not had one of his heats go wrong for him. But Christian Abulin really has been one of the revelations of the 2020 season in Gearbox. Zanchi going well in front of Marcellia. So he continues to battle his way forward. Zanchi really struggling to hold on to the pace of this car. Watch it as it lurches. He basically hangs away from him as he comes off the turn. Zanchi really enjoying the velocity and sheer pace of these karts in a straight line. So the battle rages. And this is the difficulty. In these conditions, you don't have a massive amount of grip to play with. There's Natalia Balbo, the leading woman in the field. Whoops, one of the karts going wide. That's Rasmus Janssen, I think, having his little moment further back. as he battles away with Marco Valenti. But there's the 134. That's Fabrizio Rosati, the man who's made up 16 places so far. Make that 17, actually, because he's just got past Marco Torman. So another place made up from Rosati. 6 laps to go in this heat that will obviously take us through to the lunch break. So the battle continues on. Tiptoeing around the circuit. Sam Luyet in 4th position, still hanging on in front of Petit, Gustafsson, and now Massimo Dante. Leonardo Marcellia still trying to gain ground on Matteo Zanchi, but Zanchi does seem to have a really good amount of pace in this kart at the moment. It was an absolutely sensational race battle earlier on from these guys, and they are doing another great job of it this time. Now, can Gustafsson get the run here on Hubert Petit? Launches on the inside. There's not a lot of room to play with, but he's got the confidence in the kart. But Petit coming back on acceleration, and Petit on the grass again. Now, that's the second time that Gustafsson's been battling with a driver, and the opponent on the outside has ended up on the grass. Now, that's because Gustafsson he's not edging them off the circuit. He's not ramming them off. Nothing like it. There wasn't even any contact. But what Gustafsson has done, essentially, when he's made the overtaking move, is he's left enough room for the driver to be there, but to give them the option of riding the curb on the outside. And when you ride that curb, there's not a lot of grip. It's very wet indeed. And it basically gives the driver that he's battling with a choice of whether to bail out of the move or run the curb and hope it's going to be okay. But it's never met with a massive quantity of success. It's a very daring maneuver, if anything. And now Sam Luyet is trying to keep Victor Gustafsson at bay. The new recruit at Tony Kart, the young Swiss, still trying to keep himself in position. The SRP Maranello's going very well here. Whoops, that almost looked like a bit of a torpedo Kvyat style moment there from Rosati, closing in on Massimo Dante, his teammate. But it didn't quite work out in that favour. Gustafsson closing up on Sam Luyet. Luyet trying to hold the inside line. Gustafsson wants to at least salvage 4th place if he can't catch the leading trio up front. Here he goes, Luyet defending. Gustafsson keeps himself on the inside line. My goodness, that was elbows out. Meanwhile, Zanchi still trying to keep in front of Leonardo Marcellia with 3 laps to go. But Gustafsson is now in a 4th place. Great racecraft from the Swede. He will not be intimidated. He's putting in a sensational battle here, Victor Gustafsson, to work his way further forward. And so the battle continues to rage. And now it's time for Hubert Petit. He's going to try and make his own bid on Sam Luyet to get through into position. He's having a nice little tussle with his own teammate at the moment, Senna van Waalstein, trying to get himself in the mix as he tries to get into P6 past Hubert Petit. Now he's done so. Nicely done from Senna van Waalstein. Excellent work. And so Matteo Zanchi is now working his way around the final few hairpins on the lap. Giannone is nicely enough in front that he can cope with the lead battle, no problem. And we're having a monumental battle for 6th position. There's 4 karts in it. Petit, van Waalstein, Dante and Rosati. Absolutely wrestling with each other as they come through the course. You've only got to look in the distance. Here we go. So you've got Petit, then Dante, Van Waalstein and Rosati. They were at each other's throats in the previous apex. Van Waalstein, the backhead steps out. Hey, round the outside comes Rosati. And Van Waalstein gets back on him. Rosati trying to come back. Not a lot of grip to play with, boys. Round the outside comes Rosati. Now watch, he's got more grip, more speed and acceleration from further back. But Van Waalstein holds the line. Around the outside, he's going to try again. Can Van Waalstein hold it? Rosati keeps his foot in. They bang wheels twice, 3 times. And Rosati still manages to find the way through. And Van Waalstein tries again, but look, the kart is sliding all over the place. This is the problem. They're on wet tyres on a damp track that doesn't have enough wet patches to really catch the water in between the treads. Last lap. And Lorenzo Giannone looks like he's going to pick up a very valuable victory to end the morning session in fine style. So the CPV Sport driver doing a grand job here Some absolutely meteoric racecraft. And I think Van Waalstein's just got another terrific move in round the outside, further back. So some really close battles in the fray. And all the way to the checkered flag in the mid-pack. But this man, Lorenzo Giannone, has not looked back since opening up a reasonable lead over Matteo Zanchi and Leonardo Marsiglia. He takes one gentle look over his shoulder just to make sure he still has the gap in hand. He won't look back again now because he knows he's got a decent advantage. He knows the two drivers behind are on wet tyres. They're not going to make a massive advantage up. In the final turn, Lorenzo Giannone crosses the line and grabs the victory in his second heat. Matteo Zanchi in second place in front of Leonardo Marsiglia. A good fight back from Victor Gustafsson sees him in fourth place in front of Sam Lier and Hubert Petit. So some cracking racing again in KZ2. Giannone very much the man on form. Matteo Zanchi trying to cool the tyres down and pick up some rubber by the look of it as well. But an absolutely fascinating run from the competitors as they continue to charge their way forward. And great to see the competitors having a great race of it in KZ2. So Lorenzo Giannone takes the win in front of Matteo Zanchi and Leonardo Marsiglia. Victor Gustafsson and Sam Lier in front of Hubert Petit and Massimo Dante from Senna Van Waalstein. And then in Fabrizio Rosati in front of Marco Torman, Christian Hebulin and Natalia Balbo. Rasmus Janssen is 13th in front of Daniel Vasil, then Marco Valenti and Lev Lomko, Filippo Calagaris and Daniel Stel, Enrico Bernardotto and Michele Fontana from Francesco Costa. And then it's Luigi Di Lorenzo in front of Tommaso Benni and Mihai Munchean. And Adrian Janicki in front of Moritz Ebner from Alessandro Buran and Damian Valar. The retirements are Kasper Schachurek, Yanis Ntompas, Gerard Cebrian, Jean Nomblo and Alessio Lamartina. So KZ2 qualifying heat A versus F comes to a close. And in exactly 1 hour's time, the drivers will come out onto the circuit once again. So at 13:55, we will return to the action for more drama, intrigue, and exciting race battles from the Temple of Karting, South Garda, here at Lanata for the FIA Karting Championship of the World weekend.
Don't tell me that I need saving. Finally awake and living. Yeah, yeah.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Well, what an interesting difference an hour makes. When you left us at the end of the morning session this morning, it was wet, dark, and very bleak. All of a sudden, the sun has come out over Lonato, and the scenes down at the holding area are what can only be described as chaos. Everybody trying to figure out which tyre is the right one to go on for this first heat. And interestingly, it is a split decision. There are some drivers who have gone down the route of wet tyres, others who have gone down the route of slicks. The problem we had in the previous heat coming into the end of the morning session was that the circuit was still not quite dry enough for dry tyres, but it also wasn't wet enough for wets. So it was an interesting decision to make. The majority of the field this time has decided that with the sun out and a circuit that has not been run on for about an hour with no rain, that slicks might be the way to go. But there are a few drivers who've decided to go on a more conservative approach. Pole position man Arthur Carbonell looks to me like he is on wet tyres in the 108. Simone Cunati, I think, is on wet tyres there as well, as is Jacob Talas and a few of the other drivers up on the front end of the field as well. So it could be a very interesting battle. But certainly for the pole sitter, Arthur Carbonell, who's on wet tyres, they're now just going to have to go with the decision they've made and hope it's the right one. But the sun coming out on the circuit here at Lonato definitely changes things for our competitors. It was absolutely abysmal weather conditions this morning. Now for the afternoon session, it looks as though it's going to be sunny and dry. So for those who need to rush for their slick tyres this afternoon, I'd make a beeline for them now, because it definitely looks as though we're going to be heading in that direction. But the question is, when? Is this first race of the day going to be too early for the slick tyres with a lot of damp patches still on the circuit? One thing you're definitely going to see over the course of this race is a few rooster tails off the tyres, and certainly a lot of sliding and wayward moments. It's not bone dry out there, that is for sure, but it might just be dry enough for a 13-lap race on slick tyres. There's definitely a dry-ish line on the circuit, but how confident the drivers can be on those slick tyres to go around the circuit, it's going to be an interesting one. The majority, though, does seem to be on slicks. They have decided that it's time to make the switch. We will find out whether that is correct or not over the course of the next few minutes. 13 laps of this circuit, 15.6 kilometers of duration of distance, and a very interesting question. Who's got it right? So the drivers will head out onto the circuit very shortly indeed for the afternoon session, and we'll start with the KZ2 race for qualifying heat C versus E, and that's going to put Arthur Carbonell and Alessio Piccini on the front row of the starting grid. On pole position, Arthur Carbonell appears to have gone for wets. On the other side, Alessio Piccini has gone for slicks. The biggest problem the drivers are actually going to have here is at the start, because obviously the circuit itself is still drying, but the road is going to be damp in various places, including, of course, on the start-finish line, where there is only really one dry line, and that is going to be on the pole position side of the grid. A lot of the karts don't go anywhere near the other side of the circuit in race trim. That's going to be the wetter part of the circuit. So anybody that's gone slicks on the outside line, they're in big trouble off the grid. So it could be a fascinating start to this heat, and definitely an interesting and intriguing opener to this afternoon's battle. If you're just joining us, I'm Jake Sanson, and you are watching the FIA Karting World of the world's Grand Prix, IndyCar and sports car legends have made their names in the last 30 to 40 years of racing. And this is where real talent, real skill and genius racecraft are the most prevalent tool you need in your arsenal here this weekend. Let's go through the grid in full for this race. It is Artur Carbonell and Alessio Pacini from Harry Thompson and Simone Cunati, Danilo Albanese and Joey van Sputteren from Slavik Pityatin and Yannick Himmels. Then Jacob Talas and Francesco Comenducci, Alexander Dahlberg and Kasper Nadolski, Kasper Kalasma and Davide De Marco from Giacomo Bellini and Thomas Imburg, Paolo Tonteri and Alessio Baldi, David Levinsky and Jan Pokos, David Trevelov and Andrea Dale from Thomas Mischik and Marcus Funda, Christopher Zani and Manuel Casalio, Lawrence Van Hoopen and Lucas Jonsson from Karl Lukaszewski and Lucas Vladic, Craig Tanich, Gaetan Revol and Noam Abramczyk. So now the drivers are obviously working their way around the circuit to try and ensure that they've got plenty of grip around the circuit. Tough to know who has got this right, but a handful of drivers have decided to play cautious and gone onto wet tyres. The rest of the field have all decided that slicks is the way to go. So this could be a fascinating duel for supremacy from the front end of the field, as all of the drivers have obviously decided to go down their own route in terms of where the best grip on the circuit lies. And we could be in for a fascinating race battle. Artur Carbonell, the 108, he's on wet tyres, as is the 102, I notice as well, of course, of Simone Cunati. What if they've got this wrong at a critical moment in the weekend as well, when they need to consolidate as many decent finishing positions as they can? Getting this wrong doesn't bear thinking about. Francesco Comenducci has gone for wet tyres as well. And there are a few other drivers. David Trevelov, I think, has gone down the wet tyre route as well. But then he needs to take a gamble with 2 DNFs. If wet is correct, then he could at least start the race and make his way up places. So this is going to be a fascinating challenge for the drivers. And you can see, obviously, that with the sun now coming out onto the circuit, that's going to give us a little bit of a glaze on the top level of the surface as well. That's going to be interesting for the drivers to cope with. So they'll actually be blinded at various points on the circuit as well. So it's time to see how the drivers will get underway in this qualifying heat. C versus E in KZ2 in the International Super Cup weekend. Carbonell, Pacini, Thompson, Cunati, Albanese and Van Sputteren. Let's race! It's a cracking start from Carbonell. The wet tyres gripping well. Cunati getting through as well in a second position. Get a brilliant start as they get away off the grid. So the wet tyres bolt away quicker off the start, that is for sure. But how long is it going to last in race trim? How many laps will it take for the slicks to catch up? So for the moment, Carbonell and Cunati have got the decision right. The wet tyres definitely gripping better. Looks as though 1 or 2 drivers gaining a bit of an advantage. Comenducci charging his way through the field as well, making up several places on those wets. And with plenty of grip around the outside, Alexander Dahlberg trying to make up some ground. The wet tyres definitely gripping well. But with most of the field going for slicks, this is going to be an interesting challenge. Trevelov has made a beautiful start and has started to make his way up through the field. So Trevelov doing much better this time as he quests and makes up places. So the wet tyres definitely the right option at the moment, especially in the latter half of the lap. So Carbonell and Cunati have pulled well clear of Pacini and Dahlberg, who are on the slick tyres. Everyone else on wets is doing their best to make up some ground. But the wet tyres on lap 1, certainly the right choice. But of course, this is not a 1-lap sprint. It is a 13-lap dash. So we're going to have to see who's made the right decision in the long term. And round the outside, a beautiful lunge there from Jacob Talas on the wet tyres as he goes up into 3rd place. Dahlberg is caught out and with no traction, he drops down the order. So it's Carbonell, Cunati, and in 3rd place now, also on wets, is Jacob Talas. And the slick tyres have got no grip at all through the chicane. Comenducci charges forward. He's on wet tyres and he's going to charge through up into 4th place now. Brilliant run from Comenducci. So he's now P4. Who's that in P5? Certainly some big places made up, as those on wet tyres are definitely making big ground. But the big question is that going to be the way that the race plays out after several laps? Carbonell is 2 seconds clear of Cunati, 6 seconds clear of Talas and Comenducci, 8 seconds ahead of the likes of Baldi and Dahlberg. So some big problems. What's happened to Pacini? Pacini's fallen down to 12th place. So Alessio Pacini is right the way down in P12 at the moment. That shows you how little grip the slicks have at this point. But how long is it going to last? That's the big question. Alexander Dahlberg doing his best on wet tyres. He's come through. So anybody on slick tyres really struggling to salvage anything out of this at the moment. So certainly in the first part of the race, wet tyres are the right tyres. Carbonell leads. Cunati second. All it's going to take is one decent lap on slicks and then it will all change. Comanducci has a big pressure from Dahlberg. Dahlberg trying to come through on the inside line. Thomas Mischik is going well. Giacomo Pellini, David Trevelov, Andrea Dali, Christopher Zani and Lawrence Van Hopen. All drivers that have gone for the wet tyres essentially. And that is the 136 off. That is Jan Pokos. So Jan Pokos is out of the race, I'm afraid. It is a really difficult problem. So that is Jan Pokos out of the race. We are down to 32 then, from the 33 that started initially. And the first few drivers are all on wets. Carbonell, Cunati, Talas, Comanducci, Dahlberg, Baldi, Mischik, Pellini, Trefelov, Dali, Zani, Van Hopen. The rest of the field are all on slicks behind them. The top 12 drivers have all come through on the wets and are just trying to keep the grip together. But what's it going to take for Pacini, the first man out of the blocks on slick tyres, to start to move his brave forward? You can see all the drivers on slicks that have made a real hash of it at the start, because Pacini is down in 13th, and then you've got Van Spunter in 21st, Thompson's 22nd, Kalasma, Albanese, Himmels, Nadolski, Imburg, DeMarco, Tonteri. They've all fallen down the order. The fastest lap of the race is currently from Jacob Talas on a 57.0, running in third place. So this is going to be a very tough order for the competitors as they continue to run through. So, Carbonell, Cunati, Talas, Dahlberg, Comanducci. There's Jacob Talas. This is going to be an important result for him if he can finish in third position. They come up to the end of lap 5, and we're on to lap 6 now. So Carbonell, Cunati, and Talas. The gap is 6 seconds between those three. Dahlberg is a further 5.5 seconds back, roughly. But all we need to do now, essentially, is wait for the drivers on slick tyres to really make a bolt for it. And when the grip comes to them, it's going to come to them rapidly. The gap between them in terms of pure lap time is going to be about 5 to 6 seconds. Alessio Pacini just set the fastest lap of the race at 57.0. Now he's on slicks. Here we go. This is the pendulum swinging. So Alessio Pacini's just set the fastest lap. The Tony Kart chassis is on slick tyres, so now the circuit's starting to come to the slicks. And the battle really is raging now. A lot of progress made up from those on wet tyres, but I think Pacini is going to be starting the bandwagon rolling now. This is where it's going to start coming to those on slicks, but is there going to be enough time? They've completed 6 laps, 7 laps to go. I think that's enough time. Pacini up to 11th, past David Trevelov. So the battle for the decision on the tyres is very much going to be a game of cat and mouse. There is the 112. That's Pellini. Battling in behind the kart in front. That is Alessio Baldi. He dives up the inside, loses traction off the corner. Pacini gets a 55.8. There we go. That's a full second quicker than the leaders. So now is the moment. It looks like slicks was the right call long term. But has he got enough time to make up to get back into the front end of the field? He's going to have to charge his way through the pack. And all those drivers on slick tyres are finally going to see that the pace is going to come to them. So if you're on wet tyres, it's time to start panicking. In fact, Cunati has come through in second place with Jacob Talas closing up. Here comes Pacini though. Pacini is on a lap. A very fast one too. So Pacini charging his way through the field, really starting to gain ground on the other competitors around him. And Pacini's just done a 56.4. That's half a second quicker than Carbonell, and that's while overtaking other karts. He gets up the inside of Pellini. That's 7th place from Pacini with 6 laps to go. Alessio Pacini may have just done exactly the right thing. Slick tyres from second on the grid. Charging his way forward, now going after the gold chassis of Thomas Mischik. But he's got to time the move right. He's going to have better traction down the straight, but he's also going to have to make a move up the inside to get past him. Carbonell goes into lap number 9. And this is impatience from Pacini. He's got to try and find a way through. Now he's got it. Pacini's through. So that puts Alessio Pacini into 6th place now. And he's got a drying line to work with around the circuit. He's got 5 laps, but this man is on a charge. Can Pacini on slick tyres catch up to the men further up the road? He's already got 1 win in his pocket, Alessio Pacini. It was brave to go for slicks. Oh, we've got it off. That is one of the Tony karts off the road. It's the 194, I'm afraid that is Kasper Nadolski. So Kasper Nadolski, the Polish driver, is off the road and out of the race. Meanwhile, Jacob Talas has gone into 2nd place. He's got past Simone Cunati. So Talas into P2. But here comes Pacini. Right on the back of Francesco Comenducci. How quick was he in the first couple of laps of the race? Dancing his way through the field. Now he's got no traction at all. And he's just desperately trying to hang on as Pacini has a much faster car. He's got much faster speed down the straight. They bang wheels and Pacini comes through. So Pacini is now on a 54-second lap. He's 2 seconds a lap quicker than the wet weather runners. Carbonell still 5 seconds clear of Talas and Cunati. Dahlberg in 4th, Pacini in 5th. But the slick tyre runners are starting to charge forward. Looks like Lawrence Van Hopen has managed to hold on in front of Zani. But Kalasper, Thompson and Albanese, they've all started to come through the field now as well. So Pacini, being as brave as he can to stay in the positions he could be, is nearly 2 seconds a lap faster in the first sector of the lap alone. Kasper Kalasma is the fastest of all in that first sector. Here's Pacini. He's got to try and find a way past Dahlberg. He's running out of laps. Here he goes. He gets there. So Pacini now into 4th position. 3 laps to go. And he's consistently lapping 3 seconds a lap faster now than Carbonell. Carbonell's on a 56.4. Pacini is on a 52.9. Thompson's even quicker at 52.3. But he's a long way back. So he's not going to get the result he wants. But can Pacini catch the leading trio? He's absolutely ripping this circuit apart to get on terms with Cunati. He's right with him. And he gets through around the outside. No, he can't get through around the outside. He drifts onto the wet patch. And that's going to hold his charge. Will Pacini have to settle for a top 3 finish, but not a win? He's consistently lapping about 3 seconds, nearly 4 seconds faster than these guys. But he needs to find a way by. He's going to have to come off the line. He's got through. Nicely done for Pacini. That's 3rd. 2 laps to go. Carbonell doing his best, but there's no grip at all. Talas struggling as well. Here comes Pacini. He's got a dry kart underneath him now. Dry tyres. Pushing hard. This is my favorite kind of race. When you've got drivers on 2 different types of tyre. One of them's got it right. The other's got it wrong. And you've just got to roll your sleeves up and go for it. Here's Pacini in behind Talas. If he can get through quickly, which he does, he's got a chance here to get the victory. He's got a real chance. He's still lapping very quickly compared to Carbonell, but he's only got a lap to do it. Can he catch him? Carbonell over the line on wet tyres with no grip at all. Pacini with all the grip in the world. Closing up on him now. This is going to be to the line, almost certainly, because Pacini is going 3 seconds a lap faster than Carbonell at the least. The gap is 4 seconds. It's going to be tight, and Pacini's finally going to have clear track in front of him. There's been an incident on the far side of the course. Now that's going to hold them up potentially. Pacini pushing hard, trying to catch Carbonell, and he's nearly there. Through the hairpins, he's got a really good chance because Carbonell's going to have no grip at all. Pacini will have lots of grip. Carbonell doing his best, riding the curb. Pacini doing likewise. Final turn. Pacini's trying his best, but it's not quite going to be enough. Carbonell just gets it. Oh my goodness. That was so tight. If Pacini hadn't drifted onto the wet patch passing Cunati, the Italian would have done it. But Artur Carbonell just hangs on. And I think that's the answer we've been waiting for, folks. Slick tyres. That's the way to go. Oh my goodness, what a race. What a fantastic fight. Artur Carbonell hangs on by the skin of his teeth to get the victory. But there are some amazing changes of positions in the last few laps. Carbonell wins it just from Pacini. Talas in third from Cunati, Dahlberg and Comanducci. Giacomo Pellini up to 7th from Danilo Albanese and Harry Thompson. They were in 20th and 21st at one point. Puciatin, Levinsky and Thomas Mishik. Then in 13th place behind them is Joey Van Spunteren from Davide De Marco and Paavo Tonteri. Kasper Kalasma and Thomas Imburg. David Trevelov and Chris Zani from Yannick Himmels, Manuel Casalio, Andrea Dali, Alessio Baldi and Craig Tanich. Then Noam Abramczyk, Marcus Funda from Lucas Vladic, Karl Lukaszewski, Lucas Johnson, Lawrence Van Hopen and Gaetan Revol. Just 2 retirements in the end, Kasper Nadolski and Jan Pokos. But what a crazy race. Split strategies, bringing things right down to the wire. But it proves that slick tyres was definitely, in the end, the way to go. Unfortunately for Pacini, he had just lost a tiny bit too much time. So let's have a look back at some of the replays from that fabulous heat. So an absolutely sensational race battle right from the start. We obviously have drivers desperately trying to battle, and you can see that Pacini's got absolutely no grip on the slick tyres in the opening lap. So the field just dances through. He was actually very lucky not to lose more places with the lack of grip, and drivers on wet tyres just taking full advantage of the incredible levels of grip they had. But by the time they got to about lap 7, that's when the tide turned and Pacini was able to storm his way through. Some fabulous racecraft, and never easy when you've got so little time to do something about these guys in front. Some good star efforts, though. The likes of Dahlberg and Comanducci able to put on a bit of a show. They still ended up 5th and 6th. So for this race, wet tyres was the way to go. But for the next one, I think it's fairly clear that slicks are the right idea. Jan Pokos, sadly, unable to take advantage, unable to get to the finish of his race. And even with the wet drivers battling away for the little grip they had, it was fairly entertaining all the way throughout. But once the tyres really gripped for Alessio Pacini, that was it. He knew he had a good kart underneath him. He knew he had good pace. So he could really start to pressurise the drivers. And look, he's really having to get himself up on the curbs to make these overtaking moves happen. But it really is wonderful to see just how big a difference there is in grip. So a fabulous little battle. And I'm sure that everybody will be watching their progress for all of the competitors as they continue on the day. But it does look to me as though pretty much everybody is now going to look at the lap times of Alessio Pacini, look at how quickly he tried to charge his way forward and managed to get his way through. See, it's little moments like this when you know you've got a faster kart, but you need to find a way through. It's moments like that when you just lose about half a second in the attempt to try and get through. That's where Pacini lost out. In terms of grip, his kart was the fastest out there towards the end, but he just didn't have the space. Unfortunate there for the 194. Rather unfortunate there to see the very highly rated and very talented Italian star off the road there. Oh, sorry, the Polish star, sorry, I should say, Kasper Nadolski. But you just look, you're fighting for the grip you've got, and Pacini tank slapping it in a straight line, trying to out-drag Dahlberg to the dry line and managing to make it stick. But you really are having to work very hard. This is where he lost the race for me. Cunati's held his line and edged Pacini onto the damp stuff, and look at how much time he's lost. That is where he lost the race for me. Other than that, he was pushing like stink, trying to close up with a much faster kart than Carbonell, and he just ran out of time. If that race had one more lap, it would have had a very different winner indeed. But a fabulous test of just how hard the drivers have to push to get the result they want. And now, of course, if they are on slick tyres, it means that you'll get to see a few more of these replays because we'll have some time to spare between races. We can have a look back on them. But Pacini, a hero's effort, really, to make the gamble in the first place. And it was a gamble because everybody else really, a lot of drivers towards the front were thinking that wets was still the best option. And a lot of drivers obviously deciding that that was the way to go, but it wasn't quite right. For this race, though, I'm looking out there onto the circuit, and pretty much everybody on slicks now. That's how close he came, though. Nearly got it. So the starting grid for the next race. Ben Tornfist alongside Lorenzo Giannoni. Valentino Fritsch and Matteo Zanchi. Jean and Sam Luyet are together on the third row of the grid from Nikita Artemanov, Filippo Caligaris, Alessio Larandi, Dan Schnell. And then on the sixth row, it's Rodrigo Ferreira and Marco Valenti. Tom Lulet and Massimo Dante from Leonardo Bisotto and Natalia Balbo. Janis Savico and Christian Habulin. Arturo Geranta and Luigi De Lorenzo. Federico Mascherlino and Rasmus Janssen. Alexandra Aru and Tommaso Benni. Christian Gaffuri and Fabrizio Rosati from Gabriel Bezzero, Francesco Costa, Hannah Lang, Yanis and Tompas, Belen Garcia, Adrian Janicki and Luca Bosco. So as the drivers get themselves up to speed again, it's obviously going to be a very tough race out there for all of the drivers. They will put in the best that they can do from the race weekend. But now I'm going to have a quick peek out the window and see if I can spot any drivers who've decided to go to wet tyres. I have a feeling that the grand total of wet weather runners is going to be 0. And yes, looking at it, they've all decided to go for slick tyres. I can't see a single driver out on the circuit now who still thinks that wets are a good idea. That doesn't mean that they'll be setting lap record pace, don't forget, because there are still some damp patches around the circuit. So you could still see a few drivers get it quite wrong in terms of where they place the car. So it's going to be a test of character for the drivers out there, that's for sure. They're not going to have it easy in the slightest, and they will obviously be needing to be very focused about their objectives, trying to make sure they get a decent start, a solid getaway, and then stay out of trouble. This race cannot be won at the first corner, but it definitely can be lost. So the drivers make their way into their positions now on the grid. Ben Tornfist on pole position once again. Lorenzo Giannoni alongside him. Two drivers who have been very successful. So Lorenzo Giannoni from the front end. Benjamin Tornfist on the other side. Valentino Fritsch and Matteo Zanchi in position. So let's see how the drivers get on as they launch away from the grid. This is going to be a fascinating battle for supremacy. So the competitors are going to come off the grid, and now we're going to get ourselves ready for racing. Let's see how it goes. Who will get to the first corner first, Giannoni or Tornfist? Let's find out. Perfect start for Tornfist. Terrible start for Tornfist. It's Giannoni who gets away fast. So Giannoni gets through, and then it is the Birolada Valentino Fritsch that comes through in a second place. So an absolutely cracking start as they come through once again, but starting to get up to speed on the far side. And now the drivers all have a fairly decent quantity of grip as they come through to the hairpin. One or two drivers might end up going out a bit wide, and that's where the greasy part of the course will be. So the drivers are just having to measure their pace and keep themselves fairly confident in the opening tour. Giannoni out in front, then it's Fritsch, Luyet, and it looks to me like still Tornfist up at the sharp end. So it's going to be an interesting one, that is for certain. The drivers trying to keep themselves very much in a decent position. And so the drivers will continue on their way. It's not going to be easy as they come through the end of the lap. Giannoni out in first position. Luyet is now second, having got past Tornfist. Fritsch down to fourth place. Oh, and that's Hannah Lang. Hannah Lang in trouble. Well, looks like it's game over for her. That is a real shame, and I have a feeling the way things are going for her this weekend, that might be game over for her weekend too. She'll still have 2 races to go, but it looks as though the Galifa engine may have let her down there, unfortunately. What a shame. So out of the race goes Hannah Lang, and the rest of the race is go. Oh, as Tom Lulet overshoots there in his battle with the 170, that's Rodrigo Ferreira. So a nice little battle in the midfield. But Ben Tornfist is now back in a second position. Drivers are still trying their best to stay away from the wet patch on the outside of the hairpin, because in the hairpins in particular, it is still very greasy. But Giannone leads the race now in front of Tornfist. Luyet is there in third place in front of Valentino Fritsch. Then it is Zanchi, Lorandi, Sam Luyet, Rodrigo Ferreira up the inside. Oh, there's not a lot of space for Zanchi to play with. Trying to get past Valentino Fritsch. And has not been able to there, so that's a bit of an awkward position. So Giannone, Tornfist Pearson, Jean Luyet and Valentino Fritsch. And then Matteo Zanchi in fifth position ahead of Alessio Lorandi. Sam Luyet and Rodrigo Ferreira. Then Arto Ajaranta, and that's Zanchi getting through on Fritsch. Fritsch gets the wet patch. And that drops him down about 5 places. 6 places, a spin in the middle of the field. That is Arto Ajaranta. No, sorry, that's Jean Luyet. Jean Luyet recovers, but that shows you how wet it is offline. So if you get the kart wet offline at any moment, then the kart will swap ends. He's not the only one to spin. It looks like one of the Leclerc by Lennox karts has gone as well. It's the 145 that spins around. That is Luca Bosco. So Bosco's had a moment as well. And that just goes to show you that even though slick tyres are the fastest choice, the circuit is not bone dry yet. There are still moments when karts will spin and fly out sideways. So out in front, it is still the Sony kart leading the way of Lorenzo Giannone. He has got this one on a plate if he wants to command it. Jean Luyet in second. Ben Tornfist is third. Zanchi in fourth place from Arto Ajaranta. Rodrigo Ferreira and Valentino Fritsch. Then Artemanov up in 8th place ahead of Alessio Lorandi and Jenny Savico. That's your top 10 at the moment. So back into the hairpin bend once again for Giannone. He has a strong advantage here. And for second and third, it's pretty much a case of keep it all together and hope for the best. So a really strong and competitive run as the drivers continue to charge their way through. Giannone in front. Luyet's being pushed rapidly here by Tornfist. Zanchi is still running well in fourth. But now that the track is starting to get closer to bone dry, it's not quite there. Oh, contact further back. Tom Lulet's come together with the 147. And there's another incident there as well. That is, that's one of the SRPs that's gone, and also the 205 of Rasmus Janssen. It's the 160 that's tangled in. That's Massimo Dante. But we also saw a little bit of an issue there between Tom Lulet and I think Filippo Caligaris got spat out to the sidelines there as well. Managed to keep going, but had to traverse the grass. So still drivers trying to pick off an overtaking move or two and not finding enough grip to make it work. So it's not as easy as all that. Here comes the move from Tornfist on the inside of Jean Luyet, who tries to hold him back, but he gets on the wet stuff, and Tornfist gets through. Oh, and that's another retirement. Now, who is that? I think there might be 2 of them involved in that. Valentino Fritsch has dropped back further. It's the 166 that's gone. Now, I'm afraid to say that is Federico Mascialino. So Mascialino's had a problem. I couldn't see who it was that went with him. So that's a slight problem. And I think it's Luigi Di Lorenzo that went off with him. So Mascialino and Di Lorenzo both off the road there. Massimo Dante having already gone off, of course. But now we've lost Mascialino and we've lost Luigi Di Lorenzo. So that's 2 more drivers out of the race. And a real shame for those 2. There's Tornfist now in second position, going very well. And that's the Praga. Is that Tom Lulet? Well, that's where he tangled with Caligaris. Oh, no, sorry, that's a little further round. But Tom Lulet appears to be off the kart as well. So that's his race gone for a burden. A real problem there. So that's another retirement by the look of things. I think that was the Praga of Tom Lulet. No, sorry, Tom Lulet is still going. So Lulet is still going. It's one of the other Praga drivers. That must be Christian Gaffuri then. We'll double check as they come through. No, Gaffuri's on the CRG. I do apologise. We will catch up with that. But Giannone is being caught rapidly now by Tornfist, and Giannone's trying to keep up with this. This is not just about dry tyres. This is also about the right tyre pressures. Because if Tornfist has got it right and Giannone's got it slightly wrong, the difference between them will be staggering. And Tornfist is in the 48s compared to Giannone, who's trying desperately to break into the 49s. So Tornqvist has obviously got this nailed. That's another incident for the 160 of Massimo Dante. But Tornqvist Pearson desperately trying to find his way through now on the inside as Jean Louillet gets the fastest lap of 48.8. Slightly quicker than Tornqvist, who's still trying to get his move on Lorenzo Giannone. He did a 49.1 on the last lap. But can he keep in front of Tornqvist with 5 laps to go? It was Rodrigo Ferreira, the Praga driver, that went out. That's why I couldn't pick him up. So Rodrigo Ferreira out of the race there, joining the likes of Fritsch, De Lorenzo, Mascherino and Hannah Lang on the sidelines. But can Ben Tornqvist make his move on Lorenzo Giannone? Down the straight, 4 laps to go. It's still a very tricky move to get done on Lorenzo Giannone for Ben Tornqvist. He knows this. He's got to time it right. He's got to know that there's going to be grip at the corner when he arrives at the apex, especially when Lorenzo Giannone is defending for all he's worth. He's not going to make this an easy overtake, that's for sure. Tornqvist is still going to try and come by. Jean Louillet sets another fastest lap, so he's gaining on them as well. This is going to be such a tough battle. But Jean Louillet is not holding anybody up. He's pushing on to the back of these two. Giannone is protecting. He's doing everything he can to hold the lead of this race. Tornqvist wants to come by. Nearly got a move there onto the inside. And again, Giannone having to defend. Gets up on the curbs to ride the rail. Tornqvist is the fastest man on the track, though. Can he get past Giannone? 3 laps to go. He's squeezing and back up on the inside. Now he bots for the inside. They both drift wide, but Tornqvist gets through. He's not going to wait around any longer. That was pure bravery from the Swede, and he makes it work. Brilliant. Great job from Ben Tornqvist. And that is how to get the overtaking move done. Sometimes you've just got to throw caution to the winds. You know that there's enough of a dry line on the inside to command it, and he's made it work. Beautifully done. And so for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team, Ben Tornqvist has got through. Now, who's that in front of them? Going quite slowly. I think that is going to be Rasmus Janssen. So Janssen gets out of the way. It's rare for a driver to be blue flagged in the FIA Karting Championships. Doesn't happen too often. So with 2 laps to go, Tornqvist having got through on Giannone. Louillet is third, Zanchi in 4th, and 5th place Artemanov in front of Ojoranta. And then Savico, Bisotto, Abulin, Lorandi, and Tom Loulet from Dan Schnell and Fabrizio Rosati. So an absolutely sensational battle in this Indy 500 style contest. It's this weekend, now or never, as far as the drivers are concerned. They've got to get it right, and there are only 36 places on the starting grid for tomorrow's final, with 99 drivers bidding to be one of those 36. Across the line to start the final lap. The race leader comes through. So Tornqvist gets the fastest lap board. And as the field continues on its way round, there is the 205. But the leaders are coming through. The 205 was being lapped there, I do believe, after all sorts of difficulties in this race, Rasmus Janssen. But there's your leader, Ben Tornqvist, having fought his way into a competitive position. There's Rasmus Janssen, trying not to be lapped by too many more drivers in this field, although he and Yannis Nuntorpas have well and truly been caught napping. But out in front, it is Ben Tornqvist. He rides the rails one last time, and it's a brilliant charge to victory. He has got the job done in fine style. Ben Tornqvist wins here. A brilliant race and a great job in front of Giannone, Louillet and Zanchi. Another great race battle between drivers on slicks on a certain pressure and drivers on slicks on another pressure, with the track still drying. But there are still wet patches on the circuit. So it's not done and dusted yet for the drivers in terms of slick running. But certainly a very good result for our race winner, Ben Tornqvist, who has well and truly got that race under his belt now. And it's a great victory for the Swede after a very character-building drive. So Tornqvist takes the victory in front of Lorenzo Giannone and Jean Louillet, then Matej Zanchi and Nikita Artemanov, Artur Ojoranta and Leonardo Bisotto, Janis Savico and Christian Abulin, Alessio Lorandi and Tom Loulet from Dan Stell in 12th position. 13th place is Fabrizio Rosati from Sam Louillet and Marco Valenti. Natalia Balbo and Alexandra Aru from Filippo Caligaris and Tommaso Benni. Gabriel Bizzero and Adrian Janicki from Francesco Costa and Luca Bosco, with Belen Garcia in 24th position. Then it's Rasmus Janssen and Yannis Antormpas from Massimo Dante, with the retirements: Christian Gaffuri, Rodrigo Ferreira, Valentino Fritsch, Luigi De Lorenzo, Federico Mascialino, and not even quite managing to complete the first lap, rather sadly, Hannah Lang of the MK Racing team. Well, a fascinating battle for the drivers in KZ2 in their second heat of the afternoon session. And of course, that is heat number 3 for the drivers. Let's have a look at the replays from the previous heat. So obviously it's a very tricky start because there are certain parts of the course that are still quite damp, and you can see the massive changes of speed and velocity from various parts of the grid as drivers are trying to get a good getaway. Tornqvist did not get a great start, it has to be said. He dropped down into about 4th or 5th position as they got away, so he had to really fight to get himself back into a race-winning position through the course of the heat. Several drivers obviously trying to get themselves into a decent race position as they circulate around the course. But it's always going to be a very tricky condition for the competitors as they run through. And you can see there, just all it takes is one driver just getting loose on the wet stuff, and it causes a massive difference in traction for the drivers. You really are riding the gauntlet in terms of your abilities of grip. There's Hannah Lang, unfortunately out of the race after just one lap. She didn't even manage to complete the first lap as it happens, and a real shame for her. Former top 3 in the national championship back home in Great Britain, so not exactly a slouch of a driver, just unfortunately caught out with mechanical problems. She's been having all sorts of those over the last 18 months. Without those, she'd probably be fairly competitive. Then Tornqvist making his way back into position, charging back past Jean Luyet. And it's the one he got on Lorenzo Giannoni. It took a fair while to get through past him, to be fair, but he had to time it right. He couldn't just afford to charge in and hope it was a door was going to open. You really had to be calculated and work hard for it. That was also a race where several drivers ended up off the road for silly little things by the look of things as well. Here's Christian Abulin battling away with Fritsch. I think he's just tried to get his move on the inside line, and Fritsch has got out onto the wet stuff. Look how little grip Fritsch has as he comes off the corner. Look, he loses about 5 places in one go there. But this is where we get the first big spin. Ready. He's got no grip, no traction. He tries to hold it on the throttle, and there's nothing, absolutely nothing he can do. And you can see how shiny the tyres are, because there's absolutely no grip on them, because he's basically just got water rubbing along the surface. And then we had the incident a little further round, as we had 2 karts off in difficulty there. Massimo Dante, and then also in the mix there, Rasmus Janssen. That's what put them so far down the order. But it's a tricky one, because you've got to go for the overtaking move if you want to make progress, but you also don't really know until you make the overtaking move and it goes wrong or right how much grip you've got. You've just got to hope that the road is going to be kind to you and that the racing gods are smiling at you. Now, here's the move from Tornqvist. He really makes it a forceful one, but he's decided there to bail out of it. As he bails out of it, the door opens up again, because Giannoni's worked... Oh, sorry, that's the move on from Jean Luyet. He's worked so hard to defend the move that it's very difficult for him to then come back at it. That's some really strong racing. That's the unfortunate demise of the 166 of Federico Mascialino, who's gone off with Luigi De Lorenzo. So some big problems there. It's still not bone dry, the circuit, so drivers are coming off all the time. That's Rodrigo Ferreira. He came off the circuit on the Praga. Tried his best to get going again, but it was to no avail. Quite a few karts to recover for the recovery crews. Now, just watch Giannoni. He's having to be so defensive here on the inside line, which means that essentially you are running rings around the curbs here, staying absolutely bolted to them as you go. So Tornqvist finally gets a look at it up the inside. Now, that's an interesting point. There was a little nudge there with the front fairing. I hope that hasn't loosened it. We'll have to find out a bit later whether that's done any damage. But this is the move. Banzai's up the inside. There is enough grip on the inside to hold it. He has to squeeze Giannoni, but that's the only way he's going to make the move work. And it's a fairly decisive overtaking move and very well taken, it has to be said. Not easy to pull that kind of move off, but he's done it, and he's done it well. And with that comes a very deserving victory. The air temperature's gone up to 20 degrees Celsius, so it's only going to get hotter and faster as the day goes on. Qualifying heat A versus D up next. Victor Gustafsson and Matti Kakowski from Alessandro Buran and Giuseppe Palomba. Gerard Sabrian and Alexander Schmitz from Hubert Petit and Andreas Falch. Leonardo Marcellia and Sebastian Bellicin. Daniel Vazil and Giuseppe Fusco. Marco Torman and Jesper Sjoberg from Michele Fontana and Robin Gledum. Jean Nomblo and Gio Stadsparder from Senna van Waalstein and Andrea Ceresoli. Moritz Ebner and Brandon Nielsen from Kasper Cecedek and Roberto Cesari. Enrico Benedotto and Nicola Rossini. Lev Lomko and Filippo Berto. Damian Valar, Janik Julius Bernhardt, Alessio Lamartina, Antonio Garay and Mihai Munchean. So as the drivers explore the circuit, they're obviously going to get a lap and a half of formation around the course so that they can get a bit of an understanding as to the finer points of this race circuit. It's a rather unusual situation we have here, of course, at Lonato, because the start-finish straight is on the other side of the circuit to the paddock. So the paddock is on the back straight end of the circuit. Unusual by its very nature, but it certainly gives us plenty of entertainment and drama. And normally it would make the main straight spectator stand awash with people, flags and spectators, but unfortunately, of course, in the 2020 season, all of these races are having to be run behind closed doors, which is a real shame. We really would have liked to have opened our race meetings in 2020 to the general public, but for the safety of mankind, we obviously had to take an executive decision. And it is unfortunate, but commendment and a real congratulations should still be given to all of the team at the FIA, at South Garda Karting here, and the RGMMC promotions team. We have continued to keep these races going in fine style despite the difficulties logistically and medically, and the racing is still as good as it ever was. Gustafsson, Kakowski, Buran, Palomba, Sebrian, Schmitz, Petit, Falk, Marcellia, Bellicin, Vazil, Fusco, Torman. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we do! Perfect start from the front. No start at all from Kakowski nearly. As they charge their way forward, it's a great start from Victor Gustafsson as the field works its way through on this opening tour. Karts going out slightly wide through the first corner, but it looks as though everybody's pretty much through safe and sound as they come into the braking zone for the hairpin. And drivers starting to find that ultimate grip to get the kart slow down. So at the moment, there is no major conflagration and certainly no dramas. And it is Gustafsson that leads the way in front of Alessandro Buran. Oh, and a spin from Van Waalstein. Senna Van Waalstein spins off. Gets the kart going again, but that is what comes of putting one wheel on the wet patch. Oh, and there's another kart off with him. Just on the far side. I think that is the 207, is it? That's gone off the circuit. Right at the back end of the field. Oh, it's the 203. That is Mihai Munchean. So Mihai Munchean having a problem, unfortunately, the Romanian. So as the field comes around to complete the lap, Senna Van Waalstein is now having to battle his way back, running side by side with Alessio Lamartina. But the field is still battling away around the first lap, despite the couple of moments. Everyone is still circulating around, and there's some great battles. Real racecraft from the KZ2 drivers in the field here. And as the battle continues on its way, we have got a race lead for Gustafsson. This is the battle a little further up. Oh! Karts going off and going sideways, hitting the wet patch on the far side. 2 or 3 karts going off. And it looks to me as though Kakowski and Alessandro Buran are the worst affected. Buran has got absolutely no grip on the exit there, and he's the one who drifts off the road. What a shame for Alessandro Buran. He was in second place in the early phase of the race. But something is not right with Alessandro Buran. And having had problems already in this one, it looks to me as though Alessandro Buran is actually just cruising home to the pit lane. I don't think he's going to take any further part in this heat. That is a real shame. He was looking strong up until that point. So now we've got one of the Cosmic chassis trying to move its way further up. On the inside of Sebrian, I think it's Daniel Vazil on the 141 trying to get through into position. That's slightly further ahead of us. So we've still got some good battles in the midway pack. This is the 159. That is Marco Torman on his Praga, trying to get up the inside of Daniel Vazil, the Romanian. Can't quite find a way through on the inside, though. And still there are drivers battling away. The 185 going through the shot, the Cosmic there. The 185 of Kasper Szyczurek, the Polish driver, as they come into the hairpin at turn 5. We're on lap 4 of 13. Gustafsson, Petit, Palomba, Chebrian, Vazil and Torman from Marcellia, Schmitz and Falch. And still the battles rage around the field. Now it looks as though Kasper Szyczurek has had a problem. I think the Cosmic may have come off the road, and we've lost one of the CPB Sodis as well. One of the CPB Sodis has come off on the far side of the course. There he is, continuing on. That is Jean Nomblot, I think. So, no, it's not Jean Nomblot. My apologies, it's Damien Vallard. So Damien Vallard having a problem, and I think Kasper Szyczurek is out of the race as well. So problems there for the Polish driver. He's come off and has not continued on around. I think he was running in about 12th position when he came off the road. So Enrico Benedotto and all the rest of the field have all managed to get by. So as the field continues, Gustafsson with a decent advantage now over Hubert Petit. Palomba in 3rd, Vasilis in 4th place. Then you've got Marcellia, Torment. This is the battle for 7th. This is Gerard Sabrian in front of Alexander Schmitz. So 2 places lost for the Spaniard. And the German Alexander Schmitz now wanting to try and make his own bid to come through. So let's see, on the far side, the battle and the challenge continues as Gustafsson extends his lead out in front. 2nd place for Hubert Petit, 3rd place for Palomba. And Vazil running a relatively good race there in 4th place ahead of Marcellia, Torman and Sebrian. So the battle continues. It's all going fairly rosy for the drivers out in the positions they're in. And there's no major catastrophes in the field. You're watching the midfield battle. I say midfield, but this is 4th place downwards, in fact, so closer towards the front. Marcellia, Vazil and Torman. Gustafsson sets a new fastest lap, 47.855. That's getting closer to the kind of pace we came to expect of this weekend in the slick conditions. So what a day at the races it's been here at Lonato. They've had to deal with all extremes thus far this weekend as Leonardo Marcellia gets a new fastest lap in. 4th position. This is Daniel Vazil. That's the man behind Marcellia. And then behind him, it's the blue Praga of Marco Torman. Alexander Schmitz, though, is the fastest driver in the first sector of the entire race. Until Brandon Nielsen shows up anyway. And now Brandon Nielsen is the fastest driver in the first sector. So still a lot of drivers trying to make up progress. But so far, so good for the drivers up at the front end of the field. They've sort of got themselves into a nice, decent sort of rhythm now. Gustafsson running well. Hubert Petit in 2nd from Giuseppe Palomba. Leonardo Marcellia and Daniel Vazil from Marco Torman and Alexander Schmitz. Then Gerard Sabrian. This is the move on the inside from the Praga of Torman to get on the inside of Vazil. Sabrian is having a go on the inside line there as well. Oh no, sorry, that might even be a little further back than that. So Fontana seems to have got past Sabrian. And Bernardotto and Kakowski have both managed to get past Andreas Falk. So across the line, Gustafsson still holds his lead from Petit and Palomba. This is the battle for 2nd. Hubert Petit being caught by Giuseppe Palomba, who was quicker than him in the last lap. And in fact, Leonardo Marcellia was faster than both of them. So Hubert Petit was on a 47.7, Palomba was on a 47.3, and behind them a 47.1 for Leonardo Marcellia. So obviously these 3 drivers definitely giving each other a lot of hard work out there at Lonato. Is there going to be the bold lunge from Palomba? He's not quite close enough to Banzai on the inside of Hubert Petit. But he's definitely been thinking about it. They come off the final corner and onto the main straight. 4 laps remain. We're on lap 10 of 13. Gustafsson in front of Petit, Palomba, Marcellia and Vasil. Torman, Schmitz and Fontana are next up. Then Cebrian and Bernardotto, who has made up 15 places off the grid, it's worth pointing out, make that 16 now. As up the inside, that is the 107 of Marcellia to get through. So Marcellia passes Palomba, and that is an important move for 3rd position for Leonardo Marcellia. He's having a really solid weekend's driving, is Marcellia. It's definitely going well for him. And so the battles continue to rage. But it is going to be an interesting battle all the way through. Gustafsson still holds station. Petit, Palomba no longer in 3rd because Marcellia has got through into that 3rd place spot. So Palomba, Vasil, Torman, Schmitz, Fontana, Bernardotto and Kukowski in the top 10. Fastest of all in the 3rd sector now is Alexander Schmitz, who's done it in 14.000. The shorter translation is that he's just done the 3rd sector in 14 seconds flat. And there's some great battling in the middle of the field here. Some good wheel-to-wheel jockeying for position. And it looks as though we've had in behind Fontana and Kukowski. Another nice, neat battle developing. It's the 164 of Ebner, who has managed to get past Andreas Falk. So Moritz Ebner, the Italian, definitely going well. 2 laps to go. And it's Gustafsson, Petit and Marcellia from Palomba, Vasil and Torment. Then Schmitz, Fontana, Kukowski and Ebner from Falk, Nilsson, Bernardotto and Senna van Waalstein, who's fought his way back into 14th place. Up 5 places from his grid slot. Gerard Cebrian is now all the way down in 15th position ahead of Jasper Sjoberg. Then Lomko, Berto, Cesari, Bellacin, Stadsbader, Glerham and Rossini with just the 1 retirement, and that is Kasper Schachurek. So Victor Gustafsson is looking good for another victory, and it's an important one for him if he can make it all come through for the finish. So a fascinating battle is going to come to a conclusion here for Victor Gustafsson. He's on the final lap. Here is the Leclerc by Lennox Racing driver, having a very solid run of it up at the front end of the field. But Hubert Petit and Leonardo Marcellia are not far away in 2nd and 3rd. Palomba in 4th from Vasil, Torman, Schmitz, Fontana, Kukowski and Ebner. And that is the way it's going to finish, with Alexander Schmitz banging in another fastest lap time towards the end there. But it won't be enough, because this man is going to get the victory out in front. He's done a terrific job here, and it's a great cause from his point of view. So Victor Gustafsson rounds the final lap and gets himself the victory. Well done to Victor Gustafsson. 2nd place for Petit, 3rd place for Marcellia in front of Palomba, Vasil, Torman, and the fastest man on the circuit, Alexander Schmitz. So the field comes through in a decent result and a good position there for all the drivers. Senna van Waalstein, I think, has just broken down after the finish line. So Senna van Waalstein has crossed the line, and literally, as he's crossed the line, the cart has broken down. So he's, I think, pulled off at turn 1. So not a good race for Senna van Waalstein, and that's another difficult result for him. Checkered flag, though, goes to Victor Gustafsson from Hubert Petit and Leonardo Marcellia. Giuseppe Palomba ahead of Daniel Vasil. Marco Torman and Alex Schmitz from Michele Fontana and Matti Kukowski. Moritz Ebner and Brandon Nilsson from Andreas Falk in 12th position for CRG. Then it's Senna van Waalstein ahead of Gerard Cebrian from Enrico Bernardotto and Jasper Sjoberg. Roberto Cesari and Lev Lomko, Filippo Berto and Gilles Stadsbader from Robin Glerum, Sebastian Bellucin, Nicola Rossini and Jean Nomblo. Then it is Andrea Ceresoli from Giuseppe Fusco and Alessio Lamattina, Antonio Garay, Mihai Munchean and Jannik Julis Bernhardt ahead of Damian Valar, who was the last driver home. The only 2 retirements were Alessandro Buran and that man, Kasper Schachurek. So a tough race then it is for the KZ2 drivers, but not for Victor Gustafsson. He makes that race very much his own, as the battle will continue very shortly, as in the course of the next 5 minutes we will get back into action again with the academy drivers. And these youngsters, aged 11 to 14, will obviously be battling on the circuit. Let's look back at some of the highlights once more. So obviously from the start, you needed to get good purchase off the grid. It's never easy to know exactly what pressures are the right ones, but you can see there that Mati Kukovski barely moves off the line and is immediately swamped as they head down to the first corner. That also actually really caught out Giuseppe Palomba initially off the line, but he manages to dodge it because obviously Mati Kukovski is on the same side of the grid, but Palomba reacts very instinctively, finds that he can actually make the move around the outside, and because he had that belief in himself to do it, he did get the job done. So a fairly tame race, probably the most tame race we have had over the course of the race day thus far here at Lonato. Senna van Waalstein dropping it a little bit on that first lap, but certainly not enough to end his race. He had some truly exceptional little battles going on through the field. And this is where Palomba almost thought he'd lost it altogether. A couple of drivers all going off in sympathy, but Palomba was able to get through in the end on the inside of the 119 of Gerard Cebrian, the Spanish driver. It was Alessandro Buran who drifted off the road, and that's really bad news for him because, of course, he ended up finishing, but ended up down in 32nd and last place. So not good news for Alessandro Buran. But some great racing in KZ2. Nonetheless, there will be 3 more races for them later this afternoon, and that will be the last 3 races of the day. We will have now 2 heats for the Academy and 2 heats for the KZ competitors as the battle will once again resume. So this is Marcelia's big lunge on Daniel Vasil. That was fairly straightforward at the time, but when you consider that we're still only early stages of slick tyre running, that's plenty of confidence. So much so that he then went and did the same thing on Giuseppe Palomba, who stormed up the inside, got 3rd place. There wasn't enough raw speed and momentum to catch up to either of the 2 guys in front, Victor Gustafsson or Hubert Petit. But this man looked absolutely flawless and full of rhythm and consistent pace throughout the weekend. And obviously being Italian, the team and the Charles Leclerc chassis along with Birolart wanting a decent result. So Victor Gustafsson continuing his run this weekend with a crack at the International KZ2 Super Cup. What could he if he could win that in the same year he won the European title? It really would be something quite special.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So now the attention and the focus switches to the FIA Karting Academy trophy once again. And this is, of course, the battle that we've been waiting for over the course of the day. The drivers who have dominated in their first heat of the morning that will finally square off against each other. Connor Zilic will be in pole position for the United States, and Maceo Capieto will be alongside him on the front row of the starting grid. They both commanded their heats quite dominantly earlier this morning in the wet conditions, but now the circuit is very much drier than it was. It's not bone dry. There are still a few wet patches around the course, so they're obviously going to have to keep their wits about them. But in terms of the psychology of the weekend, this is going to be a crucial race. Connor Zilic is only 2 heats away from scoring the maximum points that a driver can score in the FIA Karting Academy trophy. The maximum number is 90, and thus far this season, Connor Zilic has 89. But I think a part of him would love to get the wins in the qualifying heats, because if he does that, he will score a victory in the heats, and that will be worth the 10 points that it awards you with a fabulous display. I'm sorry, I've got my mathematics slightly wrong. He's got 69 points out of the possible 70 that are available to an Academy Trophy driver. But he still wants to get that 70th point, and the only way to do that is to win the qualifying heats. So we'll see how that works out. Drivers on the grid then. Conor Zilic and Matteo Capieto from Chiara Alajari and Theo Makuris. Matteo De Palo and Maxim Ferron-Castellan. Then Shudazono and Alex Powell from Bart Piekatovski and Alexei Yaleva. Adam Kowalski and Albin Storeysen from Matti Koenig and Emil Gjötram. And Zachary David is 15th place. So the 15 drivers make their way around the circuit. Fortunately, Maxim Ferron-Castellan is among them, but the young man from Luxembourg was a little bit sluggish out of the pit. Not quite sure what happened there, but they managed to get him going. So he will be back into his original grid position when he can get there. And of course, he has until the red line around the circuit to regain his position. He has been able to get started in plenty of time. So no doubt the young Luxembourger, Maxim Ferron-Castellan, who was so amazing in the wet this morning, should be able to take up his position on the starting grid, no problem at all. But this is all going to be about the drivers around them. Conor Zilic hoping to get the victory to make it a clean sweep of wins this season. 70 points is the maximum that can be scored in the title race. He has 69. And the only way to get that additional point, as I mentioned, is to win the qualifying heats, because you score 10 points if you get the wins in the qualifying heats. But there are a lot of drivers who could do it. Let's find out who's going to get the best start from Zilic, Capieto, Alajari and Makuris. They go around again. They will go around again. It's not quite right off the start. So the race does not quite get underway on this occasion. And obviously it's very important that the drivers will be in a better position. So it's not the easiest situation for everybody to be in at this point, obviously, but they've got to continue on their way. Pasquale Lupoli obviously deciding that the positions were not correct at the start. So the race director in the Academy Trophy, Pasquale Lupoli, will send them round again. And so now the karts are in position yet once more. Conor Zilic and Matteo Capieto, Chiara Alajari and Theo Makuris. From Matteo De Palo, Maxim Ferron-Castellan, then Dezono, Powell, Piekatovski, Yaleva, Kowalski, Storeysen, Koenig, Gjötram and David. That's more like it. Let's race. Great start to the first corner, and it looks A-OK from the leader. A little bit of a drift through the first turn, but it looks to me A-OK is now on the inside, going to take on Conor Zilic. There you have a new leader as they charge down the straight into the braking zone for the hairpin. The glare is making it tough to pick out numbers, unfortunately. I'm doing my best. And we got, oh, card spinning off down the straight. Now, who's that got spat out there? I think that is the Japanese star Shudazono in trouble. So Shudazono has come through, but down at the back, it is the 529 that leads. It's the Emirati. It's Chiara Alajari who leads the race. Fabulous start from Chiara Alajari to break through into the first corner. And there's problems elsewhere. There's still wet patches around the second. Oh, he's drifted wide. So the drivers are still trying to find the dry parts of the circuit. They all think that everywhere is dry, and it's not. It's Matteo De Palo who now leads it. Zilic is second from Makuris, Ferron-Castellan, Alajari, Capieto, Piekatovski and Kowalski. So many great overtaking moves. Makuris is now in second. He's got the move on Conor Zilic. So the battle continues. Conor Zilic trying to hang on in front of Ferron-Castellan. And in fifth place, that is Matteo Capieto, I believe, having got back past Chiara Alajari. So the drivers continue, but it is so tricky. Very tight for grip at the moment. And up the inside of Makuris, that is, oh, sorry, no, on the inside of Zilic is Ferron-Castellan and Capieto. They both get by. Alajari now sweeping past Conor Zilic as well. So Zilic is down into sixth position. You don't see that every day in the Academy Trophy. It's been pretty much plain sailing for him thus far this season, but not in this heat. And now in the lead, it's Makuris. Makuris has got past Matteo De Palo. This is only Theo Makuris' second day on this racetrack, and he is leading the man who knows it like it's his own back garden. Theo Makuris in the lead of the race, and we got three wide for third. Oh, and that's Ferron-Castellan. Oh, no! Florent Castellan hits the wet patch on the back straight, and the kart spits out. It's so easily done in these damp conditions. The circuit is still not bone dry, and the drivers are still trying to learn on the job, but it's not an easy situation for them. So Mercouris now leads Matteo De Palo, and Capieto has squeezed past Conor Zilic now for third position. Keanu Alajari is still there in P5. 3 laps completed, 6 to go. Conor Zilic on the charge after Capieto. This is going to be a tough one. Conor Zilic needs to stay pretty circumspect about getting past. He said, I've come here to have fun. I don't need to win races. I just want to have a bit of fun out there. But he gets the move on Capieto, and Alajari sweeps by as well. Good move from the Emirati. So into P4 comes Keanu Alajari. Up past Maceo Capieto. Zilic is third. Alajari is fourth. Fifth place is Maceo Capieto. And in sixth position, that's the 5'10 of Zachary David. What a comeback from the Filipino. So he's making big waves in this race as well. But Theo Mercouris is leading Matteo De Palo. And up past Conor Zilic, that is Keanu Alajari through. Oh, and Capieto runs wide. And there's a little nudge there as Kowalski gets up alongside Zachary David. Terrific racing. Up on the inside, the 512 goes toe-to-toe. As they come around the outside, Capieto tries to squeeze past Kowalski. He won't let him go. And now Bart Piekatowski has a chance to get up the inside. This is amazing for the Academy Trophy drivers. Capieto defends from Piekatowski. And in the back there, you've got the 540. That is Mati Koenig. A great performance from the Slovakian so far. So Mati Koenig is doing a very good job. And this is certainly the best work we've seen from the Slovakian in this 2020 campaign. He really seems to be getting on with this now. Is he on the inside? And I'm fairly sure that's Mati Koenig getting past into the position. Great lunge. And that's David charging on the inside of Conor Zilic. And he gets through into fourth position. Great work from the back of the grid. Zachary David is now in fourth. Great racing. So Kowalski in sixth place behind Conor Zilic. Piekatowski's got past Maceo Capieto. This is the difference in the changing conditions. We knew how the field was going to play out in the wet, but in the dry, or drying I should say, because it's not bone dry, it really is separating the lads from the warriors. Up at the sharp end, Theo Mercouris in front of Matteo De Palo. Then Keanu Alajari in third place from David Zilic. And in sixth place, that is Adam Kowalski ahead of Piekatowski, Capieto, Koenig and Gudrum. So there is the 504. Matteo De Palo, he's really starting to unlock the speed he knows around this place. He is the fastest driver around the circuit at the moment. Sets the fastest lap. Although Zachary David goes faster still on a 51.2. But out in front, it is the British superstar, Theo Mercouris. He's got a reputation back home in Britain. They don't have a massive budget. He's been a privateer for most of the last 3 seasons. And he basically does the best he can with the equipment they've got. A real giant killing effort on most occasions when he can run at the front. But this is his first opportunity to race in Europe. He's never had a chance before this, representing Great Britain. And what a performance here this weekend. If Adria had gone a little bit better, he might have been a contender for the title. But he's certainly finishing his Academy Trophy at 5-star with this heat. Matteo De Palo in second place. Oh, and a spin further back. It's a spin further back for the 516. Now that is Bart Piekatowski. The Polish driver's gone around. What a shame. So Bart Piekatowski, I think he's trying to get that car. What is he doing? He's going the wrong way. Oh, Bart. That is not what you meant to do, mate. He's going the wrong way around the circuit. He can't believe it. Oh, Bart. Don't have a cow, man. That's not good. He's gone the wrong way around the circuit trying to get going again. So easy to do, and he can't get it going, so he's going to pull off. Well, now he's going to come through, but I think he's going to pull it straight off the circuit. What a shame. As Alex Powell is out of the race. I didn't see that, but Alex Powell is now out of the race as well, the Jamaican. So he's come off the road. We go into the last lap, and Theo Mercouris is trying to get away from Matteo De Palo. So Alexei Aleva out, Alex Powell out, and I'm fairly sure Bart Piekatowski, oh, he's going to carry on, actually. But can Matteo De Palo close up on Theo Makuris and make the move in this final lap? De Palo has the knowledge. Makuris has the raw talent. Is he going to be able to hold off the Italian? De Palo's really starting to make his bid for Makuris. Makuris hanging on to it as they come on the far side. Down the back straight. Makuris is going to have to play defensive here. Matteo De Palo's going to have to come onto the damper part of the circuit if he wants to get past Makuris. This is going to be a great battle. Makuris defends at the hairpin. Can he roll off the power? Yes, he does. De Palo goes for it on the inside. They're both going to drift wide. But Makuris is going to hold it. But there's going to be a moment for De Palo out of the final turn. Across the line. Side by side. It's Makuris by millimeters. Oh, my goodness. Theo Makuris has it by 13 thousandths of a second. Wowee. Oh my goodness, that was tight. These boys and girls are so talented and they will push for the ragged edge. But that one was literally a photo finish. Absolutely magnificent. Right to the last. And Theo Makuris, in his second ever race at Lonato, takes the victory in front of Matteo De Palo by 13 thousandths of a second. Zachary David third from Conor Zilic, Adam Kowalski and Keanu Alajari from Maceo Capieto and Matti Koenig, Albin Storesen, Shuda Zono, Emil Gudrum and Maxim Ferron Castellan from Bart Piekatowski, and the retirements are Alex Powell and Alexei Yeleva. What an unbelievable finish in the Academy Trophy. That is as close as it gets to the finish of a race, and I have a feeling that's going to be the closest finish you're going to see this weekend. Let's have a look back at the highlights from a cracking heat. So right off from the start, it's a real gaggle as they head down to the first corner, and obviously the drivers have not yet been on the circuit in race trim this year, on the circuit like this in these karts, on a drying track. It's all been wet for them pretty much up until this point. The earlier race, very wet indeed. But this was a very different prospect, and we thought we were going to see a duel between the two winners from earlier, Conor Zilic and Maceo Capieto. They were 4th and 7th, respectfully, in the end of it all. This is the problem for the spinner on the first lap. Was that Maxime Ferron Castellan having his spin? Oh, no, that's Shuda Zono having his, actually. So Shuda Zono had his on the first lap. Then a little further round, we had more problems. But look at just how little grip there is for drivers who are still trying to figure out where the grip is around the circuit, essentially. And this is Makuris getting his move into 3rd position. So an absolutely sensational run as the drivers continue on their way around the course. So Theo Makuris in front of Matteo De Palo and Zachary David. That's an unfortunate moment for Maxime Ferron Castellan. He just caught the wet patch on the outside of the back straight. So easy to spin around. But he did the right thing. He didn't panic. He just got back on the power, let the kart drift back onto the circuit, controlled it nicely, and the kart managed to bite grip again. So a very tough race, but these two were the ones who had won races earlier on today, and they couldn't quite catch up to Makuris and De Palo. But an absolutely terrific race for them. And it was great to see Keanu Alajari and Zachary David get themselves up into the action after all of that. Unfortunate for Keanu Alajari because he was running as high as 3rd at one stage and then ended up drifting to 6th place. This is Capieto going wide. But the spin for Bart Piekatowski later on, that was the most unfortunate because he ended up facing the wrong way and didn't realise he was the wrong way round. Just started to push start the kart and hoped he was facing the right way, and unfortunately he wasn't. So I have a feeling that that's going to come back to bite him later because he did manage to drive the circuit the wrong way round at one stage. Easily done. You've got to remember that these guys are 11 to 14 years of age. Mistakes happen, and you are still learning on the world stage. So try not to chastise the drivers too much if you're watching at home. They are still learning. Don't forget, Zachary David on the inside there, cleverly using the curb to correct the slight transgression. This is how easy it's done for Bart Piekatowski. He realizes a little too late that the kart is facing the wrong way. He's trying to adjust something in the kart anyway, I think. But then he realizes all too late that he's going the wrong way. Not the easiest situation for Bart Piekatowski, the Polish driver, to be in. But this last lap battle, this is truly exceptional stuff. Theo Makuris, the man who barely knows the circuit, up against Matteo De Palo, who knows it incredibly well. And Makuris is purely on this point racing on instinct. He knows how dry it is, but he's essentially just got to ride the curbs and keep his kart as glued to the inside line as possible. De Palo risks it, goes for the inside line, but there's very little grip there. He rides the curbs. They both end up coming out wide. Makuris, how has he found traction? Because he's gone through the wet patch on the far side there. So he now has to try and slow the kart down. De Palo, though, is in the slingshot position. So Makuris just has to get on the power and hope there's grip. There is, but De Palo is racing into the line, and this is how close it is at the line. Amazing. 13 thousandths of a second, and Makuris just hangs on. Amazing. And that's just one of the Academy Trophy races we've got this afternoon. There is one more to go, and that is qualifying heat A versus C. And it does mean that we're going to have a very nice result, actually, from the 3 races, because we're going to have 4 different race winners from the first 4 heats of the Academy Trophy. And that's always quite nice, because it gives us an opportunity to see just how competitive these guys really can be. But we've now had Conor Zilic, Maceo Capieto, and Theo Makuris take heat wins, and they have all raced for a second time. So now it's time to decide who's going to be the 4th different winner in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And it could be any of them, really, because we've got Tom Breiken and Oscar Wirtz on the front row of the starting grid together, with Gianni Andrezani and Alex Kubenko on the second row. Ivan Dominguez and Darius Babiowana are on the third row of the grid together. Rafael Modanese and Jonathan Waywat will be on row 4. And Frederic Lund and Ariel Elkin, the Costa Rican and the Israeli, will be together on row 5. Kaloyan Vavitsaliev, the Bulgarian, will be 11th on the grid alongside Mexico's Donovan Bonilla. And then on row 7, it will be Thomas Veilentas of Lithuania alongside Denmark's Freya Norman. And then Mai Sedar of Slovenia will be there on the 8th row of the grid alongside Georgios Kafantaris of Greece. So air temperature is about 21 degrees Celsius now. The track is drying out fairly rapidly, actually, as the competitors are starting to get faster and faster through the day. And there are now just 6 races remaining this afternoon. The Academy Trophy, second race. And then we will have 2... I do apologize. We only have 5 races this afternoon, because we have this Academy Trophy heat, and then we have the KZ heat, the second one of the weekend. And then we will have 3 more KZ2 heats, and then we will continue on. The flags fly resplendent on the top of the stadium here at South Garda Karting. The Temple of Karting, they call this place, here at Lonato in Italy, just down the road from Milan. But it is, of course, a very different style of meeting here, of course, compared to what we've seen in the past. This grandstand is usually flooded with spectators, out of bounds on this particular occasion, because, of course, there are no spectators permitted this weekend due to the current worldwide pandemic situation. It is very unfortunate, and it doesn't quite feel right somehow here at Lonato. We are used to having a mass of floods of crowds, but the whole meeting, unfortunately, has had to be run behind closed doors, which is very unfortunate, and it's not how we wanted to run it. We really enjoy having the hundreds and now on a couple of thousands of spectators that come to the races. We do enjoy having everybody here at the race meeting, and they're all obviously cheering on their own individual fans, teams, drivers. But it just wasn't to be this year, so we know that you're all enjoying the action from home, trying to stay safe and sound. We'd like to extend all our best wishes to everybody who is obviously keeping safe and sound. A reminder to all of the competitors and teams here to make sure that you are keeping your social distance. And, of course, you are wearing your masks at all times. It is compulsory, so please make sure that you adhere to the obligatory proceedings of wearing your face masks at all times. But it means then that we can go racing, and it's an absolute credit to everybody behind the scenes who have made sure this is all possible. From the FIA, from the safety team, the marshals here at South Garda, the administrative team. It is very much appreciated, the work that everybody has been doing behind the scenes to make it all happen. And we are, of course, all very grateful indeed to everybody who has put this all together. The officials in particular have put on a fabulous show. And just a quick message for the officials. Un messaggio per gli ufficiali. Voi ragazzi siete i veri ori questo fine settimana. Grazie mille to all of the marshals around the circuit. Just a quick tribute to them to tell them that they are the real heroes of this weekend. So Tom Breiken and Oscar Wirtz on the front row of the grid. Gianni Andrezzani and Alexander Gubenko on the second row from Ivan Dominguez and Darius Babiawana, Rafael Modanese and Jonathan Waywat, Frederick Lund and Ariel Elkin from Karajan Vavitsaliev and Donovan Bonilla, Thomas Veilentas, Freya Norman, Maisadar and Georgios Kafantaris take up their positions on the two rows of the grid. What I like to refer to as the mini Olympics of karting. Every country is represented with at least one competitor from around the world that have participated in this year's Academy Trophy. Oh, there's a problem coming out of the pits. That's Tom Breiken. That is the pole sitter, Tom Breiken. In trouble, but he is going to be able to rejoin in his position. How about that? He's only going to get half a formation lap, but Tom Breiken is the luckiest man in Lonato right now. They have been able to get him started. They haven't panicked. They've just got him ready. And now he will be able to take up his position in pole alongside Oscar Wirtz. Goodness me, the heartbeat must be out of control for Tom Breiken with the adrenaline pumping through his veins. The panic of thinking I might not start at all to knowing now he will go from pole position alongside Oscar Wirtz. Then Andrezzani, Gubenko, Dominguez, Babiawana, Modanese, Waywat, Lunt and Elkin. Here we go. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Cracking start away. And it's Wirtz who's going to cut across into the lead with Gubenko in tow. And I think Brian is going to get squeezed down to about fourth position as they run through on the far side. The Academy Trophy drivers charging away. Gubenko trying to make his move early on Wirtz. Wirtz is not giving up any space. And in third position, that looks to me like Darius Babiawana. So Darius Babiawana in third place, the Romanian. This is definitely the best result he's had. Oh, that's a problem there. That is not Freya Norman, I think, the Danish driver. Gubenko takes the lead. Alexander Gubenko has taken the lead from Wirtz. And here's Darius Babiawana. A big charge through. Now, it looks to me as though Tom Breiken is under investigation. Now, I wonder if that's to do with his start procedure. Because obviously, if he has been push-started with the mechanic beyond the white line on the exit of the pit lane, that is a transgression of the rules. So that's a possibility. I don't know whether that's going to come back to bite poor Tom Breiken, but certainly he can't focus on it right now. He's just got to get on with the race. So Gubenko leads, Wirtz is second, trying to get back through. John Waywat has charged his way through to third place in front of Tom Breiken and Ariel Elkin. Darius Babiawana is now sixth. And then it's Andrezzani, Dominguez, Vavitsaliev and Kafantaris. And it looks to me as though Thomas Veilentas has not come through. So Thomas Veilentas is out of the race. He's had a problem on the opening lap. So the Lithuanian is... Oh, that's a spin for Ariel Elkin. The Israeli has gone off from top 5. So Ariel Elkin was in P5, in fact. And that is a disaster. So he's going to push the kart off the circuit and now try and get it going again. So a disaster for the Israeli. He's going to try and get the kart restarted. And has he managed to do so? I think he has. Meanwhile, we've got a battle going on for position. That is Tom Breiken defending from Jonathan Waywat. Has he got through into third? Yes, he does. So Tom Breiken now up into P3, having got past the Danish charge, Jonathan Waywat. And now he's going to try and get himself back into that top 3 position once again. Breiken running out wide as they go through the hairpin. Goodness me, Tom Breiken's in a proper roller coaster of emotions now as he battles away with John Waywat. They battle again for position. Coming off the turn, Waywat's got a chance here. He comes up alongside Breiken. Breiken shakes his fist in the air there to John Waywat. He clearly feels that he was a little hard done by on one of the corners there. Now, it didn't look to me like there was anything funny in terms of the way that Waywat was making a move on Breiken. Just seemed to have a close battle and tried to challenge for the place. Alexander Gubenko sets the fastest lap and pulls away a little Oscar Wirtz is there in second position. Bryken is third. Wayward is fourth. And in fifth place is Gianni Andrezzani. Rafael Modenese's come up. He's made his move up into ninth place past Georgios Kafantaris. So Rafael Modenese trying to charge his way forward and making up another position in the process as still they battle over second place. But Gubenko's got well clear. Waywat's still trying to come through. But it looks as though Wirtz has dropped back now behind Bryken and Waywat. So Bryken is in second, Waywat third, and Wirtz is in fourth position. Babiawana has got past Gianni Andrezzani for fifth position. A great race weekend this is so far for the Romanian in P5. Definitely his best result of the weekend thus far, if he continues in this position. And certainly his finest performance of the 2020 campaign as well. So Gubenko out in front. He's managed to pull out 2.3 seconds on Bryken and John Waywat. And Jonathan Waywat's going to make his bid on the inside of Bryken, and this time he gets through. Nicely handled. Full of confidence and conviction. Threw it up the inside. Not a lot Bryken can do in defence. So John Waywat into second position. Now next up for Bryken to defend against is going to be Oscar Wirtz. And then Darius Babiawana is catching up very closely as well. The Romanian trying to fight his way into position. So we've had retirements from Thomas Valentas, and we also have, well, we nearly had a retirement from Ariel Elkin and Freya Norman, but they have both kept going. Babiawana is now the fastest on the circuit, 50.7, quicker than both the leaders, Gubenko and Waywat. So a very impressive performance so far from Darius Babiawana. I did wonder if there was going to be a late lunge there from Bryken on the back of John Waywat to come through into second place again, because the Belgian has not given up on that. I mean, yes, Alexander Gubenko has got through and got clear, but it's still not over and done with from his point of view. As up the inside, that's Babiawana. He gets the move on Oscar Wirtz. Into P4 goes the Romanian. And that's not a lot the Austrian can do to counter-attack just yet. 3 laps to go in this heat. So Alexander Gubenko, look at the lead he's got down the back straight. 2.8 seconds clear as Bryken makes his lunge on the inside of Waywat. Waywat comes straight back on the switch. There's not a lot of room to play with, but Waywat gets into second place. And Bryken is now under big challenge of threat here from Darius Babiawana, who will really be wanting a good result here at Lonato after 2 difficult weekends at Adria and Genk. He's going to launch it on the inside of Bryken, and Babiawana gets into third place. What a resurgence from the Romanian into P3. He looks like a completely different racing driver to what we saw a few weeks ago. Great to see him develop. And Darius Babiawana is now a driver you need to keep an eye on. Excellent control. Brilliant discipline and great guys in the battle. Now, is Bryken going to be able to hang on here? Well, certainly a big lunge comes up from Modenese. He tries to take on Ivan Dominguez. Can't quite make it stick. So it's not the easiest situation, but Modenese still pushing hard. A real character, Rafael Modenese. I've loved watching him come through this season. He is the real definition of the term. Never give up, keep building, keep growing. Bryken on the inside of Babiawana. He gets through, and Modenese gets through on Dominguez. So Modenese is through past Dominguez as well. And that puts him up into P6. Never give up, you never know what's coming. Final lap. And Alexander Gubenko, the Russian, has absolutely disappeared up front. Jonathan Waywat still second in front of Tom Bryken, who has now just got past Darius Babiawana. But there is your man in the lead, Alexander Gubenko. Nobody is going to put him down any harsher than he could himself. He's always been very hard on him, on his own abilities. He'll be quick to criticize. He will not always look at the positives, but it's going to be very hard for him to take anything other than a positive out of this one. He's been sublime. This is definitely Alexander Gubenko's coming-of-age race drive, and it's been wonderful to watch. He comes out of the final hairpin, and at last, some good fortune, and the result he deserves. Alex Gubenko gets the victory here at Lonato. Finally, he gets what he deserves. Bryken is second in the end from Babiawana as John Waywat loses ground in the final lap, down to fourth. And Alex Gubenko, Yes, yes, yes. There at last, as Bryken fights to second in front of Babiawana. What a race from the Romanian. Excellent stuff. And a full credit to Darius Babiawana. That was a brilliant drive. So let's go through the results and then we will take you through the highlights from the race. Alexander Gubenko takes the victory from Tom Bryken. Darius Babiawana in third from Jonathan Waywat. Then Oscar Wirtz ahead of Ivan Dominguez from Rafael Modenese and Gianni Andrezzani. Kalian Vabitsaliev and Mai Sadar. Georgios Kafantaris and Frederick Lund in 12th position. Then Donovan Bonilla and Ariel Elkin. The retirements, Freya Norman. And on the opening lap, Thomas Veilentas. Let's have a look back at the highlights from a thrilling heat. Well, right from the start, it was always going to be a bit of a pressure cooker for Tom Bryken, but up to the first corner, it was Gubenko who worked with Oscar Wirtz at the start of the race to get through into the lead. Tom Bryken did his very best to hang on to a decent top 3 position. I think he ended up dropping down to 4th position initially because he had a lot of pressure from the fast-starting Darius Babiawana. That was the best drive I've seen from him. But Gubenko didn't wait around, did he, on Wirtz? He waited for his first opportunity to pounce halfway round the first lap. He couldn't quite get it done in the first sector at turn 5, but a few corners later around the lap, that's when he launches through on the inside and makes it stick. So this is the launch on the inside. Gubenko makes it into the chicane, and it's beautifully handled by Gubenko. And from that point on, it's pretty much all done because the first couple of corners at the end of the lap, everybody's sliding around trying to gain grip. Babiawana squeezing out Ariel Elkin a little bit there into the hairpin, but Ariel Elkin right back up the inside to retake the place. Saw some terrific race battles, but it wouldn't last long for Elkin. He had a spin on the next lap, unfortunately, which dropped him all the way down the order to his inevitable 14th place finish. A good half a minute behind the rest of the field. What a shame for him because he has shown some incredible speed himself this year. But he did manage to get going again, so full credit to the Israeli. He has been able to keep going. We saw some terrific battles all the way through this field. Lots of good overtakes, lots of good racecraft. Tom Bryken and John Waywat with plenty of good skill around the circuit. This is the kind of battle that these two are going to remember long into their adolescence. As you always remember, I've been talking to several drivers about this from the worlds of Formula 1, IndyCar, Tin Tops, rallying, Rally Cross, and Le Mans. When you come through karting, you always remember those battles. You'll never forget them. Really good battle between these guys as Bryken and Waywat get their move done on the inside of Oscar Wirtz. But this is the really bold one from John Waywat inside of Bryken. All the more impressive then from the Belgian Tom Bryken that he was able to find his way back into position, because they do have a proper good race all the way around this circuit. But even Oscar Wirtz is struggling here with young Darius Babiawana. That's a name you want to remember. Romania has yet to produce a Grand Prix driver, but Darius Babiawana certainly looking like he could be one of the brightest prospects for the future of doing so. And this is Bryken yet again overturning the tables on Jonathan Waywat in that turn 5 hairpin. This battle just went on and on and on all the way through to the end of the race. Waywat managing to get a good recovery on the far side. But the man oblivious to all of this out in front, doing an absolutely exceptional job, is of course the man up on the top of the field, Alexander Gubenko, just driving round it all and not really letting anybody else's battles become an issue for him. He's just had an exceptional run. This is a nice move in the middle of the race from Bryken on to Babiawana. This is when you might think that the race battles were going to be tailing off. Modenese doing the same thing to Ivan Dominguez in the closing stages. But this man just absolutely superb. Sublime driving throughout the final few laps, and certainly this weekend. A result I think he needed for his own confidence. And it's always great to see drivers putting on that great burst of speed that they need to come up with the goods. And it is a great result. So that's the Academy Trophy pretty much over for today. They will be back, of course, tomorrow. So the Academy Trophy drivers will be back a little bit later on in the weekend. They'll be back tomorrow morning. Next up, it is the KZs. But we have 4 different winners in the Academy Trophy. Maceo Kipieto, Conor Zilic, Theo Makuris, and now Alexander Gubenko.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So now we get the next heat in the battle, and this is obviously going to be a fascinating one. Because it is going to be KZ once again, the second time today, and in very different circumstances to what we saw in the earlier race. Of course, the opening heat of the day was run in the wet conditions. So a fascinating battle it's going to be this time with Marin Kramers and Luca Corberi. So Marin Kramers and Luca Corberi will be on the front row of the starting grid. And of course they will renew their battle from earlier on today. But Marin Kramers doing a fabulous job in the opening heat as they battled for proceedings. But it's never going to be easy to see how the drivers will cope in the differing conditions. Stan Pex will start from 3rd position on the grid for this one. The man who won last time out at Genk in the European Championship. Jeremy Iglesias going very well this weekend aboard his Formula K. 4th on the starting grid, of course, Jeremy Iglesias. 3rd row of the grid is Bas Lammers, the Dutchman, alongside his countryman Jorrit Pex. Simo Puhaka, 4th position on the grid, the Finnish driver alongside Emilion Denner. And so the Tony Kart twins will be there on the 4th row of the grid. Fabian Federer will line up alongside Matteo Vagano to line up on the 5th row. So Pedro Hiltbrand will be 6th row of the grid alongside Adrien Renaudin. Riccardo Longhi will be beside Petr Potacek. And then Davide Fore beside Mirko Tozzolini. And then to round out the grid, it will be Gust Specken alongside Johan Sogel. Noah Millel will be beside Douglas Lundberg. Antonio Fuoku continues his karting renaissance alongside Mauro Simoni. Matteo Massatani beside Alessandro Orlando, who's had a really difficult weekend at the office thus far. And then Mirko Mizzoni and Christoph Holt from Paolo Ippolito. So it's obviously going to be a very difficult situation for everybody in this last race of the day for the competitors. But they will obviously want to have a really strong race. Kramers and Corberi from Pex and Iglesias, Lammers and Pex, Simo Puhaka and Emilion Denner from Fabian Federer and Matteo Vagano. The earlier race battle, a very difficult one in very tricky weather conditions, it has to be said. But the battle is going to be very tight indeed for the competitors as they continue to quest after the World Championship title. Let's not forget that 13 months ago, this battle was almost as intense as it was this time. And obviously the drivers want to have as much as they possibly can from this race weekend, so they will push very hard indeed to make it happen. So we should talk you through some of the developments over the course of the day, because obviously the races are basically being declared as we go through the day to see if there are any major changes for those who are following all the way through the battle. And obviously races are being declared as we go. So we have had each of our KZ2 races from the morning session, but obviously in the previous KZ race, we had a victory for Marin Kramers in front of Luca Corberi and Jeremy Iglesias. Jorit Pex got 4th place in front of Adrien Renardin and Fabian Federer from Petr Potacek and Baz Lammers, who picked up a 5-second penalty. Mirko Tozzolini and Davide Fore in the top 10. There were penalties as well for the likes of Longhi, Denner, Lundberg, Ippolito, Specken, Bizzolo, Mano and Louis Speck, all because of front fairings, I do believe. And that was, of course, because of how treacherous the conditions were in the earlier race. 31 drivers took to the starting grid. I wonder how many are going to take to the starting grid this time. Hopefully all 32 of them, if Christoph Holt can get the kart started this time. We will find out shortly. That is for definite. So out onto the circuit then for Marin Kramers and Luca Corberi on the front row of the grid. Stan Pex and Jeremy Iglesias from Baz Lammers and Jorit Pex. From Simo Pohaka and Emilion Denner, Fabian Federer and Matteo Vigano, Pedro Hiltbrand and Adrien Renardin. From Riccardo Longhi and Petr Potacek. From Davide Fore and Mirko Tozzolini. Gust Specken and Johan Sogel, Noah Milil and Douglas Lundberg, Antonio Fuoku and Mauro Simoni, Matteo Mazzatani and Alessandro Orlando. From Mirko Mizzoni, Christoph Holt, Paolo Ippolito, Mario Lubic, Alessandro Bizzolo, Lucio Mano, Valerio Giambattista and Luis Speck. 32 drivers from all over the world continue to battle for the greatest prize in karting, the World Championship. This is their Indy 500. It's a one weekend, no nonsense, no holds barred thrash with the elements, with each other and with their machines. The most physical form of motorsport there is. Gearbox karting at KZ level. This is the biggest and best of the sport's grandest and greatest. The class of the drivers are supreme at this level. You put any of these drivers into any racing car and they would come out towards the top 5 in that timing sheet, I am sure, because their skill and their ability is absolutely unquestionable. To be able to battle with G-forces comparable to that of a jet pilot at various points on the course, and when you consider that these guys are a couple of millimeters off the ground in machines that are power to weight ratio comparable to a Formula 2 racing car, and they can launch off the line in about the same 0 to 60 time as a Bugatti Veyron sports car. It is quite astonishing. Superhumans, I call them. We call them the greatest racers in the world. So Marin Kramers in pole position. Luca Corberi, this is essentially his back garden. Stan Pex 3rd position. Jeremy Iglesias 4th from Baz Lammers and Jorit Pex. Marin Kramers, the reigning world and European champion. Luca Corberi, the World Cup winner from back in 2012, but knows this circuit like it's his own. And of course, it is. The drivers are left on the grid. What can Pex and Iglesias do from the second row? Let's find out. Cracking start for Kramers. No problem at all off the line. Pex gets alongside Iglesias. They bang wheels as they come through. Iglesias is the one who has to yield. And as they come through along the first 3 corners into turn 4, no major dramas other than the wheel banging, but there's an absolute squabble further back. 2 karts locking wheels. It's Jorit Pex and Fabian Federer. So Pex and Federer have dropped right the way down the order. Not great news for the former world champion. Jorit Pex, who won the crown in 2015. Looks like we got a couple of karts off the road on the grass. Down at the back end. Is that Federer off again? I think it is. Federer's dropped to the back of the field now behind Valerio Giambattista. So as the field works their way through, it is a cracking start to proceedings in the World Championship second heat. Jorit Pex trying to work up back through the field. But it's Kramers, Corberi, Pex, Iglesias, Pohaka, Lammers, Denner, Vigano, Renardin, Longhi, Tozzolini, Milel, Potacek and Fuoku. Fuoku in 14th ahead of Hiltbrand, Specken, Fore, Orlando, Lundberg, Simoni, Ippolito and Sogel. Up the inside, Pex now having to battle to defend. Here comes Emilion Denner. He sensed the move on Baz Lammers, couldn't get it, and now Vigano is being squeezed back. Here we go then, KZ racing at its best. Riccardo Longhi now trying to get his move round the outside of Adrien Renardin. Surely that won't work. And it doesn't, but it's a great effort. As now, up the inside comes Iglesias. He gets through on Corberi. So Iglesias in a second, past Corberi. And here comes Pohaka, makes his bid on Corberi. They drift wide. And here comes Stan Pex. He's going to try and drift past them both. So Pohaka through in a third. Corberi into 4th, has to let his teammate go. And Pex is going to lunge on the inside of Corberi. That was an amazing move from Stan Pex. That came out of nowhere. And now Lammers is trying to get past Luca Corberi with Matteo Vigano in tow from Longhi, Tosolini, Renaudin and Denner. Then Petr Petacek and Noah Milel. Here comes Lammers and Vigano, both going to try and get past Corberi. Only one of them makes it. Vigano has to wait for his bid. And as you can see, there's a lot at stake in this race. It's the first dry race of the weekend for the KZ competitors, and they want to make the best of it. So along the straight, Kramers from Iglesias, Puhaka, Pex, Lammers, and Corberi. Matteo Vigano trying to make his own bid to come past Luca Corberi, and he gets there. In the wet, Luca Corberi really has the advantage here, but in the dry, the others are trying to get him back. Corberi makes the move back on Vigano, who retakes him on the exit. Luca Corberi doing his best, but these guys really do have what it takes in KZ these days. Like every other form of motorsport, it seems, in the 21st century, it really is a young man's game, and the talented teenagers are charging their way forward in KZ. Not all of them are at that age, of course. Jeremy Iglesias and Simo Puhaka still very much fast hands at the game. Stan Pex and Baz Lammers too. But certainly for the likes of Marin Kramers and Matteo Vigano, two of the younger chargers at the front end of the field. Look at the gap that Kramers has got. Absolutely storming his way through. Baz Lammers goes two wheels in the air out of turn 4, hopping over the curbs. Federer trying to make up some places. He's got past Holt, Lubick, Speck, Bizzolo and Giambattista. But Marin Kramers still leads the way. Iglesias in second position. Puhaka is third. Fourth is Stan Pex. Fifth is Baz Lammers. And sixth is Matteo Vigano. From Tosolini, Renaudin, Denner, Corberi down to 10th now in front of Longhi and Petacek. He may know the circuit better than anybody else, Luca Corberi, but did they make a mistake in terms of tyre pressures? Because if he's on the wrong settings, that's why he's going backwards down the order. Emilion Denner now goes past his rival, Adrien Renaudin. They raced together a short while ago, of course, in their careers back at KZ2. Just a brief, fleeting rivalry. But they have both, in the past, come out of the Sodi Kart mould. Renaudin, of course, is still at Sodi Kart these days. And Emilion Denner was with them last year for the CPB Sport Satellite Squad in KZ2 when he won the International Super Cup right here at Lonato. So here's Simo Puhaka trying to shake off Stan Pex in fourth position. Iglesias is just trying to catch up to Marin Kramers. Lap 6 completed, lap 7 begins. And obviously, it's still a tough battle for all of the drivers at this phase of the racing. But with slick tyres and a bone-dry track, we now really do have the world-class competitors. What a slide through from Pex! Puhaka comes alongside and retakes it. But Stan Pex showing his determination. He wants a good result, and he wants to become world champion. His brother did it 5 years ago. Jorrit Pex to win the world title of 2015. Now Stan Pex wants to have his turn. And after winning the final at Genk, he is well placed, but he does need some good results from these 3 heats. So Stan Pex charging after Simo Puhaka to try and get into third position. This could be advantageous, especially with him overtaking Luca Corberi. Let's not forget that it was already a very tight battle for them earlier. Stan Pex could only manage 11th in the earlier race. Now he's up to third on the inside of Simo Puhaka. Nicely taken, nicely judged, and that's well handled. So another great result and another tantalising battle up at the front end of the field. So Marin Kramers from Jeremy Iglesias and Stan Pex. Then it's Simo Puhaka from Baz Lammers. And so the racers continue their charge. They continue their battle. It's going to be an absolutely sensational run. Marin Kramers from Jeremy Iglesias, Stan Pex and Simo Puhaka from Baz Lammers, Matteo Vigano, Mirko Tosolini, Riccardo Longhi, Adrien Renaudin and Emilion Denner. From Pedro Hilprand and Petr Petacek. From Paolo Polito and Alessandro Orlando up to 14th. So Marin Kramers doing the best he possibly can. Jeremy Iglesias going well. And Simo Puhaka in third position from Baz Lammers and Matteo Vigano. Then Tozzolini in front of Longhi, Renaudin and Denner. But with 4 laps to go at the end of this one, Iglesias has not given up on Marin Kramers. He's still pushing hard to try and close up. This is Baz Lammers versus Matteo Vigano. Lammers, though, is so good at placing the Sony kart exactly where he needs to keep Matteo Vigano at bay. So Marin Kramers leads the race in fine style here from Jeremy Iglesias. Stan Pex in third. 4th place for Simo Puhaka. Baz Lammers is 5th from Matteo Vigano, Mirko Tozzolini, Riccardo Longhi and Adrian Renaudin from Emilion Denner and Pedro Hiltbrand. Then Paolo Ippolito and Alessandro Irlando now ahead of Petr Potacek and Antonio Fuoku. Davide Fore is 16th ahead of Luca Corberi, way down in 17th. But look at how close the lead battle is. Lundberg's got a warning flag, but Iglesias has caught up to Kramers. Here we go. 3 laps to go, and we're going to get a battle for victory. Kramers leads it. Iglesias is right behind him, and here comes Stan Pex as well. Is Kramers going to hang on to this? Iglesias pushing him all the way. And Stan Pex looking for his move on the inside of Iglesias through to 2nd place. So now Kramers and Pex are 1 and 2. Iglesias is 3rd. At 4th place comes Simo Puhaka. They're going to be 1, 2, 3 and 4 down the straight. There is not a lot to choose between them. Pex is closing up on Kramers. Can he have a chance? No, he's not going to get it there. Kramers drifting a little bit wide. Can Pex force a move on the inside line? Not yet. Iglesias and Puhaka are right there. So Kramers has got his work cut out for the next 2 laps. Can he hang on in front of Stan Pex? Stan Pex definitely starting to look like he could become a world champion tomorrow. Will he make the lunge? Here comes Puhaka. Dives on the inside of Iglesias. Through to 3rd. Pex is sizing up a move on Kramers. Kramers defends. So Marin Kramers hangs on in front of Stan Pex. But Pex needs a decent result. Kramers can afford to finish 2nd. Pex really could do with a win here. 11th place in the early heat. Here goes Pex on the inside of Kramers, and he holds him off. Pex tries again. Kramers slides across, just as he did last year. Iglesias round the outside of Puhaka into 3rd position. This is like the final. Through they come again. And now Vigano's joined the battle, as has Lammers. 1 lap to go. I can't believe this is the 2nd heat. They're giving us plenty of drama. Puhaka now tries again on Iglesias. He gets a run on Stan Pex. Pex is going to try again on Kramers. Puhaka tries to come around the outside of Iglesias. Vigano has a move on the inside. Can't make it stick. Up onto the far side. Pex again, holding on in behind Marin Kramers. They come down the back straight. Is he going to get one final crack at the whip? Kramers defends, has to be cautious through the chicane. Stan Pex could have one more chance to launch it. He's going to look at it. Kramers blocks in defense. Vigano coming round the outside of Puhaka into 4th position. Great lunge from Vigano. And I think Kramers will just about hang on. Stan Pex is going to do his best, but it's Kramers again. Great race from Marin Kramers. Just about hanging on to it. Oh my word, no one's going to stop him taking race victories this weekend. He's hanging on by a thread, but mark you, he is absolutely running the gauntlet. Amazing racing. From first to last, would you believe? Just 16.5 seconds. That is incredible. That shows you how competitive it is in KZ. Wow. Marin Kramers, sublime. Absolutely sublime. So Marin Kramers takes the win in front of Stan Pex and Jeremy Iglesias, Matteo Vigano and Simo Puhaka. Less than a second covering the top 5. Baz Lammers is 6th from Mirko Tozzolini and Riccardo Longhi. Adrian Renaudin and Emilion Denner from Pedro Hiltbrand and Paolo Ippolito. Then in 13th place, it is Alessandro Irlando. Great comeback. Petr Potacek in front of Antonio Fuoku. Davide Fore and Douglas Lundberg from Fabian Federer and Gust Specken. Noah Milel and Luca Corberi. Christoph Holt, Matteo Massatani and Mauro Simoni. Mirko Mazzoni and Johan Sogel. Jorit Pex way down in 27th from Mario Lubic, Lucio Mano and Luis Speck ahead of Alessandro Bizzolo. The only retirement, Valerio Giambattista. What an exceptional duel. That is an amazing race. Let's go back over the best bits from a thrilling encounter. So how important was that result for Stan Pex? Well, it puts him third in the aggregate rankings at the moment. But with 2 wins out of 2, Marin Kramers is going into the interim still the leader in KZ. Look how close that was between Pex and Iglesias. They bang wheels and it's a mighty chain reaction. It really bunches up the field behind them as well. The chain reaction is felt all the way through the midfield. And that loss of momentum. But Stan Pex making his bid. Now, if we watch down the back straight, look, you're going to see 2 karts locking together. There they are. Federer and Pex absolutely fuming with each other. But it's a broken side pod for Federer, and he is angry at Jorik Pex. I'm sure Pex is angry at Federer. But Fabian Federer, certainly the most vocal of the 2 drivers in that incident. Fabian Federer is only just able to keep going in that race. He wasn't given a technical flag or anything, so the side pod did not actually part company with the car, even though it looks as though it's about to any second. A really good charge up the inside there on the opening lap from Simo Pohaka to dive on the inside of Baz Lammers, leaving no room for negotiation. But these guys really are the kings of the sport. They run the gauntlet so many times over the course of a weekend. Now, this was a nice move. This is Iglesias getting his bid on Stan Pex, deciding he's not going to wait around and just charges through on the inside. Pex, I don't think, even realizes he's coming until he's already got through. Pohaka thinks, right, well, I've got an opportunity. And Stan Pex actually launches and vaults over the curb. Longhi really struggling in this race. Now, this is why it's such a good comeback from Stan Pex, because now they start to pick off Corberi. I don't know what it was with Luca Corberi's car, but for whatever reason, he just tumbles down the order. So Iglesias comes through in second. Third at this point is Corberi, but Pohaka's going to get him past here. This is a brave move on a teammate. Up on the curbs, stretching out the gap, keeping it nice and dictatorial. And Simo Pohaka leaving Luca Corberi in no doubt as to who's going to get the move. That momentum, of course, then falls to Pex. This is such a good overtake. Watch this. From a million miles back, he just launches on the inside. Pure intimidation on Corberi and gets through. There's not many racing drivers that would be able to pull off that overtake. So Corberi defending from Lammers all the way through that section of the course. And this is a nice one as well. Vigano on Corberi. One of many moves that Vigano picked off in that race. It was always going to be a very tricky heat when they come from the wet to the dry. So it's going to be a really interesting battle as the competitors continue on their way. Simo Pohaka getting up on the inside there of Stan Pex and making the launch through to come by into position. But this was rather subtly done in the end by Iglesias, Pohaka and Pex. Pex getting the move on the inside of the fin. Nice overtake from him into third position. It's how you basically slide the kart in directly in front of the path of the driver that's trying to come through and get the switch back. That's how you get the move perfectly done. And as Iglesias caught up to Kramers in the last couple of laps, Pex realizing he had an opportunity. But this is a very tight battle all the way through. And just as Stan Pex realizes he's got a good kart underneath him, he feels he can go for a bid on Marin Kramers. Kramers is not going to let him have any chances at all that he doesn't have to concede. This is a good one from Pohaka on Iglesias. Again, this is just opportunistic. He sees the gap is there. He knows that Iglesias could hesitate, sat in behind Pex and Kramers. So he just lets it drift up the inside. This is as close as Pex was ever going to get to Kramers, but Marin holds him very carefully there at the apex. How he did not spit the kart out over the curbs is a mystery, but Kramers doing his best to just drift the kart out to the outside. Remember, that's how he kind of won the duel between himself and Renaudin in the final last year. And very opportunistic again from Iglesias to sweep around the outside of Pohaka in that hairpin. But all the way to the finish line, Kramers just keeping it as neat and tidy as he needs to. Fast, aggressive, but certainly not illegal. And keeping himself nice and tight all the way through. Pohaka, this is a nice little battle as Vigano senses a move. Pohaka keeps it round the outside and starts to make his bid on the inside line then of Iglesias. And it's a bold lunge, but he has to back out of it. What he has done, though, is he's got under the skin of the drivers. He's racing a little bit here, so he can make one final lunge for it on the inside of Iglesias. But it doesn't quite work out in his favour because Matteo Vigano is lining up his own move, and when he times it right, it's a beautiful little overtake. Watch the man 5th in the queue. Matteo Vigano. Iglesias is protecting the line from Puhaka. Puhaka's trying to go for the move. He can't make it stick, so Vigano just drives around the outside. Lovely bit of driving. Well judged. Good bit of racecraft, and bags the place. Pex is doing everything he possibly can to get one over on Marin Kramers. He senses there might be a last corner lunge, but not when Marin protects on the inside like that. Edges the kart out of the final corner. Sublime. Brilliant drive. 2 wins out of 2 for Marin Kramers. Straight into the action for KZ2. 3 races to go for today's action. And it's Ben Tornfist and Alessio Pacini on the front row from Valentino Fritsch and Simone Cunati. Jean Liet and Joey Van Splinteren, Nikita Artemanov and Yannick Himmels, Alessio Lorandi and Francesco Comanducci, Rodrigo Ferreira and Kasper Nadolski, Tom Lulet and Davide De Marco, Leonardo Bisotto and Thomas Imburg from Genis Civico and Alessio Baldi, Arto Wajaranta and Jan Pocos, Federico Maschalino and Andrea Dale, from Alexandra Aru, Marcus Funda, Christian Gafuri, Manuel Casalio. Oh, that's a problem. That is the 175. Big problems there for one of the Sodis. That is Thomas Imburg. I was going to continue to point out that it was Manuel Casalio and Gabriel Bizzero, then Lucas Jonsson, Hannah Lang, Lucas Ladic, Belen Garcia, Gaetan Revel, and Luca Bosco. But it looks to me as though Thomas Imburg is going to be able to keep going. But the problem is now is that he's going to end up having to start the race, I think, from the back of the grid. So a big problem for Thomas Imburg. That is if the kart is going to work okay in the first place. And there's no guarantee that it will. So Thomas Imburg's race essentially is still charging. So I'll have to see how things continue on their way, but it's a fabulous run. Looks as though we've got a non-starter, and that is Christian Gafuri. Now, not entirely sure what the situation is with Christian Gafuri, but we will have to find out. Because certainly, for the moment at least, he is not taking any further part in proceedings. Just want to see if there's been an issue for him of some kind. Can't make anything out at the moment. But of course, he has competed in the previous races earlier on today. And it looks as though Christian Gafuri, well, he had a decent finish last time. I don't know whether he's had a mechanical problem or whatever, but he's certainly not out on circuit this time. But it's Tornfist on the right-hand side in pole position. Alessio Pacini on the outside in second. From Fritsch, Cunati, Liet, Van Splinteren, Artemanov, and Himmels. Let's race now! For our kickstart from pole position. No problem for Tornfist. He squeezes Pacini. And as they come into the first few corners, he holds the line. Nicely taken and nicely handled. Oh, and a spin further back. That's not gone well for... Now, who is that? Who's been able to keep it on the throttle and keep it going? That's the 169, I do believe, that's had the spin. That is Manuel Casalio. Oh, all sorts of flotsam and jetsam further back. Who is it that's not going anywhere? We've got a Praga in trouble. It's Tom Lulet. Oh, no. Tom Lulet was having such a great meeting. And that's a big problem for Bizzero, I think. No, sorry, Bisotto. Bisotto out of the race too. So Tom Lulet is out. Bisotto is out, and he's devastated. He can't believe it's over in this in this afternoon's heat. That does pretty much ruin any chances he might have had of getting through. A DNF is just not under consideration at this point in proceedings. Oh, Gafuri is on the grid, but he seems to have an issue with the transponder. Oh, there's a carb in trouble. That's one of the CRGs slowing. It's Andrea Dale. Andrea Dale, the former champion. Andrea Dale out of the race. Disaster for the Italian. So he's got a problem. Oh, he's just driven straight through the pit lane. And whatever he's done, something's come out of the kart as he comes off the course. Now, he went back onto the circuit and there's been a bit of debris that fell out of his kart on the pit lane exit. I'm not entirely sure what it was, but a very bizarre incident as Andrea Dale drives through the pit lane, back onto the circuit again. Up the inside there goes Simone Cunati back in a second place. Or does he? Because now he's got Piccini and Fritsch right in behind. So Piccini in third place trying to counter-attack. Fritsch is there in P4. But Ben Tornqvist having a very interesting day of it. Simone Cunati in second place from Alessio Piccini. And then obviously the rest of the field swarming in behind. Some interesting challenges through the field as there is Nikita Artemanov at the back of the queue. Finally able to compete for CBB Sport in 2020. He's not really had it his way over the course of the first few months of the motorsport season in 2020. But now he's really starting to make some progress. So Tornqvist, Cunati, Piccini, Fritsch, Luyet, Artemanov, Comanducci, and then Yannick Himmels in front of Alessio Lorandi and Joey Van Splinteren. Then it is Davide De Marco in front of Rodrigo Ferreira. Savico in 13th place. Then it is Ojaranta. Then we have Kasper Nadolski, Alessio Baldi from Jan Pocos. And then, of course, it is Marcus Funda from Thomas Imborg in 19th, who somehow is still going, despite his problems on the opening lap. Luca Bosco, 20th. Alexandre Aru, Christian Gaffuri, Federico Mascherlino, Hannah Lang, and then Gabriel Bizzero. Lucas Vladic, Manuel Casalio, Gaetan Revol, Belon Garcia, and Lucas Johnson ahead of Andrea Dali. So Piccini still running strong in front of Valentino Fritsch. Still wants the move, still wants a piece of this, but is obviously going to have to be quite patient in making the bid on the Tony Kart driver in third. So he'll have to make a decent opportunity appear to him when the moment is right. Look at how close Piccini is having to defend from Fritsch. And to be fair, Simone Cunati is closing right up on Ben Tornqvist. He wants to go for the lead. This is the battle for fifth. This is Jean Lier versus Nikita Artemanov. But this is for the race lead. Tornqvist ahead of Cunati. Both part of the Birolart group, of course. The Leclerc chassis out front compared to the Birolart chassis in second. But both part of the Birolart group awning. And Simone Cunati sets the fastest lap of the race as he charges after Ben Tornqvist, hoping to try and close up on him. So this is going to be an interesting and intriguing battle all the way to the finish. Two retirements from this one, Bizotto and Lang. Bizotto and Lulette, I should say. I got confused because they both work in the Praga Ording, essentially. Well, the 154 out in front of Simone Cunati. And Cunati really pushing Tornqvist in the bid to close up through the chicane. Here comes Simone Cunati, looking very strong in behind Tornqvist. I have a feeling that I was going to say a turn 5 battle was going to happen, but he launches into turn 4 and it doesn't work. And now Tornqvist is having to defend. So Cunati's going to close up once more. So on lap 7, the battle between Tornqvist and Cunati truly begins in earnest. Can Cunati get a move here at Tornqvist? Tornqvist still hangs on to the advantage. Cunati's got another run at him. They come up to the hairpin. Tornqvist dives for the inside line of the hairpin. And Cunati's going to have a run and gets through. Lovely move from Simone Cunati. And so he's into the lead there. Beautiful overtake. Stunning bit of racecraft. Now he's got 6 laps to hang on in front of Ben Tornqvist, who is now going to be the man chasing the Italian. Always easier to chase the leader than it is to be chased by the opposition. And so Cunati has now got the defensive battle to assume. Tornqvist in second place. This is the battle for third between Piccini and Fritsch. Joey Van Splinteren sets the fastest lap of the race. So quick in the wet, relatively fast in the dry, although currently in 9th place. But the fastest lap cannot be denied at the moment. 46.5 for Joey Van Splinteren as he tries to make ground on the man in front of him, Francesco Comanducci. New fastest lap from Simone Cunati, though, of 46.416. Now that he's in the lead, he wants to pull out a gap and consolidate his advantage over Ben Tornqvist. Piccini, the first man really to make good use of the slicks earlier on with his second place finish. And he is still trying to gain ground. So it's going to be a fascinating situation for the drivers as they continue on their fine form at this moment in time. But now it's all going to be about who's got the best moves and the best line throughout. It will be a fascinating journey for the drivers as they continue on their quest through the rest of the weekend. But is there going to be another big push through the field from Valentino Fritsch? He's right in behind Alessio Pacini. Tornfist is falling into their clutches as well now, I notice. So it is going to be very tough and very tight indeed. But we'll have to see how it runs in position. Still, the battle continues. And still, it's Simone Cunati out in front. Having a terrific run at the moment. And having a fascinating battle and duel as things continue on their way. So the competitors continue. Obviously, trying to get the most out of the karts. Cunati stretching out the gap in front of Ben Tornfist. Pacini and Fritsch, 3rd and 4th. Jean Luyet in P5. Nikita Artumanov is 6th. 7th place at the moment is Alessio Larandi. Then it is Joey Van Spunteren. He's managed to get past Francesco Comenducci on the Drago course machine. Then in 10th place it is Davide De Marco from Jan Pocos and Yannick Emils. Rodrigo Ferreira is 13th ahead of Jenis Savico. Then it is Kasper Nadalski, Alessio Baldi, Artur Ojaranta. And then it is Marcus Funda from Thomas Imborg. And then we have Luca Bosco ahead of Federico Mascialino, Manuel Casalio, Alexandra Aru, Gabriel Bezazero, Christian Gafuri, Hannah Lang, Lucas Vladic, Gaetan Revol, Lucas Johnson and Andrea Dale. So now the drivers come through. And Cunati is still leading this race. Simone Cunati with a lap and a half to go. Look at the gap he's pulled out as Tornfist now has to go defensive to keep Alessio Pacini at bay. Pacini's going to get alongside. Tornfist will hold the inside for the next left-hander. Pacini decides to bail and have another crack at him from a different angle. This is going to be a fascinating penultimate lap battle as Pacini tightens up on Tornfist. Right in the mix there in 4th place. That is Valentino Fritsch in the KSW Birolat. So still they duel away. Pacini trying not to trip over Ben Tornfist as they run through. But the Swede remains in 2nd place. Into the last lap goes the leader, Simone Cunati. And still we've got Tornfist, Pacini and Fritsch dueling over 2nd place. Fritsch looks like he could get the move for 3rd before Pacini gets the move for 2nd. So the Italian's going to have to make a big decision here. Oh, and it's a kart in front. Who's that that's gone? Was that Pacini? Pacini in trouble. Pacini going wide there. In fact, Pacini is slowing. And that's the treble 1 of Davide De Marco. That's Pacini. Pacini has got a broken front left. What on earth happened? Simone Cunati's going to come through for the victory. But I could not see what happened there. Checkered flag comes for Cunati. It's going to be Fritsch in 2nd. From Tornfist in 3rd. Alessio Pacini can't believe it. And neither can I. What on earth happened there? It looked to me as though he had a problem and ended up skating off into the path of another driver. I really want to see that last lap again because that ended in a very dramatic fashion. And I can tell you that Davide De Marco dropped to 15th in the end of all that, but Alessio Pacini was well and truly out of the race. So a dramatic end, but I didn't really see what happened. Simone Cunati takes the victory from Valentino Fritsch and Ben Tornfist. Jean Luyet is 4th from Nikita Artumanov and Alessio Larandi. Joey Van Spunteren and Francesco Comenducci from Jan Pocos and Yannick Emils. Then Rodrigo Ferreira and Jenis Savico. Kasper Nadalski is ahead of Alessio Baldi from Davide De Marco and Marcus Funda. Thomas Imborg and Artur Arjaranta from Luca Bosco and Federico Mascialino. Manuel Casalio and Gabriel Bezazero from Christian Gafuri and Alexandra Aru. In 25th is Hannah Lang from Lucas Vladic and Gaetan Revol. Andrea Dale and Lucas Johnson. Retirements are Alessio Pacini, Belen Garcia. And then on the first lap, we lost Tom Lulette and Leonardo Bizotto. I want to go back and look over at the highlights to figure out what on earth happened on the last lap to Alessio Pacini. It's going to be an interesting run up to that final lap, but obviously we're keeping an eye on what happened right from the start. Pretty textbook off the line from Alessio Piccini as he launched away. And a pretty good one, of course, too, from the pole sitter Ben Tornqvist. But I don't think they quite realised just how tight this race was going to be as it developed in position. And it's the last lap that will have a lot of mystery around it and will certainly need a bit of clearing up. And I think that's the spin early doors from the rather unfortunate sole there at the back of the grid, the 169 of Manuel Casalio. Manages to get going again, and then it all gets a little bit hectic here. Tom Lulette battling away, and that's what cost a race finish for Leonardo Bisotto. Damage to the kart for both karts there. Praga off and Bisotto off. Both karts too damaged to continue. Tom Lulette coming to a stop on the exit of turn 5. Bisotto with big damage a few corners later when he realises that the kart isn't going to manage the distance, whatever happens. And he's particularly frustrated with it. That's the Daniel Ricciardo scream, I think that's come to be known as. And this was interesting. I want to see the aftermath of this, because Andrea Dale came into the pits, and I think he's got something, he's got something stuck on the kart, and it ends up, there's some debris that falls off the kart at the first hairpin, which is eventually cleared away, but something came off the kart there. I wonder if he got something tangled up in his machine and ended up having to finish the race in 28th, just trying to make catch up. This was a great move from Cunati on Piccini. Came from a long way back too to get that move sorted. Stepped up the attack and closed up on Ben Tornqvist. But it was the big first move. I genuinely didn't think he'd pull this one off, and I was right because he came from so far back heading up to turn 4. But Tornqvist then suddenly knew he was there, and this was kind of clever from Simone Cunati because he launched that attack early on. And then Tornqvist was basically defending on the back foot from there on in. So Cunati made the door open and crept through, got the job done, stopped the kart at the apex from travelling further wide. And the race win was his after that point, essentially. But it was the battles further back that definitely made things a little bit spicier. This is the last couple of laps of the race. Tornqvist trying to fend off from Piccini. Piccini's got alongside him. But Tornqvist holds the inside line. That's the typical defensive move at a circuit like Lonato. When you've got a hairpin into a square left or right-hander after that, in the opposite direction of the way the hairpin went, you really do have a good chance to get a switchback undercut move. But then this is it. Now, they're looking at something going on up in front. And Piccini, there's an incident further ahead. That's what it is. So there's a couple of karts in trouble. Tornqvist is shaking his hand up in the air because the 115 has come through Valentino Fritsch. Now again, I didn't quite make out exactly what happened there. That was a very bizarre looking incident. Piccini's then had an incident with Davide De Marco. Piccini's got a broken kart in all of that. I'd quite like to see that again actually in slow motion, because I know we've obviously slowed it down, but it didn't make a lot of sense to me at the time. And obviously the race win has gone on for Simone Cunati, but Alessio Piccini is long out of it. So it'd be good to have a look at that incident again, actually, in finer detail. But Simone Cunati takes the victory. We are going to be able to see it again, I do believe, because it's potentially a really big incident that affects Alessio Piccini's chances of taking the victory this weekend. But Cunati gets a brilliant victory. There's no doubting that one, and that's going to help his cause no end. But we'll hopefully get another look at that incident for Alessio Piccini. That's the aftermath of it. You can see, look how much damage has been done to the left front. That is a very battered machine. It was never going to go anywhere once he'd taken that damage. I think we've just about got time to have another look at it. So let's see if we've got one last chance to pick up on that maneuver, because it is a very strange looking incident and it's going to take some dissecting, I think. So heading into the final couple of laps, you've got Tornqvist defending from Fritsch and Piccini, and they are battling away quite aggressively. Piccini trying to make his way on Tornqvist, and then Fritsch is there in 4th position. I want to see it one more time if we can. to get a feeling for what exactly happened. Fist, and that's taken Pacini off, and it's allowed Fritsch to dive through on the inside. Again, I'm guessing because I've only really seen the aftermath of it, but a very strange maneuver. And then further back we see that Pacini's taken damage and has spewed into the side of Davide De Marco and taken him off the circuit. That's it, that's where it happens, and it's all gone wrong from there. Well, I'm sure he'll have an explanation for it later. We'll have to see. Attention turns, though, to qualifying heat D versus F. And it's going to be Matti Kakowski from Lorenzo Giannoni on the front of the grid. The front row will see Matti Kakowski and Lorenzo Giannoni from Giuseppe Palomba and Matteo Zanchi. Alexander Schmitz and Samuel Luyet from Andreas Falch and Filippo Caligaris. Sebastian Bellacin and Daniel Stell from Giuseppe Fusco and Marco Valenti. Then Jesper Sjoberg, Massimo Dante, Robin Glerum, Natalia Balbo, Gio Statsbader and Christian Hebulin from Andrea Ceresoli, Luigi De Lorenzo, Brandon Nilsson, Rasmus Janssen, Roberto Cesari, Tommaso Benni, Nicola Rossini, Fabrizio Rosati, Filippo Berto, Francesco Costa, Janik Julius Bernhardt, Ianis Sintorpas, Antonio Garay and Adrian Janicki. And then after this race, there is only one more heat to come for today's action, and that is qualifying heat for groups A versus C. Now, for the Academy Trophy fans, 4 different races and 4 different winners, namely Conor Zilic, Theo Makuris, Alexander Gubenko, and Maceo Capieto. But the man who is the interim leader after all of that is Alexander Gubenko. A win and a second. That puts him right up at the sharp end, so good to see. We'll be talking to him in readiness for tomorrow. But now, time to turn our attention once again to Matti Kakowski on pole position and Lorenzo Giannoni second. From Palomba, Zanchi, Schmitz, Luyet, Falk, Caligaris, Bellacin, Stell, Fusco, Valenti and Sjoberg. So let's see what happens as the drivers get themselves back up to speed once again. Who's going to get the run to the first corner? Let's find out. Now, great start from Giannoni. Kakowski gets a better move, but Palomba trying to come around the outside as they stretch their way forward. Problems off the line for a couple of the drivers in the back end of the field. Couple of late starts then by the look of it. I think it was Julius Bernhardt and the 197 of Cesari that had problems. So Roberto Cesari and Yannick Julius Bernhardt having some problems off the grid, but everyone else looks like they've got through in reasonable fashion. Kakowski with a much stronger start than he's had so far today. Now in second place in front of Palomba. The field knits their way into the chicane for the first time, and we've got a spinner in the mid-pack. One of the Maranellos going around. And is that Rosati again? I'm afraid it might be. So a big problem there for Rosati, who's lost ground there. Oh no, sorry, it's Massimo Dante. Massimo Dante that went around. He's had all sorts of problems already today. And now there's more of them. So Lorenzo Giannoni in front of Matti Kakowski and Giuseppe Palomba. With Alexander Schmitz in fourth ahead of Matteo Zanchi. Is there going to be the move this time though from Schmitz to get past Kakowski? It is not going to happen because Palomba has already got through Kakowski for second. And here's Matteo Zanchi. Can Matteo Zanchi get through into fourth position? We'll see if there's an opportunity. He's going to lunge for the inside line. Kakowski trying to defend the move from Schmitz. Schmitz commits to the inside, but Kakowski again pulls the cart across. Not going to lose the cart there. As in the lead, Lorenzo Giannoni has already stretched out about a second, and that is the Paralin. That is Alessio Lorandi. No, sorry. My apologies. That's not Lorandi. That is Roberto Cesari. So Cesari, who had the problem already, It's the Randy's teammate on the inside, squeezing through for the overtaking move. It was going to be a move from Kwiatkowski. Schmitz is furious as Kwiatkowski gets back on terms with Schmitz. Furious at Kwiatkowski. He's basically gesturing to him, don't you see what's happening? You need to let me through because we're losing the leaders. But Maciej Kwiatkowski wants a third place finish. It might be the best he can get from this one. So he's not going to let Alexander Schmitz get away. Zanchi in 5th position. And we've lost 2 drivers from the fray already. Tommaso Benni and Roberto Cesari, both out of the race. Giannone leads. Palomba's 2nd. Kwiatkowski is 3rd. From Schmitz, Zanchi, Luyat and Kalagaris. From Andreas Falk and Marco Valente. Oh, more problems! And that is the 125 that's gone around this time. That is Daniel Stell having collided with Brandon Nielsen. So Daniel Stell out of the race, the German. That is unfortunate. And his teammate, of course, Brandon Nielsen. Oh, sorry. His colleague in that incident, I should say, Brandon Nielsen, has got going again. So Brandon Nielsen in the CRG continuing on in 29th. But Giuseppe Palomba is chipping away at the advantage of Lorenzo Giannone. The gap was 7/10 of a second. It's considerably less than that now. It's now 3/10 of a second. Palomba really senses he's got a chance here to get past Lorenzo Giannone. Giannone was pretty quick in the wet. Palomba's quicker in the dry. And it's not going to be long before the Birolart starts to slice up the inside of the Sodi kart to try and come through into the lead of the race. Can he make it stick? He's going to have an attempt, I think, into the chicane. Giannone holding the line. Here comes Palomba. He won't wait around. And he gets the move. But Giannone wants it back again. Giannone going to try once more on Palomba. Palomba hangs to the inside line. And Giannone's going to have to try something special to get back into the lead here. So Palomba holds the inside line through the hairpin and looking good on the exit. Palomba, the faster driver of the 2 in the last few laps. But can Giannone get himself back into contention? Fabulous scenes here at Lonato as the racers continue to push on the far side of the course. You'd never have thought, would you, that this place was an absolute lake at the start of racing. But now the battle has come to the fast racers. The speed demons are unlocking that pace. Looks as though we've had a problem. Further back, I think Andreas Falk has had a problem with Marco Valente. They seem to have had an incident. I don't see where that's happened, but certainly a problem. The 2 of them, they're not coming around again. And we've got a stationary Tony car. Oh, these 2 are having an argument. So unfortunately, it looks as though Andreas Falk and Marco Valente are trying to settle their differences at the side of the racetrack. And it looks as though we've also lost the Greek driver. Yannis Antompas has pulled off at the chicane. Oh no, sorry, that's not Antompas. That is the 152. That is Giuseppe Fusco, the man who did such a good job earlier today. So Fusco stops out on the circuit. The contact between Valente and Andreas Falk, that took place on the other side of the circuit. So they're now watching from the Marshall post. And that is the 134 pulling off. That's one of the SRP Maranellos. That's Fabrizio Rosati. So Rosati pulling off the circuit as well there. I don't know whether that was an accident or whether that was mechanical. But certainly in this race, the attrition is very high. We've lost Tommaso Benni, Roberto Cesari, Daniel Stell, Giuseppe Fusco, Marco Valente, Andreas Falk, and now Fabrizio Rosati. That means there are only 25 karts running this race. Matteo Zanchi now sets the fastest lap of the race as Giuseppe Palomba leads the way here in the Birolart. The sun is out over Lonato as the circuit is now pretty much bone dry. And that is great to see in terms of the lap times. Lorenzo Giannone falling into the clutches of Maciej Kwiatkowski. Now that could be interesting. Can the Praga make its way through in a 2nd place? Kwiatkowski running a much better race than he has done in the previous heats. Is this going to be a chance to get into 2nd place? He can't afford to wait around because Alexander Schmitz is lining him up for the move on the inside line. And he gets there. Beautifully timed from Schmitz. So Schmitz gets into 3rd position past Kwiatkowski. And that was a case of make the move before he made his own move. And now Matteo Zanchi trying to line up an overtaking move on Kwiatkowski. But Matteo Zanchi is going to have to come from a fair way back to get that move done. And now it looks as though Filippo Caligaris is getting into the battle here as well in 6th position. A good run from Caligaris. So Palomba leads, Giannoni 2nd. Then it is Alexander Schmitz in front of Kukowski, Zanchi, Caligaris, Luyet, Stadsbader, Stjoberg and Robin Glerum in the top 10. Still they battle around the circuit on the far side. This is going to be a fascinating duel. And still the competitors tuckle away around the far side of the circuit. Lorenzo Giannoni trying to fend off from Alexander Schmitz. Schmitz is closing in. Might get a good opportunity here as they duel away around the circuit. Can Schmitz make the launch on the inside of Giannoni? We're on lap 10 of 13, about to start lap 11. 3 laps to go. And still plenty of racecraft to come from these last 3 laps around this Lonato circuit. No problem at all for Palomba out front. But then Giannoni, Schmitz, Kukowski, Zanchi and Caligaris battling over 2nd place. A whole host of incredible KZ2 talent as Giannoni holds station in front of Schmitz. Kukowski lining up for 4th place and round the outside. Zanchi's going to try and get in the mix there. Bold lunge from Matteo Zanchi and Caligaris gets up the inside too. Brilliant from Matteo Zanchi into 4th position. So Matteo Zanchi now in P4 in the 162, trying to make his own bid to come up into the top 3. Alexander Schmitz still trying to tackle Lorenzo Giannoni. Giannoni already a race winner today, but not able to stay with Giuseppe Palomba, who has pulled well clear out in front. Here comes the move. Up the inside from Schmitz, and he gets it. Great drive from Alexander Schmitz into 2nd position. And next up is Zanchi. Giannoni looking wayward. Zanchi's going to get him before they even reach the apex. Zanchi gets by. Giannoni's struggling. Giannoni's really struggling. Caligaris is now trying to come through. Kukowski will get through instead. So Matti Kukowski gets through on Caligaris. Giannoni still defending from Matti Kukowski. But I think he's going to fall further than 4th if he can't get his act together. Because unfortunately, Giannoni is really struggling to keep this card on the straight and narrow. Kukowski, oh, Kukowski and Caligaris tangle. Oh, that was always inevitable if these cards were going to get too close together. But Matti Kukowski has to let the whole field through. Devastating. Nothing he can do about it. But he at least wants to bring the card home to the finish. That really has saved Giannoni's bacon to a certain degree. But the kart won't restart for Matti Kukowski by the look of it. But for no problem at all for Giuseppe Palomba out front. He's able to drive his own race naturally and without too much pressure. So Giuseppe Palomba can come through and get the victory he wants so badly from this race. Out of the final turn, Giuseppe Palomba takes the victory here at Lonato in heat number 8, I think it is today, for the KZ2s. No, sorry, it's heat number 11 because they've had 11 races so far. Palomba in front of Schmitz, Zanchi, Giannoni and Gilles Stadsbader. Gilles Stadsbader is 5th position for Tony Kart, making up 12 places in this race. Finally, the young Belgian is making his impression felt here in the world of KZ2. Excellent performance from Gilles Stadsbader in that race. But there's still a fair few drivers who are out of position and looking likely that they won't make the KZ2 Super Cup final tomorrow. Giuseppe Palomba wins from Alex Schmitz and Matteo Zanchi. Lorenzo Giannoni and Gilles Stadsbader ahead of Sam Luyet and Jesper Sjoberg. The top 10 completed by Filippo Berto, Christian Abulin and Robin Glerum. Natalia Balbo in front of Filippo Caligaris, Luigi De Lorenzo and Rasmus Janssen from Sebastian Bellocin and Massimo Dante. Andrea Ceresoli and Adrian Janicki. Nicola Rossini and Francesco Costa. Yannick Julius Bernhardt and Antonio Garay from Oyanes and Torpas and Brandon Nilsson. Then Matti Kukowski out of the race, along with Fabrizio Rosati, Giuseppe Fusco, Andreas Falk, Marco Valenti, Daniel Stell, Roberto Cesari, and Tommaso Benni. A lot of drivers out of the race, so let's try and unravel some of the finer moments in that crazy heat. A very tough race from the get-go. Watch Kukowski on pole position on the inside line to the right-hand side of your screen in red and white. He gets a good start here initially, actually. It's Giannoni that gets the best start. But for whatever reason in this race, Giannoni just doesn't seem to have the raw pace in the second half of the race. Maybe just a slight issue with the tyre pressures or whatever it might be. But the race falls away from him eventually. A few drivers out of sorts off the start and just decide, well, let's not panic. Let's just get going once everybody's got through. So let's see if it all continues the battle. Here's the big dive up the inside from the 131. That is the challenge from the Tony Kart of Samuel Loyet, the Swiss driver. Look how many drivers are trying to get the same bit of racetrack there in that turn 5 hairpin. They all want to dive for the same bit of road there. And Kukowski still obviously battling very well indeed there with the 104 of Palomba. Palomba is still only about 3rd position at this point. This is when you know that Palomba's got a real chance of the victory. He tucks in behind Kukowski. He's come from a long way back, but he's got good confidence on the brakes here at Lonato in this kart. And clearly on the dry tyres with the road now well and truly bone dry. It makes life a lot easier for him. That's unfortunate for Roberto Gisardi. He and Tommaso Beni off on the off on the second lap, I should say. So they didn't last too long in this race. Some good battles from Alex Schmitz. He put on some good shows here on Maciej Kukowski in particular to get the overtaking move for the place. And Matteo Zanchi looking pretty threatening now that he's made his move on the inside for P5. Unfortunate for these two, Daniel Stell and the 137 of Brandon Nilsson. Nilsson got going again, of course, but Stell unable to continue. And that's rather unfortunate for the Lenzo kart machine. And for Daniel Stell, might have thought he had a better chance of it this time. Palomba finally catching the Renzo Giannoni. Whatever it was that meant that Giannoni was not on the same pace he was on in the wet. But Palomba takes full advantage of it. The first chance he gets, the first gap that opens up. And he's not going to wait around. He's going to make sure he stamps on that authority and makes it work in his favour. Really, really strong challenge. Two drivers never seeing eye to eye with each other. Unfortunate for Andreas Falcon, Marco Valenti. Neither driver is going to concede that the other one was in the wrong. So clearly two drivers obviously deciding that the other guy is the one at fault. Marco Valenti's thought of something else to say to the CRG driver, but it doesn't change a thing. Both drivers out of the race. And still he's got more to say. Oh dear. Doesn't matter how many times you have this debate with the racing driver that you're competing with. You are not going to have this debate at the side of the racetrack and win it. Giuseppe Fusco, devastated to be out of the race after what has been such a strong showing from him thus far. He's had a really good performance over the course of the first few heats, but then Giuseppe Fusco, whether that was mechanical or whether he had an incident that spun him out or whatever it was, we don't know. Problems too for Fabrizio Rosati, another driver who could have had a very strong weekend here, but that DNF is definitely not going to help. And it's going to hamper any chances of getting through to the final tomorrow. This was quite tasty though towards the end of the race. We've got Kukowski here battling in behind Giannoni. But unfortunately with Caligaris charging in behind them, this is only going to end one way. Two drivers are going to end up having a little bit of contact. Alexander Schmitz gets the move first on the inside of Kukowski. No problem at all there. And then he has to work hard to close up on Giannoni, although Giannoni's definitely got a bit of a pace issue at this stage. Just doesn't seem to have the same straight line speed and certainly doesn't have the same grip levels that he had before. This is easy pickings for Schmitz to storm up the inside down the main straight. But then, of course, it gets a little bit hectic as Kukowski starts to battle away for position. This is Matteo Zanchi getting his move on Giannoni, and once he's alongside, there's no way that the Sodi kart is going to hold the place. Zanchi's gone. Giannoni trying to come back on the inside, and that little love tap has definitely held the drivers up a little bit here. Kukowski trying to come around the outside. Here's Caligaris. He goes for the inside. There's not enough room for them both, and they both managed to get some airtime out of that. Rather unfortunate, as Caligaris rejoins behind Balbo. And try as he might, Maciej Kukowski is not able to rejoin. He's very sporting, though. He lets the rest of the field go first. But by that point, unfortunately, not only is he going to drop down to last place, but he's also not going to be able to get the kart started anyway. So Giuseppe Palomba takes the victory. And it's quite a crucial one as we come to the closing stages of Saturday. There is only one race to go at the end of this one. And that is on today's running, of course. And it's going to see a very interesting challenge for the final race of the day. And that is going to be the challenge for qualifying heat A versus C. Victor Gustafsson versus Arthur Carbonell. So this will be a fascinating little battle. But Giuseppe Palomba has picked up a crucial victory. This is an interesting reflection of the battle going on earlier as well between and Andreas Falk after the race. They have one little tiff, then they have a second. Wait for it. And then we have a third. I've still got something to say. Dear oh dear. I don't think they'll be on each other's Christmas cards list somehow, do you? Well, it's Victor Gustafsson and Arthur Carbonell on the front row of the grid from Alessandro Buran and Harry Thompson. Then Gerard Chebrian and Danilo Albanese from Hubert Petit and Slavik Petyatin. Leonardo Marcellia and Jakob Talas from Daniel Vasil and Alexander Dahlberg. Marco Toman and Kasper Kalasma. Michele Fontana and Giacomo Polini. Jean Nomblo and Paavo Tonteri. And then we have Senna van Walstein and David Levinsky, Moritz Ebner and David Trevelov from Kasper Cichurek and Thomas Mischik, from Enrico Bernardotto and Chris Zani, Lev Lomko and Lawrence Van Hopen, Damian Valla, Karl Lukaszewski, Alessio Lamartina, Craig Tanich, Mihai Munchien and Noam Abramczyk. And so the field is going to form up once again. But from pole position, Victor Gustafsson has a good chance here alongside Arthur Carbonell, two drivers who have taken very convincing victories today. Only one of them is obviously going to be able to do so another time. But interestingly, what is this going to do in the aggregate? That is going to be interesting, who the interim leader of KZ2 is going to be at the end of this heat. That's where we're really going to find out something fascinating. We know it's obviously Marin Kramers from the first two KZ heats. We know that the interim leader from Academy Trophy is going to be Alex Kubenko. Who is it going to be from KZ2? So Gustafsson, Carbonell, Alessandro Buran, Harry Thompson, Gerard Sabrian and Danilo Albanese from Petit, Petyatin, Marcellia, Talas, Vasil and Dahlberg. This could be a fascinating race to close us out. Lots of drivers with a chance to make something pretty spectacular out of it. So let's see what happens off the start. The drivers rev up. We're ready. Let's race one more time. Oh, and there's contact at the start. Oh my goodness. A big shot on the main straight. Oh, and it's a roll. It's Lawrence Van Hopen. And this is going to be a red flag instantly, I'm sure. It's happened right in front of my position. We're under full course yellows to start with. Lawrence Van Hopen is up and over, and he is walking away from the scene. We might be able to get this race continued without a red flag, actually. So we're under full course yellows. Several cars involved. Van Hopen. The 113 is off in front of me. That's Jean Nomblo. Moritz Ebner in the Leclerc by Lennox chassis. And I think we've got one or two more involved as well. Mihai Munchien and Noam Abramczyk. Big shunt on the start line. 5 karts out instantly, and we're under full course yellows. So a big shunt. Looks like everybody's okay, fortunately. It means that the race lead is going to be Arthur Carbonell from Danilo Albanese, would you believe, from Gustafsson. And I think that all pretty much kicked off by a slow start at the front end of the field. Who's that with the arm in the air? Is that Michele Fontana? I think it is, as Mihai Munchien obviously pulls his kart off the road a little bit further to assist. Are we going to have Michele Fontana coming into the pits? Yes, indeed we are. Michele Fontana comes into the pit lane. Now, what are they going to do for him? So Fontana comes in. They're going to try and fix something on the kart. Has he got a problem with the pedal, I wonder? There might be an issue with the pedal there by the look at where they're sorting out. It's Enrico Benedotto, in fact, not Michele Fontana. But they've adjusted something and sent him back out to the back of the field. Now, I wonder if there's an issue with the pedal there. Big accident, and we're under full course yellows. I wonder how close a shot we got of that, because obviously we saw it on the start-finish line. I was actually looking out of the window at the accident in real time as Laurens van Hopen went over. Unfortunately, once you've got one kart in the middle of the field spinning, as everybody's trying to get up to speed, you can't all avoid it. And we've actually done very well to get away from this incident, the race day so far, with only one major start line shunt. But it's taken out 5 drivers: Mihai Munchean, Noam Abramczyk, Laurens van Hopen, Moritz Ebner, and Jean Nomblot. Looks as though Hubert Petit is out of the race somewhere as well. I didn't see what happened to Hubert Petit, but I think the Sony kart is out of the race on that lap as well. But I didn't see how. And I'm not entirely sure where his kart is either. So Jean Nomblot I saw in front of me, but Hubert Petit, who was up in 7th on the starting grid, he has not come through. But the green flags fly. We're back into race speed again. And it's Artur Carbonell from Danilo Albanese. Albanese is going to try and make a lunge at Carbonell immediately. So Danilo Albanese wants to go for the victory early doors. Carbonell defends right round the outside. Albanese tries to keep the pace on. Goodness me. Carbonell ultra defensive. And Albanese took him around the outside of turn 5. Here he comes down the straight. Carbonell now having to defend. Surely he's not going to defend for the entirety of the heat. Albanese is going to try and squeeze up the inside. Carbonell draws back across. Round the outside comes Buran. Buran gets into 3rd. Great move from Alessandro Buran. He gets past Victor Gustafsson. And look at Carbonell. He's just bolted to the inside line, trying to keep them all at bay. Over the line, completing the first full racing lap, lap 4. And here we go again. Albanese tries to get through on Carbonell. Carbonell holds the door shut. Here comes Albanese again to try. Carbonell again holding that inside line. Albanese being held up. And Buran trying to come through. And there's a spin further back. Oh, 2 or 3 karts involved in that one. 2 karts have spun there at turn 5. And they're both in trouble. It's Thomas Mishik, and that's the 193. So that is Karl Lukashevsky. So Lukashevsky looks like he's out of it as well. Wow, big dramas already. But out of the final turn and over the straight, Carbonell still defending from Danilo Carbonese and Alessandro Buran. Surely he cannot hold this for the entire race, and indeed Albanese gets the move. Enough of this horseplay. I'm coming through. Carbonell trying to come back at him. Is Albanese going to squeeze him back into the gesture for Alessandro Buran? Buran might get a chance here at 2nd place. But it's Danilo Albanese who leads for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. So aboard the Kart Republic, Danilo Albanese finally gets into the lead. 2nd place. It's a tough one for Carbonell to hold on to. And I'm not sure he's going to be able to hold on to this for long. Especially with the feisty Alessandro Buran right in behind him. So Carbonell trying to hold on to what is 2nd position now. Albanese's got it tidy. 6 laps done. 7 to go. Now let's see if Victor Gustafsson in 4th place will be able to make a bid. Up the inside, a big lunge from Leonardo Marcellia. Lovely move. And Marcellia through into 4th position. As up to 2nd comes Buran. Buran gets the move then on Artur Carbonell. So a big moment then as Alessandro Buran tries to salvage something from this weekend in 2nd position. 3rd place for Carbonell. 4th is Marcellia. 5th is Gustafsson. And in 6th place, that is Jacob Talas. So Lombardia on the back end of the overalls for Alessandro Buran. He's charging hard to try and make something from this weekend. Albanese leads. Buran 2nd. 3rd is Carbonell. 4th is Marcellia. Then Gustafsson, Talas, Dahlberg, Vasil, Torman, Thompson, Van Waalstein, Pellini, Patiatin and Fontana. Some great races through the field. That's a big lunge on the inside there of Carbonell. And it's Marcellia. Marcellia gets through to third. So Leonardo Marcellia gets up the order and passes Carbonell. Gustafsson in P5. Trying to make his own bid to come through. Not so easy to make this one stick, but here they come again. And Gustafsson tries one more time. There's a good battle going on in the middle of the pack as well. That's David Trevelov having a nice tussle in the midfield there, the 103. Dueling away with the 119, I think that was, of Gerard Sabrian. 8 laps completed, 5 to go. Albanese, Buran, Marcellia, Carbonell, Gustafsson, Talas, Dahlberg, Vasile, Torman, Van Waalstein, Polini and Thompson. Up the inside, that's Gustafsson. He gets the move on Carbonell. Carbonell loses it. Oh dear, Artur Carbonell. Just got one wheel on the grass and it's wet from earlier, of course. So Artur Carbonell's chances of victory are now finished in this heat. Danilo Albanese way out in front of Alessandro Buran and Leonardo Marcellia. There is the abandoned kart of Karl Lugaszewski. Oh, and that's one of the CRGs off. That's Gerard Sabrian. Gerard Sabrian out of the race now. Well, he'll be bitterly disappointed about that one. He was fighting up in the top 10 earlier today. So Albanese, Buran, Marcellia, Gustafsson, Talas, Dahlberg, Vasile, Van Waalstein moving up through the field. Up into 8th place now past the Praga of Marco Torman. So Van Waalstein definitely a lot stronger in the dry than he was in the wet earlier. But the big question is, can Senna Van Waalstein salvage a decent grid position for the final from this race and his last one? That's a big lunge from further back. I couldn't quite see who that was on who. I think that might have been Daniel Vasile on Alex Dahlberg, or it might even have been Jacob Talas on, or it might have been Dahlberg on Talas, in fact. Yes, it was. And that really did cost Jacob Talas dear. He's now down to 8th behind Vasile and Tozzolini, and that is Cichurek. Kasper Cichurek is out of the race now, the Cosmic Racer. So Kasper Cichurek is now gone from this one. And that means that the battle up front is now for second. Alessandro Buran and Leonardo Marcellia. Danilo Albanese well clear. 1.5 seconds ahead of Buran. But is there enough time for Marcellia to get one final lurch up the inside of Alessandro Buran? I would say probably into turn 4 is going to be his next best bid. He come off the start-finish straight. He's still pushing hard in behind Buran. He might be able to duck down low in the kart and get a good slipstream move up towards turn 4. He's not close enough, but he may get the chance up to 5. If he gets a decent exit, he's going to need to come from a long way back to get it done. Buran, fortunately, is actually a little defensive, so that brings Marcellia a little bit closer to the back bumper of Alessandro Buran. It's a tough situation. You've got to defend if you want to keep the place, but then you also have to be aggressive if you don't want to be putty in the hands of the man chasing you. In terms of the defensive moves, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. So Albanese out in front of Alessandro Buran as we come into the final lap of the day here on the Saturday of the World Championship weekend at South Garda Karting. Here we go, last lap, and Danilo Albanese charging away. Alessandro Buran trying to keep hold of second place from Leonardo Marcellia. Michele Fontana's got the move on Slavik Petyatin. But Danilo Albanese leading comfortably here as the race battle continues up front for second between Buran and Marcellia. Gustafsson is 4th, Dahlberg is 5th from Vasile, Tozzolini and Polini. But out in front it is going to be Danilo Albanese that finishes the job. Buran is not going to lose this second place, I don't think, to Marcellia. He can come from a long way back, but I don't think it's going to be enough. But it's going to be Danilo Albanese in the Kart Republic who will come through for a brilliant victory here at Lonato out of the final turn. And it's Danilo Albanese who finishes the day here with a thrilling victory in front of Alessandro Buran and Leonardo Marcellia. Gustafsson salvages 4th in front of his countryman Alex Dahlberg. What a thrilling final race of the day. We will go through the highlights and certainly unravel the accident at the start. But what a chaotic race and a brilliant victory, well won for the man who started from P6, Danilo Albanese, doing a fine job to get the victory in front of Alessandro Buran and Leonardo Marcellia. We'll take you through the results first of all. Danilo Albanese picking up a crucial victory at the end of the day from Alessandro Buran and Leonardo Marsiglia. Van Hopen has nowhere to go over the top of his colleague there. Very big incident. Van Hopen barrel rolling over the top of his colleague there. Very lucky indeed that there were no injuries from that one, and it was a yellow flag pretty much straight away. On the restart, we got some pretty solid battles, but obviously with the field still under race trim at this point, they're still jockeying away for position. Hubert Petit has spun the kart initially after tagging with somebody else at the start of the proceedings. That's what caused all of the melee. But what a fascinating duel. That's Mihai Munchean, who managed to actually get his kart moving again, although I think he actually suffered too much damage to continue after all of that. But what a disastrous race. That all kicked off, really, after a spin from Hubert Petit. And unfortunately, with the Sodi kart being tipped around, there was nowhere for anybody else to go. And they all got spat out of the proceedings there. Noam Abramczyk, Mihai Munchean, Moritz Ebner, Jean Nomblo, Hubert Petit, and Laurens Van Hopen, all involved in that one. It was the Dutchman that had the worst of it, really. Laurens Van Hopen barrel rolling over onto his back, but fortunately quick work from the marshals and a little bit of good fortune, meaning that Laurens Van Hopen is okay. The kart is less so, but he is perfectly fine. Not quite sure what happened with Enrico Bernardotto in the pits. Maybe that one will be explained a little bit later. But obviously the mechanics going to work at something on the front end. You don't want to say it's the front fairing, because I don't think that would be perfectly right, but I'm sure that they've got footage of it down there. Maybe it was something to do with the pedals. When the race restarted again, it was all about this man, Danilo Albanese, trying to challenge the man up front. That was a very tough race indeed in the end for Arthur Carbonell to hold on to. He genuinely thought he had this one, but there was something, maybe the tyres were not correct in terms of tyre pressures to get as fast as he could. That's unfortunate again for Karl Lukaszewski. He's had all sorts of problems here today, and yet another DNF is not going to help his cause at all. But this is the big move. Danilo Albanese getting impatient behind Arthur Carbonell, finally sweeping through on the inside line and making it stick. Very nicely done. It's not going to be too long before Alessandro Baran gets his bid to come through. So this is a very exciting run for the drivers to try and pick off Carbonell one by one, and unfortunately it's when the Frenchman finally bails out of the battle, as it were. Marsiglia, what a move that is on the inside of Gustafsson, just lunges for the move on the inside line, and it's well taken. You wouldn't have thought so from a long way back like that, but he's really made that one stick. This is the move on the inside of Carbonell from Buran. He leaves it to the last moment to get the switch through on the inside line. But it's really good to see just how much work he's able to do to put up another good overtake there. And this is Gustafsson on Carbonell. Watch, he squeezes, Carbonell hits the grass. That's it. Pirouettes around. Game over for Carbonell. The Swedish shuffle affects Arthur Carbonell on this occasion. And that means he spins off down the order. He ended up finishing in a lowly 17th place in the end. And that's Gerard Sebrian, also off the circuit, another retirement, and it's a race full of retirements, in fact. Kasper Cichurek, he was one as well, there he is. Gerard Sebrian, Karl Lukaszewski, Hubert Petit, Jean Nomblo, Moritz Ebner, Laurens Van Hopen, Mihai Munchean, and Noam Abramczyk, all out of the race. 6 of those on the very first lap. But for this man, Danilo Albanese, he's ended his day in winning fashion. One of the many drivers to take a heat victory in KZ2. It's still open season for the International KZ2 Super Cup. Alex Gubenko has been the most consistent in the day for the FIA Karting Academy trophy. And for the KZ Championship of the World, both heats taken by Marin Kremers, It's going to be a very interesting day at the office tomorrow. Make sure you tune in, same time, 9:55 Central European Time. I'm Jake Sanson. See you tomorrow.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.